Eh? Just stay there.
check, 1, 2, 2. Microphone check, 1, check, 2. Microphone check, 1, check, 2. Microphone check, 1, check, 2. Okay. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say fabulous good morning to all of you. Welcome to the city, aquatic splendor. Welcome to the city and the state. Every other state wants to be like, every other state wants to be successful like. Welcome to Lagos State. Welcome to the very first Lagos Island Economic Summit with the theme Sustainable Youth Engagement and Development, taking place right here in the city of Lagos in the memorable hall called the Glover Hall. Please, if you're happy to be here and you're blessed to be here this morning, please can you give yourselves a round of applause? But before we move on fully into the program, I'd like to crave your indulgence, Your Excellencies. Please, for those sitting at the back, I will need us to please move a step or 2 seats forward to occupy the empty seats in front. So those who come in a lot later can just take their seats behind you. Thank you so much for doing so. Thank you so much, wonderful Nigerians. Thank you so much. For those sitting on this divide, please, I'll need us to please move forward and occupy the empty seats in front, apart from the VIP seats, but you can occupy every other seat that is available. We're all VIPs, but definitely there are leaders that are designated to speak here that we recognize in our society. Because our society is embedded with respect. Some people are still sitting behind. Please, I crave your indulgence. Please, can we occupy the seats in front, please? Thank you so much for doing so. Engineer, can I have a little volume on this microphone? Thank you very much. Thank you, wonderful Lagosians. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. At this point, as you all know, it is the very first Lagos Island Economic Summit. But before we go on proper into the program, my name is George, by the way. So I'll be your anchor person for today. So if you need anything, just beckon on me and I'll be available to you. But please, I'd like to crave your indulgence as we take the national anthem of the greatest nation on planet Earth, Nigeria. Please, can you stand to your feet with me as we do this? Engineers? All right, I guess we're going to do this together to show our loyalty to our nation, our country. So can we sing the national anthem together? The first and the second stanzas. As you all know, the second stanza is a prayer for our nation. So while we take the first, let's pray for our nation in the second stanza. Can we go together? Arise, O compatriots. And we pray for Nigeria. O God of May God bless each and every one of you and bless our great country, Nigeria. Please, you may be seated. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to recognize the wonderful, enigmatic, intelligent heart and souls of Lagos, true lovers of Lagos. Allow me to start with our host, the special advisor of Sustainable Development Growth in the Office of the Executive Governor of Lagos State, Mrs. Sholape Hammond. Please, can we give her a round of applause? You're most welcome, ma'am. And also allow me to welcome to our midst here a very intelligent former Deputy Governor of Lagos, Mr. Femi Pedro. We are also blessed with royalty here in the form of a wonderful, wonderful woman who loves Lagos dearly, Her Royal Highness, Dr. Abiola Dosuma, the Erelu of Lagos. Allow me to also welcome to our midst the co-founder, Lagos Island Connects, Miss Yemisi Ransome Kuti. And also seated amongst us here, wonderful Lagosians, the Commissioner for Agriculture, not former, permit me, Commissioner for Agriculture, Mrs. Bisola Olukoya. Ma'am, can I crave your indulgence? Can you come? All right, she's decided to take a seat at the back. We're also blessed with royalty here. We have the presence of the Oniru of Iruland, is ably, intelligently, awesomely represented here by Mrs. Folusho Olaniyo. Allow me to also welcome the Permanent Secretary, Office of Sustainable Development, Goals and Investment, Mrs. Abosede George. We kind of share the same last name, George. And also allow me to invite a very distinguished gentleman, Mr. Said Johnson. We have the Chief Executive Officer of Fuzu Limited, Mr. Juicy Pinkanen. And also allow me to welcome into our midst Mrs. Bekeme Mashade Olowola. Thank you so much, ma'am. Representing GIZ, I believe, Mr. Tosin Ilawole. And also from Fuzo Limited, Mr. Patricia Duro. Must be a lady. Yes. Allow me to also welcome into our midst, I believe from the Office of the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, Ms. Taiwo Olaniyo. Can you wave your hands to me, Ms. Taiwo? Thank you so much for coming. And also from the Office of the Lagos State Government, the Governor's Office, the Senior Special Assistant on Sustainable Development Goals to the Governor, Lekon Fatodo, is standing beside me. Can we make that applause a reverberating one, please? We are blessed to have the former Commissioner of Finance in Lagos State, Mr. Olawale Edu. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome once again. Allow me for the welcome address to welcome our hosts for the day, the special advisor of sustainable development growth in Lagos State, the very intelligent, the very warm, the very awesome, the woman with a heart of gold, Mrs. Sholakwe Hammond, as she does her welcome address.
Thank you very much, George. You called me intelligent twice. If I fail, it's you. Former Deputy Governor of Lagos State, a very wonderful uncle, Tumba-Femi Pedro. Thank you for always supporting us in this endeavor. Your Royal Highness, the Erelu of Lagos, also my mom. Mr. Wale Edu, member of the Governing Advisory Council of Lagos. Our royal fathers, thank you so much. The Oniru of Iru has always been supportive of us in Lagos. Thank you so very much for being here to represent him. Ms. Ransome Kuti, what do I say? The mama of Lagos Island. She has pushed and pulled and invested love, time, effort, commitment in getting all of us here. Thank you so very much. And she's actually probably the youngest person in this room in her heart and with her energy. I don't know how she does it. All our special guests here, the Permanent Secretary of the Office of SDG and Investment, the SSA, SDGis, and all the members of the office. I know I shouldn't be partial, but I know they have pretty much not slept for the last couple of weeks just trying to get this done, so thank you. The members of LIC, our partners in this, the civil society organizations, and the very young people who have also made this a success, thank you. Our partners, Fuzu, Kaiser Construction Kaiser, and GIZ, LSCTF, and all our partners here. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very much for being here today at the first Lagos Island Economic Summit. This is something that has been a dream, and indeed we've been working towards for the better part of about 18 months or 16, 18 months. So for us, this is really an exciting day and a landmark day. And it's a good day to start a good thing. Very honored to be here in the midst of all Lagosians. Even though this is a summit really targeted at the youth, it's really heartwarming to see the number of people who are youthful in probably in their hearts, more in their hearts than in their bodies and their ages, but who are here nevertheless to support young Lagosians. On behalf of the Lagos State Government, I say thank you. I welcome all the participants here today to our first economic summit on which is themed Sustainable Youth Engagement and Development. So everybody knows me very well. I'm very often off script, so hope I will still be intelligent, George. I'll start by telling us a little bit about the initiative. It's a flagship initiative between the Office of the Sustainable Development Goals and Investment and Lagos Island Connect that aims to advance socio-economic well-being of young people in the state, starting with those in the Lagos Island axis. The idea is for us to birth this and be able to replicate it across the other divisions of Lagos State. Let me start by congratulating all the members of the Technical Working Committee and the organizing team that put together this event. Thank you very much for your dedication, for your passion, for your commitment. You're all greatly appreciated. It's a great delight also to thank again all the top government functionaries, senior policy makers, captains of industry, development advocates, business executives, and young entrepreneurs who are here today to have high-level discussions on how best to harness the potentials of our youth for sustainable economic prosperity. This event, being the first of its kind in Lagos Island, brings together a broad and diverse coalition of allies to identify and nurture innovative youth for wealth creation, capital formation, and economic stability. The world has seen the opportunities that Lagos offers. It's now upon us to empower the future. Lagos cannot continue to be a great investment destination, a good place for doing business, if we don't build that capacity in our youth. The youth of Lagos, the youth of Lagos states, young Lagosians must be the first and primary beneficiaries of the prosperity and potential that Lagos holds. It has become apparent that the level of investment in our youth will determine the pace of socioeconomic growth and development, as well as the security of our society. We cannot allow pervasive despondency to lead our youth to migrate to other countries for a better future. We will continue to lose skill and talent at a time when we need our best minds to tackle our most pressing problems and challenges if we don't act now. And we surely have the capacity to do that. The young population are beneficiaries as well as victims of major societal changes, so we're confronted by a paradox. They seek to be integrated into an existing order and to serve as a force to transform that order. So how do we balance the two? The lack of opportunities for young people to attain their full potential have significant social repercussions on their lives and the lives of those around them. The problem deprives them from exploring their talents and consequently slows down prosperity, stability, and equality in society. Ladies and gentlemen, youth unemployment and job creation is an utmost priority on the agenda of the state government. It also reflects notably in the 2030 Global Agenda for Sustainable Development, especially in Goal 8 on decent work and economic growth. Hence, this collective action to address the issue is inevitable, especially when we look at the future. So it's estimated that the population of the youth, well, what they call the millennials, those born between 1980 and 1994, it's estimated that about 1.1 billion of them in Asia out of 1.8 billion across the world. But more than 348 million are in Africa, and a significant number of those are in Lagos. And so it's very important that we invest in this population that is fast going to become the largest bulge actually in the population brackets across the world. Lagos, as I said, has continued to invest in youth. Programs such as Agri-Kies Initiative, being driven again by our Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture, Lagos State Volunteer Corps, which our office proudly champions, the Solar Power Training Program in partnership with IITA, upskilling and trade enhancement programs for artisans driven by wealth creation, waste to wealth initiatives by Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation and LOMA, arts and crafts training programs by the Ministry of Tourism, the coconut value chain as well. So we see that there's several intervention programs for young people in Lagos, driven by the Lagos State government across almost every ministry. There's a focus on ensuring that the youth are supported. However, as we will see further down as we look at the report of the survey that we did with the youth, a lot of these programs are not well patronized or even known by the youths in Lagos. So it's important that we change that. The programs are targeted at supporting them, helping them to build the skills that they need to become the productive people that they want to be and that we know that they can be. In all the laudable initiatives that I mentioned and many more that I haven't mentioned, over 245,000 youths have benefited and been empowered. At present, 210,000 others are set over the next year to complete various stages of empowerment and training across these various ministries and agencies. If Lagos State is able to do this, 200,000 youths every year, it's important that our youth know about these programs and are part of them. This summit therefore provides a platform for creating and getting a deeper understanding of future challenges, current and future challenges, insights, and the possibilities and pathways to sustainable economic growth. It will also create an opportunity for every key stakeholder to connect and identify challenges, proffer potential solutions, and share resources and innovation to ingrain the status of Lagos as the real center of excellence, both in word and deed. Given that the youth are the powerhouse of the future and the core human capital needed for our society to flourish and prosper, there's a need to strengthen partnerships to address key challenges that are preventing sustainable economic growth and employment for our youth. We always say in Lagos that we know that our progress really is based on collaboration. Indeed, our motto for this administration is Jumoshe ni Eko. Ladies and gentlemen, growth must be visible, growth must be equitable, and growth must be felt in the lives of the people. As the young people say, we don't want audio. We must invest in structures, resources, and platforms that empower young entrepreneurs, enable them build businesses that are sustainable, and add economic value to their communities. And we see the evidence of what happens when there's success. We create magic. We've seen what has happened in the technology ecosystem, where Lagos was only a speck in the eye of the world in 2012, 2013. And then 2015, Mark Zuckerberg comes to Lagos. Now Lagos is the dominant capital of capital for technology and innovation in the tech world of Africa today. And it's possible in every industry that is present here in Lagos, and many that we haven't even started. For us as a government, we will not change our determination to share development opportunities with the citizens, nor change our commitment to an economic globalization that is more open, inclusive, balanced, and beneficial to all. Lagos is and must continue to be a beacon of hope and possibilities. The world is looking at us, but the world is not waiting for us, and so we need to move. On this note, I welcome our distinguished personalities and respected participants to this epoch-making event and wish all of us fruitful deliberation. Thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please, if your hands are not too busy, can we give our YSSA SDG investment with Hammond a round of applause? Can we make that one a reverberating one, please? While the welcome speech was going on, allow me to recognize the High Chief Adebayo Alde Alawaye of Iruland. You're most welcome, sir. And also we are blessed to have also part of the royal family, Chief Bashir Afolabi. To one of our panelists today who is seated already, the former Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, Lagos State, and Chairman LIC, Lagos Island Connect, Mr. Olashupo Shashore. I'd like to use this opportunity to say a very big thank you to you, sir, for the documentary on Journey of an African Colony. It's an amazing watch to see. Please, if you are yet to see it, you need to watch it. Go on YouTube. You can also go on Netflix. It's there as well. Journey of an African Colony. You get to know some deep things about our country. And I know the former Attorney General will do much more. We'll build on that and let us into more insight of our country. Please, once again, can we give him a round of applause? I'm going to do more recognitions once I get the name correctly and rightly. Now we'll be going to goodwill messages. Allow me to invite for the goodwill message to start with is the former governor of Lagos State, the very amiable, the very warm, the amazing enigmatic, Mr. Femi. Please, can we give him a round of applause?
The Special Advisor, Office of Sustainable Goals and Investment, Governor's Office, Lagos, Mrs. Sholakwe Amond. Our mother, Your Royal Majesty, the Erelu of Lagos, Erelu Abiola Dosumo, the representative of the Oniru of Iruland, present here today, members of Lagos State Executive Council, our darlings, the workaholic, the co-founder of Lagos Island Connect, Mrs. Yemisi Ransome Kuti, my colleagues, the former commissioners in Lagos State Cabinet, Mr. Olawale Edun, member of the GAC, Mr. Shupo Shashore, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, very many other distinguished guests present here this morning, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, I didn't know I would be called upon to speak, but thank you for this opportunity. I hope I won't take too much of your time, because as I got out of my car this morning, I was filled with nostalgic feelings, because right across the street from here, I spent the first 10 years of my professional career in the banking industry at the Central Bank of Nigeria, at the First City Monument Bank. At that time, this area was the pride of Nigeria. You will feel blessed to work here. In fact, when I woke up in the morning to come to work, I was always feeling excited, because this is where the movers and shakers of Nigeria resided at that time. I have nostalgic feeling because I must confess that today is wearing a different look. And maybe this Lagos Island Economic Summit is an opportunity to rejuvenate this entire axis. I have emotional attachment to Lagos Island. I was born here. I was bred here. I was raised here. I went to primary school here. After my secondary school education, I came back to work here in this island. And then after my university education, I again came back to work for 10 years of my life in this island. And I know I started there professionally at a very young age. I was just barely 25 years old. And it's rejuvenated my career. I thank God where I am today. And that is the dream I have for the younger ones coming behind us. I want you to have hope for the future. And I must commend the organizers of this summit for coming up with this initiative. It's just about time. Lagos Island symbolizes Nigeria. This is where this country started from. The colonial era, the fight for independence, the granting of independence in Nigeria, this is where it all started from. About 2 kilometers from here was the Independence Building. The federal capital of Nigeria was here. The Ministry of Justice. Across the street from here was the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Communication. The Federal Secretariat was down the street. The General Hospital, even the Nigerian prisons. Everything was located around here. So this is an opportunity, almost 40 years or 50 years after, to give this place a new breath of life. And what has been coming to my mind since I've been following the activities of the organizer, I was saying to myself, what is the future which has already started? Every one of us knows that is technology. And this island is ripe. In fact, I want to appeal to Mrs. Sholakwe Amond and our darling governor, Governor Abajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, to rename this hub the Lagos Island Technology Hub. I want us to start a new journey, an opportunity to rejuvenate this area, to regenerate this area. It has all that is required to be a technology hub. What do you need? You need telecom and technology infrastructure. We already have it here. Maybe not the best. We need mass transit system. We already have it here. We need adequate security. We can provide it. We need connecting road network. In fact, I remember the time I was deputy governor, Governor Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the cabinet government of Lagos State spent billions of naira to rejuvenate this island road network. As you drive through here, you will see that you will not see a single pothole. We actually rebuilt it right from Broad Street to Nnamdi Azikiwe, the entire island complex. So the road network is there. So what I just want to propose is a collaborative partnership between the Lagos State government, tech entrepreneurs, companies and organizations providing technology services, and major stakeholders in Lagos Island, including somebody like me and the rest of us that are here, my brother here, Said, Erelu Dosumu, Olawale Edun, and so many of us in the diaspora to come together and put funds together to regenerate this island. One thing particularly that comes to my mind is to create a fund to train and develop our youth on technology. From the primary school level to the secondary school level, to tertiary institution, vocational training. We can train them on product design, software engineering, hardware engineering, digital technology, photographic editing, music production, computer hardware and smartphone maintenance and repairs. This will present our young people a great opportunity to change their future. And once this island becomes the technology hub of Nigeria, there's a place in America called the Silicon Valley. There's a place in India called Bangalore. Most of the best software, hardware engineers in the world come from Bangalore, India, or the Silicon Valley in the United States. It's no bigger than this island. But it was supported by a university called Stanford University. And some entrepreneurs, those who started the iPhone, who started Google, who started Facebook, they provided funds and they started training people. As you can see, every one of us here carry a mobile phone. Is that not right? Somebody designed this mobile phone. Somebody made it and make our life a lot easier. And we can put our own stamp in humanity. I know our young people are intelligent, they are smart, and they are ready if given the right opportunity. And once they have the opportunity to have the right skill, they will do wonderful things. So once we have this on ground, I believe that the beginning of great things that will befall this environment. So my last word for the organizers and for the discussions that will take place throughout today is to consider, I know Sholakwe said the Lagos State government has made Lagos a technology hub of Nigeria. I even read at a time that you were thinking of Yaba area. Please bring it back to the island. I've already told you, we have all that it takes. See, Sholakwe, if you look outside, across the streets, Central Bank of Nigeria, they are no longer here. They are in Abuja now. That's why the building is run down. Beside it is National Insurance Corporation of Nigeria, which used to be the flagship of insurance companies in Nigeria. It's almost gone. And just across the street, you had other bank buildings, the Mandilas building, all around this entire environment. We already have the structure standing. We have the road network linking everywhere. All we need to provide is high-speed internet service, technology infrastructure. The telecom companies will come here and we will rejuvenate this island. And we are ready to work with you to make this a reality. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak. God bless you all.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that was some eye-opener. Please, can we give our Deputy Governor, former Deputy Governor, Femi Pedro, a round of applause? You know, when I was talking about the island, I never grew up on the island, but I lived briefly on the island, Amado Bello way to be precise, when my dad was still alive. Oh, that's not island. Oh, I like that reaction that I got, because there's something between those in VI and those on this side. They always try to divide it. Now I've confirmed it today. And I was not really an Ajabota. I eventually grew up in Itire, close to the Oba's Palace, you know, after my father's demise. And I love the life in Itire. In fact, every part of Lagos, wherever you find yourself, governance is there. Wherever you find yourself, governance is there. Thank you so much, sir, for those words. I remember back in the days as a secondary school student, we used to come to Mandela's to buy jeans. Yeah, to impress Reagan girls. Was QC. Which school is that? Holy Child, is that school? We are talking about QC, we are talking about Reagan, Methodist girls. Abba, you are talking of Holy Child. Are they holy? Or wherever you find yourself, Lagos is a place to be. There is no family in Nigeria that does not have somebody in Lagos. You can take it to the bank. Every family in Nigeria, wherever you're from, has an individual in Lagos or another family in Lagos. Please, can we give Lagos a round of applause, please? Permit me to respectfully say this to our next goodwill message givers. Please, I would like us to just stick within the ambit of time, about 3 to 4 minutes. At most, we go on to 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Thank you for understanding with me. While the former Deputy Governor was speaking, the Commissioner for Commerce and Industry and Cooperatives, Dr. Mrs. Lola Konde, is duly represented here by Mrs. Zulika Ibrahim, Director of Corporate Services, Ministry of Commerce, Industry, and Cooperatives. Please, you're most welcome. Can we give her a round of applause? To our next goodwill message, ladies and gentlemen, anytime this woman walks into a room, she lights up the room with her love, with her care. She exudes excellence. Allow me to welcome Her Royal Highness, Dr. Abiola Dosumo, the Erelu of Lagos, as she speaks to us. It's an honor to hold your hands.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I was going to say I will rest on the robust laid down protocol, but I just have to recognize a couple of people. Yeah. And of course, our wonderful, amazing former Deputy Governor. He's former, but I assure you he's still very current in his interventions in the affairs of Lagos. So let me thank you to see. My young friend, daughter, all rolled up together. The special advisor on sustainable development goals to the governor of Lagos State. My friend, my sister, the untiring fighter for emancipation of Lagos Island, Mrs. Yemisi Ransome Kuti, of course, the champion of Lagos history affairs, Mr. Shupo Shashore, and a great politician and also a friend, also champion of Lagos, Greater Lagos Division, Mr. Wale Edu. Please pardon me, I can go on and on and on. I know everybody, but please, can I rest on the lay down protocols? Thank you very much. You know, when the former deputy governor was talking, a lot of memories kept rushing back to me about this great island. My first business headquarters was on this Lagos Island, on Broad Street, 192 Broad Street. And at that time, it was the golden street of Nigeria. To be successful in business, in the corporate world, in the private sector, you must have had a sojourn on Lagos Island, especially the Broad Street. And of course, I'm sure a lot of people hear about Enyibeti, and we have summit about Enyibeti. Do you know what it really means? It means the center of commerce of this great country. This is Lagos Island is the nucleus in which Nigeria was formed. So islanders should be very proud people. Everything that the former deputy governor said happened here on the back of the people of Lagos Island. Our ancestors, our parents, our fathers, our grandparents, they were part of it. They were not just onlookers, they were part of it. But unfortunately, with the rapid development, I would say, and the influx of people coming from different parts of the world and the hinterland of Nigeria, looking for that wonderful golden fleece, the competition became too stiff, and a lot of us were left behind and caught behind the poverty line. So you can imagine my joy. I've been following the trend of Lagos Connect group. But when I was invited to come to this, I had so many other things to do. But I thought, this I must see. And this I have to be part of, because it's about time. Our people are suffering. Lagos is depressed, it's derelict. Lagos Island is depressed, it's derelict. There's no reason for it, because the wealth of this country came from here. So thank you for trying to find a solution to reposition the glory of Lagos Island. And you can be sure we'll be with you all the way. There are so many resources that we can tap if we are ready, because we were not ready. So I thank the young, brilliant, intelligent, beautiful young lady, as our commentator said, for championing this cause, because it is long overdue, and I pray God will give you the glory and put you on the map of those who worked to reposition Lagos Island. Sorry, I'm going on a bit longer, but I'm very passionate about this. You know, I was in Indonesia, and there's a district that almost has the same history about Lagos Island. You know, we have all these amazing edifices all over the place, and they are more or less vacant. And I don't know whether Mr. Edu was part of that. It was a body put together by Ashiwaju Tinubu to fight for the properties of federal government left in Lagos. And the president at the time was going to give Lagos State the first refusal on any property left behind by federal government. But somehow, somewhere along the line, it was truncated and we lost out. But you know, a lot of the properties are still there. They are empty. And I'm talking about this Indonesian experience, which I think is the same reality as us. We must not shy away from the fact that this is a central trading district of Nigeria. And there's nothing wrong with it. So we should just find a way to rejuvenate the whole of the island. The road network, as was said, is very much there, but the chaos of trading, of traders, of business transactions has diminished the importance of these places. So we should try and get back those amazing edifices all over the place and turn them into organized trading houses. In Indonesia, there's a building, not a building, about 3 massive, like the Independence building. And when you go in there, the only thing that are going there are artifacts of Indonesia. On the ground floor, you can get an artifact for 50 cents, $1. By the time you get to the 12th floor, you're finding a piece of fabric for $1 million. We can do it. We have a whole lot of cultural artifacts in this country. Just can carve a little niche and create that from your statue, a small one that somebody can buy for 2 naira, and your statue bejeweled with diamond eyes, sapphire or kwambata, and all that, and somebody will pay $1 million for it. So there are so many opportunities. Our children should not be left behind. They should be trained. Even if they had dropped out of schools, they have skills. Those skills should be brought out through vocational training and all that. I wish you all the best. I can go on and have a wonderful deliberation. And thank you for the opportunity.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, if your hands are not too busy, can we give our Royal Highness Dr. Abiola Dosomo, the Erelu of Lagos. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed that when you address issues in Lagos, you are addressing issues in Nigeria? Exactly. You can't take it away because this is the hub of everything, economic, social, everything when it comes to Nigeria. So Lagos is still the roadmap and the excellent city that every other city wants to be like. If you're a Lagosian, you love Lagos so much. Please, let's give Lagos a round of applause. And there's something amazing about Nigeria and Nigerians. This is just a short story, just to relax you a bit. And it is, we are Nigerians. There are certain things you cannot take away from us. We are the only ones who call every toothpaste McLean. Yes. We don't care. We call every insecticide Fleet. We don't care. Whether it is Sheltox, whether it is Raid, Fleet is Fleet. We are the only ones who call every detergent Omo. And we are the only ones, when we are describing a piece, we have to point our fingers. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move on, allow me to invite for the next goodwill message the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture, Mrs. Bisola Olukoya.
Everybody. I wasn't aware I was to give a goodwill message, but here I am now. And the MC has murdered my name twice already. My name is Abisola Olusoya. He keeps saying Olukoya, so maybe he wants to marry me off to an Olukoya family, I have no idea. But I stand here this morning to say this is a wonderful initiative, but first and foremost to recognize the former Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Otumba Femi Pedro, to also recognize my father, Mr. Olawale Edu. He's been an ardent supporter of the Agric family as well. To also recognize Her Royal Majesty or Her Royal Highness, I don't know which one is correct, Dr. Abiola Dosumu, to recognize our royal fathers here present today. And as usual, the organizer of this event, Mrs. Sholakmi Hammond, the special advisor to the Governor of Lagos State on Sustainable Development Goals. This program, like I told her, I think it's been a long time coming to have the Lagos Island Connect, to have the Lagos Island Economic Summit. I don't think the timing is any better than what we have today. I was talking to someone outside just a few minutes ago when they asked a question around why we are having this program. There's no better way to reach the grassroots than through communities, and communities obviously are embedded within the local government or within the LCDAs. So whatever peculiarities there are within each local government, I believe that targeting them specifically through such initiatives as this would bring to light the solutions that are required today. A lot of our youth, they are unemployed, they are unengaged. But then, like we've heard this morning, there's so much that Lagos Island has to offer. You have lots of empty buildings, you have lots of young people milling around, and I think that there's no better way to get them engaged than at summits like this, where we can proffer solutions and begin to target them specifically for initiatives, especially around technology and even in agriculture. One might wonder, what would agriculture have to do with Lagos Island? But I believe that even in the history of Nigeria, the history of Lagos, we know that the major economic activity for Lagos Islanders is fishing. We have abundant water bodies. We have trawlers coming in from as far as Japan, Asia, shrimping in our waters. So they come here to shrimp, to fish. They take these items back to Asia. They export it back to us as frozen fish, frozen shrimps, which you have to pay such a huge amount of money for. And yet, it's seated right in front of us, and we are paying lots of money for it. We are paying dollars for it, in fact. So looking at it, 360-degree cycle, we are actually contributing to the demise of this country. And how do I mean? So long as the dollar keeps, should I say, appreciating, and the naira keeps depreciating, we are contributing to it. So in effect, we have the power within our grasp. We have the power in our hands to actually change the narrative of what is happening in this country by taking proactive steps to actually utilize the assets that we have at our doorstep. So on that note, once again, I think this initiative is a long time coming, and I am hoping that before this year runs out, and this is something I'm telling my sister here, that we should have, at least the next one should be the Ikorodu Economic Summit. I come from Ikorodu, so I would love to see the Ikorodu Economic Summit come up real quick. And like I said, this has to be done across the 57 LCDAs, LGAs. It's extremely important. There's no better way to reach the youth than through these channels. And the youth also, I implore you, drop your phones. When summits like this are organized, take the, be responsible enough to take action, be responsible enough to also utilize the opportunities to network here with people, to also hear the opportunities that are available. Lagos State is doing so much across all the MDAs. We put the information out there, but most times people say it gets lost. They don't even see, they don't even hear. But what I believe is that people choose to hear what they want to hear. So maybe when we are bringing up programs, people just shelve it aside, looking for something that excites them, that maybe in the short term gives them gratification. So I think you should use this opportunity to really drop your phones and hear what people really have to say, such that you might be able to hear opportunities that are bound and connect with them. So on that note, I say thank you once again for the opportunity to be here. God bless you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please, if your hands are not too busy, once again, can we give the Commissioner for Agriculture Mrs. Bisola Olusoya. It is corrected now. Forgive me for that error, but that was the way it was written to me. To the last goodwill message we will be taking, allow me to invite to the podium from the HRM Abisogun Foundation for Peace and Development, the Managing Trustee, Folusho Olaniyan, OON. Please, can we give her a round of applause?
Please permit me to stand on existing protocol and proceed to deliver the address of the HRM. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, youths play a significant role in the implementation, monitoring, and review of the Sustainable Development Goals agenda. With political commitment and adequate resources, young people have the potential to make the most effective transformation of the world into a better place for all. Lagos State internally generated revenue for the first half year of 2021 is 267.2 billion naira, representing 32% of the total national IGR, which was 849 billion naira. Lagos accounts for about 90% of Nigeria's foreign trade inflow, making it the potential destination for raw materials and finished goods. In Lagos State, youth are believed to constitute about 50% and more of the population, equaling over 10 million people, the minimum. And Lagos State has the highest percentage of youths in Nigeria, implying so many opportunities exist for youth participation in investment and development in Lagos State. Agribusiness portends great potential, like the Honorable Commissioner said, and only 8.5% of the agro sector are of industrial scale. Just 30% of 169,613 hectares designated for agriculture in Lagos State has been utilized. And Lagos' large and growing population is a viable market for agricultural goods. About 90% of all companies in Nigeria across several sectors have investments in Lagos, and approximately 60% of industrial investments in Nigeria come into Lagos. There are myriad innovation and innovative roles youths can play in the above listed investment opportunities that have been identified in Lagos State. And I strongly believe the ideas exchange at today's summit should result in a strategic work plan for Lagos youths. Just as in investment, opportunities also exist for youth in local politics. When young people participate in local politics, they raise awareness of problems that are beyond the scope of the older generation. They also learn from the mistakes of their predecessors and develop leadership patterns for the new age. It helps them develop a heart for the people. I will close this address with a quote credited to the United Nations, that youths are the greatest treasure of the land. Without harnessing the value within them, it is safe to conclude that sustainable development cannot be actualized. Therefore, youths are encouraged to actively advocate for the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals and get involved in organizations which actively strive towards making the world a better place. Taking on such responsibilities polishes character, increases competences, develops a nation, and preserves the well-being of the present and future generations. Everybody most definitely wins. God bless the youths in Lagos State, and I wish all youths and stakeholders present here fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Do you live and work in Lagos Island?
Yes, I live and work
Can
around
we hold on
Lagos
to the
Island.
video?
Yes, I do. I school here as well.
I live at Fuma.
Can we hold on to the
at
video?
Fuma.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please can we give a round of applause to Mrs. Folisho Olanio. Allow me to welcome into our midst, the founder of art. I like it when my voice reverberates. So it just reminds me that I shouldn't slip off. Allow me to welcome the founder of Art of Life Foundation, Chief Mrs. Taiwo. Wherever you are, please can you wave your hands? Thank you so much, ma'am, for making our time to be here. And also allow me to welcome the chairperson of the oldest Chamber of Commerce in Africa, the chairperson of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mrs. Toki Mabogunje. You are most welcome, ma'am. Before we go to the video feed, allow me to do this quickly. We'd like to hear from the Commissioner for Commerce, Industry, and Cooperatives, her office, and she's ably represented here by Mrs. Zulika Ibrahim. She's the Director, Cooperative Services, Minister of Commerce, Industry, and Cooperative. She will be speaking to us for the next few minutes, a goodwill message. Please, can we give her a round of applause as she makes her way to the podium?
Thank you. The Special Advisor, Sustainable Development and Investments, the former governor, Otumba Femi Pedro, Aria Highness, Dr. Abiola Josumun. I won't stand on the existing protocols. Thank you. I'm here to represent Dr. Mrs. Lola Konde, who is unavoidably absent. She sent her apologies and she asked me to stand in for her and to give a goodwill message to the group. So I read. It gives me great pleasure and honor to be with the highly esteemed youths of Lagos Island at this year's summit. And I wish to thank the organizers of the summit for putting together a brilliant program that will make youths to tap into and optimize the prevailing developmental and empowerment productive activities within Lagos State and the nation at large. I'm sure that these events will make youths to learn how to make small, powerful adjustments to their economic priorities and how to set a course for success through clarity, focus, and purpose. Furthermore, I know this program will make you to fit into objective economic goals, financial goals, synergizing ideas, cross-fertilizing goals, career goals, and self-improvement goals, among others. The theme for this year's summit is Sustainable Youth Engagement and Development. I'm sure you'll all agree with me that the theme is appropriate at this time, considering the development and empowerment need of youths across the globe. Lagos State, being the economic center of Nigeria, has witnessed a fair share of dwindling economic fortunes being experienced in Nigeria today. And more importantly, let me remind you that this present government, under the leadership of Mr. Governor Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, is taking bold steps to always ensure that Lagos maintains the leadership positions. This is identified in the agenda of his government called themes. Among other things that the state governments have done is looking at the traffic management. They have completed and commissioned over several road networks within Lagos and around Lagos as well. The Lagos state governments have new health facilities such as the permanent 300 isolation center, Yaba, the infectious disease center, and a host of other things. Also, going through the education and technology, we have produced over 6,000 graduates yearly from the state's 20 skilled acquisition centers within the states. And also, they have been supported. About 18 outstanding students from these skilled acquisition centers have been supported with cash grants. Among other things that the state governments have done is considering this place that we are here. If you know Lagos very well, you will agree with me that there has been an uplift of this hall. It was completed and commissioned the new Glover Memorial Hall. It wasn't like this. And also about 120 patrol vehicles and 35 motorcycles for the use of security operatives have been done in Lagos. From the above perspective, a cursory look at the things reveals that this can be viewed from the creation of initiatives to promote youth development, empowerment through creation of synergy between the corporate entities and immediate communities. With all these, I urge Lagos Island youths to appraise the investment, the empowerment, and development opportunities in the above stated areas in which we're going to listen to see where the youths can be of relevance for wealth creation and the realization of the objectives and the aim of Lagos Global. If the business plan and the feasibility report, that is the ascertainment of its practicality and the profitability index are good, definitely when execution is perfect, I see great prospects for interested parties. Let me stop here as I believe the facilitators of the day will do great justice to the theme we have. And I urge all the youths in the house to listen attentively and enjoy the session as well as the rest of the program. Thank you and God bless you. Ìgbéga ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó, Àjùmọ̀ṣe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Please, can we give Mrs. Zulika Ibrahim, standing in for the Commissioner for Commerce, Industry, and Cooperatives. Once again, can we give her a round of applause as she takes her seat? My friend and brother is here. He will be joining me here. We're standing close to me here. He's a sign language interpreter. Ajose Adesoji, where you at? Please, come join me here. When I tell people the reason why, originally I'm from the Niger Delta, but I was born in Ebute Metta. My parents are from the Niger Delta, but I was born in Ebute Metta. So I'm a Lagosian. And when I have the opportunity of being at other states' government house, I tell them, try to be like Lagos. Lagos is not run exclusively, but it is run inclusively. Soji, thank you for being here. Okay, please can we give him another round of applause? So for those of us allow me to welcome the Honorable Commissioner for Youth and Social Development, represented here by Mrs. Umar. You're most welcome, madam. And to the last goodwill message, I believe, Allow me to invite to the podium the very cerebral, one of the strong spines of Lagos, true believer in the furtherance of Lagos, Honorable Wale. Honorable Wale Edun. You're most welcome, sir.
Thank you very much and good morning. His Excellency, the former Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Femi Pedro, the Royal Highness, the Erelu Kuti IV of Lagos, Dr. Abiola Dosumu, our host, Lagos Island Connect, is Yemisi Ransome Kuti, and of course, my sister, the essay on SDGs and investment to the Governor of Lagos State, Ms. Sholakwe Hammond. All other protocols duly observed. There are many of them, so please forgive me. I'm grateful to have this opportunity, and I'm happy that the hall is full of young people. So much has been said, especially by the former Deputy Governor, Otumba Femi Pedro. He really put it all in context as to what Lagos Island can be and what it should look forward to based on the efforts, the energy, the innovation, the ideas of young people. As Erelu has said, Enyigbeti, center of commerce. That is what Lagos Island once was. So what will it be in future? The facilities, the infrastructure is all there. But I would say my vision of what it can be in future is with all the buildings that are vacant, imagine them full of young people innovating, expressing themselves, producing. Imagine a youth center. Before, I was privileged to start my career in finance on Broad Street in Lagos. It was the center of finance, center of commerce. It had the best restaurants, it had the best hotels, it had the best lawyers, it had the best printing service. It was an ecosystem. The future for you young people. And I think what you can't do is you cannot grab the buildings. They must get access to those buildings for you. Let those who are in charge of those buildings just give permission that they should be handed over to the NGOs and the various organizations that want to make them into places that young people can work. The rest will be for you. Let Lagos Island be a center for young people, a center for innovation. The things they like to eat will come. Those who want to give them what they listen to will come. All the services that young innovators, young people working and creating, all the things that they want would now gravitate, and Lagos Island would be a hub of activity for young people. That is what I hope that will come out of this all-important initiative between Lagos Island Connect, Lagos State Government, and of course, Lagos Island Local Government. I wish you very, very successful deliberations.
That was one of the shining lights of Lagos State, Honorable Wale Edun, former Commissioner for Finance in Lagos State. Please, can we make the applause a reverberating one? I beg of you. All right, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I will need to direct your attention to the screen behind me as we take sound and bites from the young island youth living in this environment. Please listen and enjoy for the next few minutes.
What's your name?
My name is Yusuf Ikmot.
Dowulu Afemi.
Peculiar.
My name is Dolapo.
Do you live and work in Lagos Island?
Yes, I live and work on different islands.
Yes, I do. I school here as well.
I live at Fuma. I work at Phase 1.
What's your highest academic qualification?
NCE.
I'm an undergraduate from West of Lagos. I'm a student and entrepreneur.
Yeah, I'm a teacher.
Secretary.
What is that thing that is disturbing people on the street? They say, no, government just undo this thing, government just started this thing.
Okay, let me remember that time, Fasola Day on government. All those area boys for streets, maybe they attack person, drag for person, they collect something for the people. That is the major thing that I know for Lagos Island. Any angle that you see, you do they collect everything for an ad. I beg Lagos someone make it the airport. All those guys they collect something, but guy make it that one calm down.
I think based on that question, there are a lot of things I feel should be done in Lagos Island. Specifically, being born here, I could find out that so many things governments are not doing for the youth, because we have a lot of teenage mothers. I mean, they are very rampant here. And some of them give excuses about family issues. Some of them is peer pressure. So the government can literally create awareness for these people that are not well learned. Some of them actually have the mindset to go to school, but there's no support. And most of their parents are not well, learned, or let's say aware enough to know how to train their kids in the right way. So there can be support for both the parents and the children on how to live their life, things to go on the right path.
Let me say security. Yes, security.
What other one?
Because security in Lagos Island now is not tight, and there are stealings around, especially where I stay at Itafaji.
For me, girls, they are raping, abortion, and for guys, just the way they treat ladies, they handle their handle.
One is fraud. Fraud. And a lot of crime too.
There are some places that you can't go at some maybe certain time because you just hear they started fighting. So, and most of these, I think to an extent, I've been able to have conversation with maybe one or two of these area boys, and you realize that they actually want to do better, but there's no space, there's no opportunity for them.
What part of Lagos that you think government, you think we are going to focus on the most?
I think Okefoko is actually a very good place to focus on. Okefoko, Onola, and about the areas, even the environment. There's a one terrible area like that that they should look into. That place is terrible. Even the environment is not suitable, it's not palatable for people living around. Water, stagnant water is not good for their health. So many things that they should actually work. And if there are people there that are selling, coming from different places to sell, and it's terrible that they can't even make their daily sales because of that.
Please, can we give the island youth a round of applause? I believe that we all listen to the challenges that the youth they brought up, but that tells us that we are in the right time. We are doing the right thing by virtue of this summit. Solution has come. This summit has come to bring solution. This summit has come to bring great insight and furtherance to Lagos Island. Once again, Lagos Islanders, please give yourself a round of applause. Before I call on the troupe to perform, I remember I got stuck in a hotel one night after an event at about 2:30 a.m. I had not eaten the previous day. I had not eaten at all, and I was almost gassing out. Interestingly, my personal assistant lives very close to campus. He told me, said, sir, can I get you something to eat? I said, what will you get for me to eat this night? I want something that has pepper, something that is spicy. He said, Baba, I'll quickly get to somewhere around campus. They want my sorry Indomie, for instance. And interestingly, I enjoyed it. Yes, Indomie with dry fish. I enjoyed it. If you've not tried it, try it. Lagos Island Indomie, you will love it. With cold vigil milk. Ladies and gentlemen, for your entertainment and pleasure as we celebrate the cultural aspects of Lagos Island, please welcome with me this wonderful dance troupe, the Odidere Arts of Africa Cultural Dance Group. Please, can we give them a round of applause? Well, like the song says, no go they do pass yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, please can we give the Odidere Art of Africa Cultural Group. Thank you so much. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we're going to take a short break where we have breakfast will be served. In my part of the world, who wants to say breakfast is served and it is free, all the excitement break loose. But definitely, I want us and I need us to please listen to our ushers, our officials. They will direct us accordingly as we go for breakfast. My name is George once again. I will see you on the other side. Thank you. Check. While we're being directed, okay, ma'am. May I have the lead ushers to please attend to our Royal Highness and those our leading lights of Lagos who are sitting in front. I wouldn't want them to leave the hall at all. Please attend to them individually. Thank you so much for doing so. Allow me to welcome into our midst the SA on Innovation and Technology, Mr. Tubosun Alake. Please, can you wave your hands? Let me know where you're seated. You're most welcome, sir. And also the Chief Executive Officer of Kaiser Construction, Mr. Igboan E. Okaisibo. Please, can you wave your hands? Mr. Igboan, where are you seated? Okay, thank you so much for coming. While the rest of us are going for tea break, I'd like to have the leading lights of Lagos, the former Commissioner for Finance, the former Attorney General, Her Royal Highness, our Royal Fathers present. So please, we want to quickly have a group photograph. And also, can somebody beckon on our chief host to join us here? Our chief host. Please, if you are the owner of this vehicle, it's a Venza, Toyota Venza, red in color, with license plate number AAA03LG. Please, we need you to repark. Your attention is needed outside urgently. License plate number AAA03LG. Venza, red in color. May we have the photographers, please? We can't keep our leading light standing for too long.
the kind of person that you asked me to be. I forgot how to sing, love in everything. I forgot totally. My brother say he love me, I love him too. My mom call me honey, I call him boo. But my neighbor no like me, I hate him too. And mom call me stupid, I call him fool. Cause I forgot how to love the way you asked me to. Remind me how to la 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 la. To la 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 la. I forgot how to give those who are in need. So selfish of me. Even when it got too hard for me to care, I forgot how to try. My baby says she hungry, I give her food. I tell her I will do anything for you. But a stranger say, please, I no get you. I look up like this, say, who are you? Cause I forgot how to love the way you asked me to. Remind me how to la 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 la. To la 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 la. Baby, maybe I was wrong, but definitely I was crazy. I no mean to say go away. Baby, maybe you're wrong, but I must have been out of my mind to tell you to go away. Go away. Oh, cool, don't leave me, no. Cause I don't want make you go. It's a killer day. If you don't want, make I go. Tell me why you treat me so. I said, who don't you? No. Then I miss you so. It's a killer day. Why you gonna form? You to the form. I say I don't know. Just take me back. Take me back. Take me back. Take me back. Just take me back. Take me back. Take me back. Take me back.
Shemin be all over ìfẹ́ o baby. Then tell me say you go call me back oh. Why you gon' mess with my heart oh? Before baby. Ìfẹ́ fi mí lọ́kàn balẹ̀ o. Mama jẹ́ lọ́kàn mi jò. Ó fẹ́ kàn fi mí ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́ o. Lẹ́yìn ọdún mẹ́ta.
Oh, cool, no leave me, no. Cause I don't want make you go.
If you don't want make I go. Tell me why you treating me so.
Who don't you know that I miss you so?
Are you got the fun, baby? To the fun.
For me, I don't know. Just take me back. Oh, I like to fool around with you, cruising town with you. I like to go where you are, yes. It's like the paparazzi you. I feel something changing now. Am I mistaken now? I'm holding back. Feel something heavy now. My heart misbehaving now. If I deal with my destiny, catching feelings where you know the truth to me. Supposed to be close to me, but not that close to me. You looking at me one kind, you looking at me one kind, baby. It's making me feel one kind. Tell me why, oh, why, oh, why. You're supposed to be my guy. You're supposed to be my guy, baby. You're making me feel one kind. Tell me why, oh, why, oh, why. Tell me why. Tell me why, oh, why, oh, why. I like to go party with you Saturday night, so gary with you. I like it when you call me just to check up on me. Something is changing now. I might be mistaken now. I'm holding back. Defenses are breaking down. My heart's misbehaving now. Orelo, they just see me catching feelings when you don't get true to me. Supposed to be close to me, but not that close to me. You looking at me one kind, you looking at me one kind, baby. It's making me feel one kind. Tell me why, oh, why, oh, why. Supposed to be my guy, supposed to be my guy, baby. You making me feel one kind. Tell me why, oh, why, oh, why. Tell me why. The word around town is that you're back in town, and I try not to think about it. I try, but it's been so long, and I thought I moved on, but now I really doubt it. I do. I wonder why you even come. It's almost like you're having fun with me. But oh, if I set my eyes on you, it's unavoidable. I'll come undone. Oh, I thought you were gone for good. So why you have to pull me back? Should be you say you won't be coming back. Oh, damn you, this is really bad. Should be you say you were gone for good. What did you do wrong? Cause you knew all along I was doing okay without you. You know, make I try to move on. Try, your heart is too strong. Can't be with you and can't be without you. Didn't be say I wonder why you even come. Oh, it's almost like you're having fun with me. But so if I set my eyes on you, it's unavoidable. I'll come undone. Oh, I thought you got for good. So why you have to pull me back? Should be you say you won't be coming back. Oh, damn you, this is really bad. Should be you say you got for good. Tell me why you have to pull me back. Should be you say you won't be coming back. Oh, damn you, this is really bad. Should be you say you gone for good. Mama called me, oh, just the other day. She said, hello, hello, I'm talking to you, baby. Somebody called me, he come to tell me, say, he see you with Tomoibo. Tell me, are you crazy? Girl, are you foolish? Say your bad don't finish, oh. What do they do with your poro? Girl, I know mother, you know that I know better, oh. But my mama don't know that love don't care who you be, where you from? Love don't care at all. Love don't care. Who you know? Where do you get to? Love don't care at all. Papa called me, oh, just yesterday, yeah. He said, hello, hello, how you doing, baby? Your brother called me, he gonna tell me, say, yeah, it's you with Mr. John, tell me, are you crazy? Girl, are you foolish? Shaban can't finish, so what do they do with the t-shirt? Girl, I'm your father, your opinion doesn't matter. But my papa don't know that love don't care who you be, where you came from. Love don't care. Love don't care who you know, where do you get to? Love don't care.
Legendary beats.
For the people that love me, for the people that got me, I see the way you support me. I'm thankful. Every day I walk.
So those who are still outside having their tea break, please, I crave your indulgence. Once you get your finger food and tea, you can come back into the hall and have a seat. We need to move on with the program. That's to our VIPs. We just need you to sit and you will be served. I'm going to crave the indulgence of our VIPs, our guests, that we need to cut down on the group talk. Let's have our seat so we can commence with the program. Please, if you're still outside, you've gotten your finger food and tea, we need you to come inside and have your seat. We need to commence. We need to continue with the program.
Some people don't know.
Please, if you're outside, you are yet to get your finger food, please, I crave your indulgence. Please come back and sit down inside. The ushers will bring it to you.
I'm a killer babu, you know they fumble. I go shoot my shot to your Joro. So Joro, baby, take my number. Take my number. You know you can call me later. Call me later. Yeah, I want to be your lover. Be your lover. Oh, baby, call me later. Call me later.
You're welcome, ma'am.
For love people, CBO. Talk to your friend, oh. Joro me, baby, yo. Joro me, joro. Shebi walo so for me. You talk say it like me. I be rolling wagon. Kilo de joro. I they give you signal. She know they see me. I give you green light, fire.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Honorable Hakim Ajose, Council Leader, Lagos Island Local Government, and the entire councillors. You're most welcome. Please, can you wave your hands to me? Let me know where you're seated, sir. You're most welcome. And also Honorable Kudus Razak, Special Advisor, Youth and Social Development. You're most welcome as well.
Just call me baby mine. You're a baby, take my number. Oh, my number. Maybe you can call me later. Call me later. Me, I want to be your lover. Be your lover. Oh baby, call me later. Call me later.
Allow me to welcome another fantastic leading light from the island. Reputable islander, honorable member Lagos State House of Assembly, Lanre Afeni. You're most welcome, Honorable Lanre Afeni.
Your smile is messing with my mind. Just call my phone, make it ring go. Let me just look at your face, so baby.
For those of us still standing, I'd like to crave your indulgence. Please, can we be seated? And may I have the ushers beckon on everyone outside who are here for this summit, if they are here to get their finger food and tea, please can tell them to come inside and have their seat. We are going to take their order over to them while they are seated. We Lagosians are busy people. We Lagosians will enjoy our work, so we do not want to keep us here beyond the allotted time of event. So I need us to please take our seats in earnest.
It's like you don't even know, baby, you too fine. You see all the ladies where they shine their eye, while I reach where you do guy. I go.
You're jamming.
I hope you're in heaven, smiling down. Say hello to the angels now. I'm still your angel now. Charlie, if I could see your face one more day, oh my Charlie. So many things I want to say, like I miss you. I won't forget you. And
in a sea of people, I'll be searching for you. You can rely on me, baby. I will make you cry. Happiness. Will you forgive me for the happy chance? Just know I will always be my head. I got my own, baby. Give me your love. Nothing I cannot do for you. As long as it is for you, it's good. Nothing I cannot do for you. As long as it is for you, it's good.
DJ Yemisi.
Baby, mommy, my darling. But I love you, my baby. Baby, mommy, my darling. But I love you, my baby. Baby, mommy, my darling. But I love you, my baby. Baby, you got me talking shit. Believe me, I know I got you. Get up in now. All the girls them I want shake it. All the girls them I want shake it. All the girls them I want shake it. Shake it, shake it. Maybe I go take care of you, passing on it. Are you getting? Are you getting? All your problems are no solution, I go.
After now, I will be inviting Miss Yemisi Ransome Kuti to speak to us.
Mama
Well, before that, I crave your indulgence one more time. For those of us still standing, having a tea break, please, I crave your indulgence to have your seat.
Girl, I wanna love you well. I know you fell in love, but nobody got you. When I got to your body, oh, your baby sick at me, your dog. Your body, oh, now you wake up chop on my money, oh. I like this your body, oh, your baby sick at me, your dog. Your body, oh, now you wake up chop on my money, oh. Girl, I want to know who be who. You go top a level. Where are you, Scooby-Doo? Most of your friends now baloo. Malo de prekete, malo de prekete. Thunder fire the best. They say I know go love you. Mama for you. Oh, your mama for you. And you're beautiful too. I want to hold you. I want to hold you. Girl, I love you. Girl, I wanna love you. I know you fell in love, but nobody caught you. When I got to your body, oh, my baby sick at me, your dog. Your body, oh, now you wake up chop on my money, oh. I like this your body, oh, my baby sick at me, your dog. Your body, oh, now you wake up chop on my money, oh. I'm gonna, baby girl, you're my desire.
More music.
Baby girl, you're my desire. I no go leave you run away. But shoot yourself like Njidena. You give me love, you run away to LA. I say, I better you call me your gun. Now money be fine, Bobo. Tori Remoje Gogon. Baby, me, Femi, your gun. I better you call me your gun. Now money be fine, Bobo. Tori Remoje Gogon. Baby, me, Femi, your gun. I know what you done to me. Butterfly na lava lava. You feel it fly, you fly away. But now money cause you wahala. Now why you look good to face? Adelina, no what to do. Push on you look like smoking marijuana, yeah. So you sitting at the corner, push on you look like smoking marijuana, yeah. Ibadi alone in the bunk shot, ibadi ya borobo, ibadi alone in the bunk shot, ibadi ya borobo. Hello, mommy. Are you better off? You be low one, double sharafa. Abalo tagbalu money, on my living car. Oshe said to FDGI, they are show you don't want to lock what you like, girl. I don't know what you say, I know what you like, girl. Sex, cash, that's what you like, girl.
The Q Ultimate DJ Box.
See me, I know get 30 billion. Oh, no, yeah, well. But I got so much love to give you. I got so much much love to give you. Oh, na, 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 na. I bless the day I found you. Oh, Lord of mercy. Oh, don't see me who I am, yes, yo. Your name no Fiona. She a very fine girl, but you know that she know nice. Oh Lord, alcohol and cigarettes. A very sharp boy, me a pull up on a figure eight. Somebody call the popo and Fiona. Shawty be freaky in the eyes of the older. One more wine and it's over. I'm up in with Gucci on the sofa. We're sitting tonight on the sofa. I'm up in with Gucci overnight. We're sitting tonight on the sofa. I'm up in with Gucci overnight. Put me hands on my hand. She says she doesn't care about the money, that she only wanna give me good love. She practically does everything for me. I never see this kind of girl before. More far. Yeah, she's sweeter than a sugar. More far. She said, "Call me when you need me, I'm come." Come. She said, "Call me when you need me, I'm come." Come. She said, "Call me when you need me, I'm come." Come. She said, "Call me when you need me, I'm come." Come. She said, "Call me when you need me, I'm come." Woman of my dream, she know they no prepare them gang. All of life clean, yeah man, what a bang. Super inspiration to me every damn song. If me ever go wrong, she say she a go hang. The girl you wanna love me now. She say she a go love me like pa 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 pa. The girl I love me too much, she no give a damn. Yeah, she's sweeter than a sugar. She said, "Call me when you need me, I'm coming." Come, she said, "Call me when you need me, I'm coming." Come, she said, "Call me when you need me, I'm coming." Come, she said, "Call me when you need me, I'm coming." Come, she said, "Call me when you need me, I'm coming." Come, she said, "Call me when you need me, I'm coming." Come, she said, "Call me when you need me, I'm coming." Come, she said, "Call me when you need me, I'm coming." Come, she said, "Call me when you need me, I'm coming."
You come here. Yes, sir. You see your name is what again?
It's Daniel, sir.
Daniel. Oh, it's Daniel, okay. You want to record your first song, have you?
Yes, sir.
Which of your mates can you follow here? What do you go to my name ever? I'm not, it's not as if you have the time on the body.
Yes, sir.
Come back tomorrow. I think this man will be allowed to sit down.
Storm is over now. Listen to my story now. Keep it about there for now. I know them are wrong now. chop alone. Brother, you die alone. No, carry your cross alone. And then take your life and you. Believe in yourself. Open your mouth and say the word. If you die, my brother, nobody go die with you.
Hello. Please, may we have our seats, please?
This one is a wicked boy. No friends, no folks, no common blood.
Please, to my woman leader in blue, Madam, please accept my apology. To all other leaders from the Lagos Island, please do accept my apology as well. Please, if you've been served, I want to crave your indulgence that you should try as much as possible to understand with us. If you've been served breakfast, please do not take the second time. For the benefit of those who are yet to get their breakfast, I had to go outside to ask everyone to come inside for those who are yet to receive theirs, to sit down and they will be served. To my woman leader, thank you so much for understanding. To the other leader that I spoke to earlier on, please try and understand as much as possible. Please, once again, if you've been served, I crave your indulgence. I beg of you, please do not take the second time. So we have our breakfast go around everybody. Even myself, if you take the second time, I will miss my breakfast. And I'm watching my weight. I'm on a seafood diet. Whatever I see, I eat. That's seafood diet. So do we understand? If you agree with me and you understand with me, please give yourselves a round of applause. Some people are not clapping. They've eaten, still want to eat again. They are not clapping. If you understand, please clap for me, please. Thank you so much. You islanders are wonderful people. I think I'll come look for a house in Lagos Island to live. If you have anyone available, I don't mind moving to the island. Huh? I'm welcome. Okay. SOJ, have you had breakfast? Not yet. We are together in this, don't worry. We're going to have breakfast, definitely. For those standing, please, I crave your indulgence once again. Please, may we be seated.
Sọ fún bọ̀bọ̀ cameraman ìlú tó kù sálẹ̀ kó súnmọ́ kámẹ́rà kó ṣe fókọ́sì nẹ̀ náà ṣé tó bá tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti ṣe fókọ́sì nẹ̀.
For those of us who've had our breakfasts or finger foods and tea, you can leave the plate or the teacup just beside you. The ushers will pick them from you. And for those of us who are yet to get, please do not be agitated in any way. We appeal to you not to, but we'll definitely get to you. Allow me to welcome into our midst the Executive Chairman, Lagos Island Local Government, Prince Adetoyoshe Tijani Olusi. Allow me to also welcome into our midst Honorable Wasiu Sani. Please, if you're here, can you wave your hands to me? One of the shining lights of Lagos Island as well. Please, can we give him a round of applause? Then the applause that we gave to the executive chairman was a bit light. Can we make it a reverberating one, please? Mr. Chairman, can you wave to me again? So that wave is yes to the house that I'm looking for. Thank you so much. Honorable Lanre Afeni is still here with us from the Lagos State House of Assembly. Honorable Lanre Afeni, please, can you wave your hands? Let them see you. You're most welcome. Looking dapper this afternoon. The Chief Executive Officer of You are most welcome, sir. Please, can we give him a round of applause for making our time to be here? It is not every day you get to see cerebral corporate executives come sit here amongst people to share knowledge. Okay. Once again, I appeal to those of us who are here to get their breakfast. My woman leader, have you been served? If you've been served, can you say Lagos Island? She's been served. So we have to make sure that everybody is served. Okay, we move on with the program quickly. It is still the summit that we're gathered here for. Allow me to invite to the podium to do the proper introduction of the 2021 Youth Economic Summit and theme. For some of us that do not know, she is the granddaughter of Reverend Canon Yemisi Ransome Kuti. And also in 2006, she was appointed a civil society advisor to the World Bank. If your hands are not too busy, please welcome with me, Miss Yemisi Ransome Kuti, co-founder, Lagos Island Connect.
Good afternoon, everybody. With me. Good afternoon, everybody. Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. This is Shalakpe. What do I call you, Papa? My Aburo, she's become a friend, a sister, daughter, all of the above. A delightful person that you just want to get to know. You know, she's just great to be with. So please give her a round of applause. It's not connected. It's connected. Former Deputy Governor has left, I think. My friend, Irelu, I'm sure she's coming back. She said she would stay a little bit longer. Oniru of Iruland. My friend, Mr. Kune Uye, he was not announced earlier on. He was a former director of Société Générale, really passionate about what we're doing. Dr. Mrs. Lola Akonde, ably represented. My chairman, Mr. Shopo Shashore, SAN. He's the chairman of LIC and much, much more. My chairman, local government. I have many chairmen, many people sitting on me. Mr. Tijani Olushi, Honorable Tijani Olushi, the Honorable Tijani Olushi. Mayor, what else do we call you? You have many names. Anyway, we all know you are very important. Honorable Afini, my rep. The other trustees of LIC here present, Mrs. Toki Maboguje, who's the current president of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Mrs. Bekeme Asade Olowola, and other LIC admin representatives. Mr. Theolosson is here. And also, I think I spy Mr. Idahosa. These are our supporters. This is Alimona, who's the current DG of Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Really important people who are concerned about the young people and what happens to you. But permits me to observe all the other protocols that have been previously stated, because we're in a hurry to get to the meat of why we are here, right? The specter of the End SARS protest is a grim reminder that we have no time to waste on too much grammar, Abi. You must get to it. And it's a privilege to be in the midst of this audience, comprising, I've mentioned the adults, private sector, public sector, but the youth and the citizens of Lagos Island. And people from other parts of Nigeria that I know also are attending this summit. So I want to salute in particular our awesome, creative, brilliant, enterprising, resilient, vibrant, talented, beautiful, handsome, dignified, strong, honorable, distinguished, hardworking young men and women, both here and those who have joined us online. Young Nigerians like Kemi Adetiba, the producer of King of Boys. You've watched it, very good. Olugbenga Agwola, founder of Flutterwave, they are blazing the trail in the tech, creative, and entertainment fields all over the world. Our future and hope for a better tomorrow is you. The young folks seated here, yes, you. You hold the destiny of this nation in your hands, your hearts, your minds, and the work of your hands. I salute you. Please give yourselves a thunderous ovation. All of you. Asikwawa youth neo. Koye binuwa. For sure ni. Young, you have grown. We salute you. LIC applauds and commends the administration of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and the special advisor for promoting and collaborating effectively with us to actualize the governor's promise to organize this first annual Lagos Island Economic Summit. The initiative, as Mrs. Hammond has said, seeks to promote the 2-kilometer rule, youth center enhancement programs, because we want all this grammar we're talking about, want it to reach you where you go and play and you go and learn. That's your youth centers, right? So we want to be able to reach you there. So this is a compound initiative that comprises the the economic summit, the 2-kilometer rule, youth center, and of course, we're very passionate about ethics and values, how we grow ethically, how we do not grow up to be, what's the name of the guy that they caught in America? You know him now? What is his name? Hush puppy. Who wants to be hush puppy here? Nobody. Oh. Now, I grew up in Lagos Island and remember places like the Love Garden. Do you remember that? Young people, they are broke. It's no longer there. It's where I think there's a stadium now and Muzon and all of that. And walking everywhere safely, any time of the day or night. We enjoyed simple pleasures, making our Christmas dresses with crepe paper. That's luxury. Not looking for a Nike or Adidas or, Arsenal t-shirts. And we played with paper boats on clean gutters. We had football games at Odon. Now is Tafa Balewa Square, Abi? So nowhere to play again. And playing on the streets where we were the original area boys and girls. And discipline was enforced by the entire community. You were your brother's keeper. And those were the peaceful and enjoyable times for young people in Lagos Island. Things have changed, haven't they? However, we have this opportunity to change the narrative. This is an opportunity for each and every one. Are you listening to me? This is an opportunity for each and every one of us to change the narrative. Not this person will do it. That person, the government. What can I do to change the narrative? So, this partnership with the Lagos State Office of SDGs and I proves that when government, civil society, citizens, particularly the youth, join hands, extraordinary things can happen. Today, we are here to listen to you. Ejo, Esoros okeo. Esoros okeo. Emma Kuomi by then is okay. You know what that man said? Talk him now, talk him here. We want to hear you. We're here to learn from you. We're here to learn from each other. Ask those questions. What does the SDG mean to you? How can you and I partner together to find the solutions and achieve the Lagos Island of our dreams? And I'll tell you a little bit of how we got to this point. LIC had been engaging with Mr. Governor long before the elections. And Governor Sanwo-Olu has proven to be a remarkable, rare politician, a leader who keeps his word. Mr. Governor is a promise keeper. Today, he has once again demonstrated that he is a leader who can be trusted to keep his word. We appreciate all that he has been doing to transform Lagos State. Oh yeah, please give Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu a huge, huge round of applause. And of course, the incredible staff, Mrs. Hammond, Mrs. Abosede George, the youth champ, Mr. Fatodu, Mrs. Oyebode, Mr. Abdulatif Sanusi, they've all been really incredible. And they've worked so hard to make this day a reality. So let's appreciate them again. The journey to this groundbreaking first ever economic summit began at the 6th Lagos Corporate Assembly, BOS Meets Business, in July 29th, 2020. Organized by my good friend, the Commissioner for Commerce and Cooperatives, ably represented here. And Mrs. Hammond was there, giving us a brilliant presentation about the SDGs in Lagos State. And I've written the history of the journey so far, but in order to save time, I will summarize by saying that we asked for local government summits, a first in Nigeria, adoption of the 2-kilometer rule concept, youth center enhancement programs, and the restoration of ethics and values in our citizenry. Governor Sanwo-Olu delivered. The response from him was swift and powerful. The process was spearheaded by the indomitable Mrs. Hammond. We had a technical committee set up, and many of the members are here, Mr. Theo Lawson, Mr. Pedro, all of our LIC trustees, Mrs. Mabogunje, were part of it. So I want you to give them, because they are the ones who worked together to get us to this point. Please give them a round of applause. And later we had focus group meetings with CSOs, development partners like GIZ. Then we met with the Lagos Island Central Business District. And they gave us the indicators of what's happening on the island with the young people. And it was really alarming, particularly as it relates to youth employment and development. So this, among other imperatives earlier mentioned, informed our decision to focus on the theme for this summit: sustainable youth engagement and development. At the very, very first Lagos Island Economic Summit, because we're concerned about you. We love you. We care about you. We want you to succeed. You are our sons and daughters. I also want to celebrate our chairman, Chairman Tijani Olushi, who really worked, got his entire cabinet behind the initiative. Please give him. Because local governments, you know, it's like we're living in different countries. When you talk, state government is here, and local government is here. Go and meet state government. Hey, it's a local government. He did not hesitate. Partnership between local and state is the example that Honorable Tijani Olushi has set for us. So we've had a needs assessment survey finding out what the youth population and businesses in Lagos Island are really about. What are their challenges and what do they want? And the report will be launched later. Today's event symbolizes the fact that partnership and sustained engagement between government, state and local, private sector, civil society, international development partners, the youth and the citizenry is a veritable catalyst for development. The Ministry of Youth and Social Development are here, and we have partnered with them to initiate several programs to this effect at the Onikon Youth Center. We've had youth clinics, youth hangouts, COVID permitting, and also we had partnership with organizations like the GIZ, the German Agency for International Cooperation. This is partnership for you. It's not the LIC. It's young people partnering with all these people, because the LIC is driven by the youth. We've had skills acquisition programs, and we have partnerships with NNF, African Law Practice, which is Mr. Shashore's organization. So you don't just sit here and say you are chairman or you are trustee. You bring your entire household to LIC when you come. The business, you are ready to support with things that are necessary, you know, things that you see. We don't wait for you to ask, you know, to be told that this is a problem. These are the problems. You pick the one that you can do and just run with it. And that is how LIC runs. We've had support from the Nigerian Network of NGOs, Cosmopolitan Women's Club. I've talked about LCCI, Women in Successful Career Whiskers. You know, we do a lot of mentoring. We pick young people like you, and we find money. We don't have money from government. We look for money amongst ourselves and our friends. People like Mr. Uye, Mr. Chris Boha is here. They will donate a little that they have to see how we can identify young, you know, entrepreneurs, young talents. We send them to the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry for training, and then support their businesses. Let's see how we can grow the young people in this island. That's what we want to do. And like I said, this organization is powered by young people. Mr. Ransome Kuti is not going to die. I'm almost 75 years old. I'm on my way out. How much can I do? And all these other people that I've spoken to you about, there's a limit to what they can do. So it's you young people, you have to come up and say, look, I want to do this. Don't wait. And I want to celebrate the young people that have been empowering LIC up to now. Mr. Taiwo Arora, Layeni, Aliu, are they here? Michael Abiodun is in charge of ICT. Mentorship is Adio Abijo. Hussein, who's going to perform, his name is DZK. He's running his business in IT, phones and all of that. He also performs. He's a talented singer, rapper. Yeah, I don't understand what he's saying, but it's all right. DZK is going to be performing for you later on. We have Kende Oladipupo, who's our international liaison in the US, is based in Houston, Texas. Israel Aliyu, the young man that you see in the desk there, he takes charge of all the finance booking. All that we need to do with financial activities. He's our finance man. And he's still in university, graduating on, is it biochemistry or mathematics? Something that is beyond me, Sha. He's almost graduated. At the same time, he contributes his time to what we're doing here. So please join me in applauding the LIC youth managers. They're all professionals or entrepreneurs in one way or the other, and they work selflessly on a voluntary basis. I see too many young people not ready to do things without Kuti. What is the need for me? Who owes you? Why should anybody give you anything? They're not your father or your mother. Be ready. Even at a point, we have a saying in Yoruba, so you are supposed to be feeding me now. You're supposed to be feeding us now. So get yourself to a point where you're ready to develop and contribute and make whatever it is you want happen. So please celebrate these guys and young ladies who are unpaid. They don't get paid for what they do. It's totally voluntary. They donate their time, energy, and resources for the upliftment of their fellow young men and women to actualize the LIC mission and vision of unlocking opportunities for the youth of Lagos Island and beyond. So please give them a resounding round of applause. I'm almost finished, but I just want to touch on what the layman's understanding of the Sustainable Development Goals are. The cocoa of the story, all of the grammar that is there, is poverty reduction. Solution, jobs, skilled workforce. We need to build a new economy based on knowledge, productivity, and innovation. No country has attained development outside common denominators, such as what I will list later. Countries that have reduced poverty substantially and in sustained manners are the ones that grow fastest. Successful development is predicated on a country having sustained periods of high per capita economic growth. My people, mass poverty and economic development don't go together. You have many people that are poor in your country. Forget all the statistics that you broadcast. You are growing, GDP, something. You are not growing, you are not developing. And the common denominators for economic growth are a vibrant private sector, particularly MSMEs, empowerment, particularly of the youth demography, good governance, our leaders, whoever we elect, governing in a transparent and accountable manner. Ownership, we've been talking about that. Homegrown solutions. What are the solutions that you can think of that will make the difference? State collaborations, we're doing it. Knowledge development. So those are the indices. We must put money into the pockets of our people. particularly the youth, by creating the enabling environment for job opportunities and building their capacity to engage meaningfully in production and economic activities, starting from the grassroots to transform the economy. And Lagos Island has all the indices to achieve transformational economic growth, attain the SDGs, and provide security and a qualitative lifestyle for islanders, particularly its vibrant young men and women. This summit is definitely timely. It's up to all of us to monitor and ensure that the recommendations that emanate from our discussions are effectively implemented. Fun fact about Lagos Island. Do you know that Lagos Island is the richest local government in Nigeria? You know that? Do you know that? You know, we're the richest local government in Nigeria. Not in Lagos State, in Nigeria. Google it. Lagos Island is a progressive local government. Look at our chairman, looking very progressive there. Lagos Island should have no business with poverty. We want to see successful male and female business giants emerge from Lagos Island. Can we do it? Can we do it? Let's do it. Together we can make it happen. Now, the summit team, and the major reason we're here today is because we want to ensure that we engage meaningfully, collaboratively, and sustainably with young folks in ways that will lead to social, economic, psychological, and values-driven development. The speakers will, give us all those details, recommendations, questions that we will have about this kind of development that we're looking for. With the report, with the 2-kilometer rule, with the youth center enhancement concept, we want our youth centers to be upgraded to recreation and learning hubs where young people can go. At the moment, I have a youth center name. This Onikon Youth Center I'm talking about. When you go there, you won't see any young person. It has to be a place where it's bubbling now for young people to go. Know that they can go there, they can get information, somebody will listen to them. If the person cannot answer the questions, they know where to direct them. So let's work towards that. They're going to talk about a plethora of things because we want to create more Moabudus. Bola Adeola, Stella Police, Shola Akindele, the founder of PayPal, right here in Lagos Island, and we can do it. And of course, we're going to hear from our chairman of the LIC chairman about the history of Lagos Island and what are the things we can historically pick out in terms of our trajectory in economic and industrial development. And of course, we're having a lot of fun. We've had the dancers, we'll have Dizzy K, and we encourage private sector and other stakeholders, the big banks who have head offices in Lagos Island, prominent businesses who are situated here. We urge you, our national and international development partners and other stakeholders, to collaborate with us. Look around you and see what you can do to improve the environment that has welcomed you, where you derive your wealth, a place you call home for your businesses and your operations. We want you to develop customized empowerment and mentorship and funding mechanisms that will in turn increase your bottom line and achieve shared prosperity for all of us. We the youth, our youth, we want you to continue to institutionalize values and ethics in all processes and practices. We are appalled by the loss of dignity and pride which has pervaded the land. Lagos Island youth must be supported to become not only more responsible, but also more responsible. equipped, able and equipped to take advantage of the opportunities that are bound for those who have the right education, skills, attitude, and mindset. We want data management and information dissemination. We want to be able to get information about how many young people are even in Lagos Island. Where are the businesses? What is their address? You know, the data is king now, is gold, is diamond, is everything. So we must work together with the state government and the local government to ensure we have accurate data on all the planning and policies that we're trying to do, and use web tools to generate and connect with the rest of the world. Why don't we have a website where all you young people with businesses can log your business, and somebody from wherever, Australia, Canada, wherever, can connect with you? These are the kind of things we want to see emanate from this summit. So together we shall lift our local governments, state and country to a position where we can compete favorably with Mumbai, California, Singapore, Sydney, and Beijing. We want our sons and daughters to be able to hold up their heads once again and go anywhere and be respected as Omoluabis, proud Nigerians. I'm sure you're already very excited about what's coming next. I can't wait. So let's get to it. Thank you for listening.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, one more time, can we give Ms. Yemisi Ransome Kuti, co-founder LIC, a round of applause, please. We're moving on quickly. We're moving on quickly with the speed, like the speed of light. Our next speaker will be giving a goodwill message for about 3 to 4 minutes. Holds a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from the prestigious University of Benin, Nigeria. He is a current registered engineer in 1994 and a member of Nigerian Society of Engineers in 1993. He started his career as a graduate engineer with KBD Limited in Port Harcourt in 1988, after which he founded Construction Kaiser Limited in 1993. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me the Chief Executive Officer of Construction Kaiser, Igwan E. Okaizabo, as he speaks to us. And after him, I will be going to the very distinguished former Attorney General of Lagos. He will be taking the podium as well.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. May I stand on all existing protocols, Your Excellencies, traditional rulers. Thank you so much for having me here. My name is Igwan Okaizabo, and I'm the CEO of Construction Kaiser, like you said. I'll touch a bit about what the private sector should be doing to help the situation. Mommy here has spoken eloquently about the problems and even touched on some of the solutions. But I'll just talk quickly about what we've been doing as a company and really what other companies should be doing. So I will touch on some numbers so that we have an idea the magnitude of the problem that we're facing. These are some staggering numbers. Madam, you're talking about data. This is the data. It shows us where we are as a country, as a people. I mean, I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with this data. Our population is growing. Nigerian youths, you here, you're over 60% of the population. By the way, you need to decide how this country should be run. The country belongs to you. If 60% of you constitute, if you seated here constitute 60% of the country, then you should have a say in what goes on in this country. Now, unemployment is growing steadily. Youth unemployment, 50% or more, as you can see. So these numbers are staggering. Now, what does it amount to? This is what it amounts to. When there's unemployment, you have problems in the society, militancy, violent crimes, kidnapping, restiveness, fraud. When people don't have a job, then they go and look for Yahoo work to do. We're not saying that's the way to go, but sometimes people are pushed into these things because of the circumstances they find themselves. Now, I want to talk a bit about MSMEs. All over the world, small and medium-sized companies are the ones that drive the economy. And a lot of them, family businesses of 200 years old, they have 10, 50 employees. They're pushing and driving the economy. They are the engine room of the economy. So how many Dangotes can we have? How many MTNs can we have? How many Shell and Ajip and Total and Chevron can we have? I'm sure if I count these companies on my fingertips, they're no more than 10. They employ maybe 5,000 each. That's 50,000. Then what happens to 60% of 200 million, 120 million? So these small and medium-sized enterprises are the ones that will create these businesses to employ these people. They themselves, they keep themselves busy and they will even employ more people. So these are some of the data from the National Bureau of Statistics and all over the world. Can you move on, please? I'm sorry, I'm a bit in a hurry. I'm on a live TV program in about 45 minutes, so I need to run. So first of all, I need to thank you all for accommodating me because I needed to speak here. It's something we're passionate about. Now, in Germany, there's the group of companies they call the Mittelstand. They employ over 20 million people in Germany, and they're responsible for 40% of the GDP of Germany and 80% of their exports. So like our mommy here said, you can quote number that Nigerian GDP is growing, this is growing. When you sell oil, your GDP goes up. Have you employed more people? The answer is no. So when oil price is high, our GDP is high. When the oil price is low, our GDP is low. How has it affected the grassroots? How has it improved the lives of people in Isaleko? No way. So until we start to generate value from the bottom of the pyramid, then there's no growth. So we like to see our people engaged at the bottom of the pyramid. So as a responsible company that we are, we chose to develop what they call a shared value strategy, where we not only pursue economic gains, but we deliberately empower people. We feel that that's the way that a country should operate. Companies in an economy need to deliberately, and I use that word deliberately, not by accident, empower people in the communities where they operate. So to be able to do this, we founded Kaiser Foundation 6 years ago because we saw these problems. Lack of entrepreneurial skills, lack of smaller companies in the consumer value chain, they're almost non-existent, and all these other problems that you see. STEM, they drive every economy. Engineers, maths teachers, they are the ones that drive any economy. So we also saw there was minimum indigenous ownership and management of construction companies in Nigeria. So these are some of the problems we spotted. And then what did we decide to do as a company? We started a STEM construction camp for children, which some people in this crowd here have been beneficiaries. We started from Isaleko because our office is here right at St. Nicholas House. And all these other programs we're doing, undergraduate soft skills training, mentorship scheme, and some of our beneficiaries are in this crowd today. In fact, one of our beneficiaries, right from the STEM summer camp to the mentorship scheme, we gave him a scholarship, he's in Unilag, he's on his way to a first class. Now, that's a young man that if he was left here, maybe he would have lost his way by now. So we're proud of him, and we're proud of the other children. Toy, please stand up. That's one of your sons. He's from Isaleko. He's in Unilag now, studying mechanical engineering, right? Electrical. We prepared him for JAM, we pushed him into school, and we constantly monitor him. So we don't just put him in school and leave him. We monitor him to make sure he behaves well and he remains the way he's taught. So I will talk about the last scheme we're doing, which is one that is very dear to my heart. For me, it's a dream come true. And it addresses what we're talking about. On Monday, I'm proud to say, at Lagos Business School, we'll be starting a graduate entrepreneurial scheme where we want to train graduates between 20 and 30 years old to build their own construction companies. So we will train them in Lagos Business School, 50 of them for 1 week. And then from January, they will work in Construction Kaiser for 1 year, moving from department to department. And I think this is very instrumental at this time where buildings are falling from the sky. So we want to build companies where people will understand what engineering is about and how to work with safety and quality in mind. So these are some of the things they will be doing while they are with us for 1 year. And I will leave you with a quote, my favorite quote. A society grows great when old men, and of course women, plant trees in whose shade they know they shall never sit in. So we need to plant the trees for the next generation to sit in. So that's who we are at Construction Kaiser. And we implore the private sector, everybody else, to do the same. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, I forgot something. So through the LSCTF, working through the LSCTF, we are going to have 10 people from Lagos State join that cohort at Lagos Business School from Monday. And then from there, the ones who do very well will be part of the group that will work with us for 1 year. And after that, they will start their own businesses and grow. You know, in Africa, we want our children to be greater than us. So their own companies will be greater than Construction Kaiser. And then we'll take control of our construction industry in Nigeria. And buildings will stop falling from the sky. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That was the Chief Executive Officer of Construction Kaiser, Mr. Igwan Okaisabo, who took us through youth capacity building for MSME enablement. All right, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the day is fast spent. At this point, I will be bringing up to the podium a distinguished Lagosian. He will be sharing the historical commerce and industry characteristics of Lagos Island. He's a legal practitioner and a founding partner in the law firm of Africa Law Practice, NG & Co., a commercial law firm in Nigeria, a senior advocate of Nigeria, a learned silk for that matter, a fellow of Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. He was the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State. And also, I said it earlier on, if you've not seen that documentary, please go to Netflix or go to YouTube to watch The Journey of an African Colony. Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not too busy, please welcome a leading light in Lagos, Olasupo Shashore, as he speaks to us, Chairman LIC.
You didn't offer to hold my hand when I was coming with it. Good afternoon, I think it is, ladies and gentlemen. Is it still morning? Good afternoon. I'm not going to do the protocols because you've heard them so many times, but it's lovely to see so many of you here. These are the real important people. I'm really proud of what Yemisi and the team have done with LIC. Today is obviously
the delivery of an old pregnancy that has been there for a while. And we're happy that it's been well and safely delivered. So thank you very much. I was conscripted. So I want you to know this wasn't voluntary. I was conscripted to come and talk about economic history and characteristics. And I can see some of you are rolling your eyes again already. It's a history lesson. Well, it will be a short history lesson, so don't roll your eyes too far. But I'm going to relate it to what's going on. So I'll try and see if I can help here. And I was very happy to hear what referring to Saleko. I'm not sure if he was referring to it accurately or that was a euphemism for Lagos Island. I'm not sure, but if it's Saleko, I'm even happier to hear that because that's a particular part of this island that I come from. Anybody else from Saleko here, please give me a round of applause. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Thank you. So, yeah, those are my roots. And I'm sure there are many of you with all sorts of roots in Lagos Island and across. I was born less than a kilometer from here in the baby factory. Baby factory, Lagos Island Maternity Hospital, yep. Where they're still dropping babies, keeping the tradition up. And I've never worked anywhere else but on Lagos Island. All the offices that I've worked in, and 3 of them I've been owner of, have been on Lagos Island. And I still work half a kilometer from where I was born. So there's something about hanging around here that is ingrained in me. But you know, Lagos has always been challenged. Lagos has always been challenged economically. Lagos has always been challenged from all sorts of adversity. But Lagos, and I mean Lagos Island, when I say Lagos. You know, when I was a young chap, you wanted to go, you called a taxi, either from Ikoyi or Surulere, and you said, taxi, Lagos. You didn't have to say anything else. It was taking you to Lagos Island. It wasn't taking you anywhere else. I'm not sure if you try that now. Because even the MC was calling Victoria Island the island. Victoria Island is not the island. This is the island. There's one island called Victoria Island. That's another island. And in those days, Ikoyi was still very much an island, but not anymore. It's been joined at the hip with Lagos Island. So yeah, so we had many protagonists right from the start as Lagos was booming through no fault of its own, but just its peculiar characteristics, the port, the people, the business, some of the business not very nice, like slave trade, but some of the business really great, oil kernel, there were factories. Lagos, the marina in those days was dotted with all sorts of European factories, the leading European factories of the day, the Germans, the Sardinians, the Italians, the British, the Dutch, they all had factories lining marina. And don't forget, in those days, the harbor was here. What you call a Papa Port was right here on the marina. And that was where the wharf was. So this island had so many characteristics that made it inevitable that it was going to become the economic hub of its immediate area. So much of an economic hub that it was from here that Lagos contributed to garnering the protectorate around it together and contributing largely to what became Southern Nigeria, and Southern Nigeria, what later joined up with Northern Nigeria to create Nigeria. And it was, again, from less than a kilometer away from here, on what you might know as the old Federal Ministry of Justice. The old secretariat was the central secretariat of the colonial government that the whole country was run from for over 64 years. So there's a lot of history around here, and it all relates to our commerce. Well, very early, one of my good friends in history, a guy called Sir Frederick Lugard, had already started attacking Lagos and its prosperity. So early that at 1900, he said that the physical defects of it as a port have been mentioned. The lagoons, the swamps must be added, and often leading often the laden skies reflected in gray waters. Laden because he said there was always a fire. Houses then had thatched roofs, so there was always a fire. It's hot and heavy atmosphere, and it's a vast amazement of slums in the hands of our determined owners of the British. We have despair, and our despair for a long succession in this town of relief from town planners and sanitary officers to take away from the stench that is known as Lagos. So he never really liked Lagos, and in fact, he exhibited it by trying to move the capital to a place called Yaba, which is slightly north of this place on the mainland of Nigeria, because this wasn't what was to be Nigeria yet. Iyaba, it used to be called, but it's now pronounced Yaba. That's the wonderful thing about Lagos. There's a story behind every single name of a place you hear. Every single name of a place you hear. You just need to ask somebody who knows, and you'll hear Iyaba was a junction. So those of you who speak Yoruba will be able to, you'll be able to get it now. It wasn't a place, it was a junction. So that's where he wanted to move the new capital to. And then when that didn't work, he then said, well, he will choose his beloved northern Nigeria. He will try and move the capital of what was going to be Nigeria to one of the capital cities of northern Nigeria. And he saw Jeba, which was the military town, and he moved it from Jeba to Zungeru, planning that Zungeru would be the capital of Nigeria. So you see, Lagos was already being shunned, and its economic future was in jeopardy. And then after that, he found that maybe Kaduna was more central, and then he stuck with Kaduna. And by 1918, he decided in many dispatches that Kaduna was going to be the capital of Nigeria. And perhaps the fortunes of Lagos might have turned as early as 1918. But thankfully, in 1919, Lugard was gone unceremoniously. He didn't plan it. He was booted out. And along with him went the idea of Kaduna, and it never came back, at least for a while. So we've always had people who reminisce. You heard Ms. Ransome Kuti earlier on, who reminisce about the glory days of Lagos. And the younger people often, and I did it when I was young as well, rolled their eyes because you can't see that wonderful Lagos, but you don't know the engine room that is still cranking away at the economic activity that Lagos Island is. So you hear people continue to eulogize the past. And I'm sure when you are old, you eulogize this past. And hopefully the future that you will then create will be more beautiful than this past that you're in right now in present day. And I hope, can I get an amen to that? Thank you. So you won't be amongst the people who will keep referring to, oh, Marina Yen, Nigba Yen. No, you'll be talking about Marina Yi, that is the best in town. Don't forget, you need to, when you're at it, these future leaders that they keep talking about, your leaders today, leadership is by choice. Don't forget to build a tram service, because my grandfather then had a tram service in Lagos. So in order to beat them, you've got to build a tram service that goes around the island and then goes to Lagos, to the mainland. Did you know that there was a tram service? So the economic activity had brought about the need to move people across the island and the mainland as early as 1901. And that ran well into the late 40s and early 50s. Although after a while, it wasn't carrying passengers anymore. Guess what it was carrying? Night soil. It was carrying the night soil from the European quarters to a place called Dejection Jetty, which is where many of you go and celebrate birthdays now, called Harbour Point. So if you smell anything around Harbour Point, it's probably the old Dejection Jetty coming back to haunt you. Okay, so let's do some. All right, I said I'm going to relate it to current day what's going on. Okay. So population has always been a question in Nigeria. It was a question in Lagos as well, and it was a question in Lagos Island. But the first, before I go, did I mention that the first local government area in Nigeria was Lagos Island local government? Did I mention that? And the secretariat then, the site of the secretariat then is still less than a kilometer from here at City Hall, the oldest secretariat in the oldest site of a secretariat of a local government in Nigeria. But so when they did the first population census in Nigeria, what was to become Nigeria in 1870, they counted only the Lagos township because that was where the colony was and that's where it concerned them. And the population then in 1870 was 41,236. Now, fast forward to 1960. By 1960, the population had become 364,000. It was still relatively smaller in population to a place called Ibadan. But Ibadan was never known to be occupying that trajectory of the economic hub of Nigeria, talk less of West Africa. So clearly there was something about Lagos that was not just population driven or other characteristics. So fast forward again to 2006, and the population of Lagos Island then had 461,000 male and 398,000 female. The male one again, and the total was about 859,000. I'm not doing all the small decimals so that I don't waste time. So 859,000 people in 1960. Population in Lagos Island. So just shy of 1 million in a country whose population at that time was about 40 million. Just under 40 million people in 1960. So you're beginning to see that a good slice of Nigeria's population, even though it was much sparser than it is today, was residing in this Lagos Island. So now, and the chairman is here, Lagos Island population, my hazard, and there hasn't been an isolated check recently, my hazard is that during the day, the population, Lagos is like London, the population swells in the daytime and shrinks in the nighttime. During the day, I want to hazard that the population of Lagos Island well exceeds 2 million people. Well exceeds 2 million people. And if you think about that, and they're not static, they're coming in and out. It's not 2 million people who just come there. So in all traffic, you probably find about 4 or 5 million people come off and on this island. And that's very, very key. For a place that, don't forget, a place that suffered the double tragedy of the sudden and hastened departure of the federal government from Lagos as the federal capital. And at that same time, or owing to that sudden departure, there was a great and heavy decline in security in Lagos Island. And you found the exodus of businesses to a place called Victoria Island, not the island though, Victoria Island. So many businesses left the CBD in 1990, the same decade that the federal government took away the federal capital from Lagos Island. Now, I'm not sure how many business communities can suffer such a loss and still be standing. Do you know how many businesses can? I'm not sure how many communities can suffer that. So there is a context when people say, oh, on the lovely video that we watched, there's places that I can't go, the places that they kidnap them. Yeah. And it's historical. It's historical in the sense that 2 blights were visited on this community within just 10 years, a decade. Despite all this, the unique features that will make it difficult for Lagos to lose its appeal still exist. The retail hub, when I was in government, the statistics proved, and I'm sure it can't have changed, the statistics proved that the retail hub of West Africa were 6 streets called Okeari. 6 streets called Okeari provided the grocery for West Africa. And today, many supermarkets don't wait to import themselves. They buy from Okiari and sell up in Victoria Island. So that community, and that's the community where you have population surge during the day and it goes down in the night. Even though some of my friends, Chinedu, okay, and Co, they still sleep in the shop. They sleep in the shop overnight, but your brother has gone home to somewhere on the mainland. So, but we still have, and I'm getting close to the end, so don't, if you're still rolling your eyes, forgive me. So, but we still have, whether they like it or not, so we still have retail, logistics, and the manpower that come with retail. Lagos Island, despite the departures to Victoria Island, still is home to a good half of the leading commercial banks in Nigeria. Yeah, you can clap. It's still here. They're still here. Despite all the challenges, First Bank is still here. Union Bank is still here. UBA is still here. Okay. We still have lawyers. I've been here for 35 years. I've never left. We still have lawyers, accountants, doctors, St. Nicholas House. We still have the core. We have a theater district that is developing, the newly revamped Mobolaji Johnson Stadium, Onikon Stadium to some of you, which will continue to attract the flurry. Because, you know, if you structure Lagos Island, the west, where I'm traditionally from, is the northwest tip is a place called Isaleko, and it's characterized by its high density. That's where I'm from, high density. The low density corner is the east of the island, Onikon, which is now receiving an invasion from Southwest Ikoyi. An involuntary gentrification is happening there. And I'll talk about that just very quickly. So you can see Awolowo Road is creeping into in George V. So there are certain natural characteristics of Lagos Island that you can't get rid of. They're God-given and they will be there. But let me just throw a chicken in the, and I'm so happy that Shalako is still here. Anyway, it's part her summit, so she can't go. Mr. Chairman, two of you, you're not here. So there's a chap called Muritala Mohammed. He has all sorts of places in history, but today we'll talk about the positive side of him in history. On the 5th of February, but less than 10 days before he died, he gave a speech. He had Aguda, a man called Justice Aguda had submitted a report. They're planning to take the capital out of Lagos. So along comes the report, he reads it. Some of the civil servants write him this speech. And he said this speech, he gave this speech, this portion of this speech. This portion of this speech is used by Lagos state government to justify to the rest of Nigeria why Lagos should have special status and special consideration. And it is this speech that I relied on when I led the Lagos state delegation to the National Conference for Deliberation on the Constitution in 2014. I led that, and we submitted a memo in which we relied on this speech. But this speech was talking about Lagos State versus Nigeria. When I read it, you can read Lagos Island versus Lagos State. Lagos will, in the foreseeable future, remain the nation's commercial capital. It will remain the nation's commercial capital as one of its nerve centers. But in terms of serving the present infrastructure alone, the committed amount of and effort required will be such that Lagos State will not be able to cope. So Lagos Island, they can't cope. So I'm telling you, read Lagos Island. It will be unfair to expect the state, the island, to bear the heavy burden on its own. It is therefore necessary for the federal government to continue to sustain the substantial investment in the area. This amount will be carefully worked out and written into the Constitution. So what was he doing? He was promising that the federal government will look after Lagos for the years that it had served Nigeria. So I'm wondering, why can't Lagos State look after Lagos Island for the years that it has served Lagos State and Nigeria? We have to be intentional about these things. These things will not happen. LIC will pour all its energy into it. We will galvanize people. We will talk to communities. We will collaborate with well-minded people. But all of us who are over 50, we still owe the youth one last duty, to make sure we leave behind something that was better than how we met it. And this is how we can achieve it. So it's right there. Chairman, we need to talk to them. They have to look for a special grant out of Lagos State budget and give it to us in this Lagos Island. So, I mean, all right, problem solving. What's needed? What's needed to get us back there? So this is the end, right? It wasn't too bad by history, was it? So what's the problem? We need the community feel. We need the community back. We need to start thinking like a community. That's what LIC is about. It's your community. Community action is the way countries are built. And communities start from small families, neighborhoods, to local governments, to states. But that community feeling in which we commune on our problems together at summits like this. So we need to keep that community going. What do we need by way of infrastructure? His Excellency said earlier on, and I think I remember the figure was 5 billion. It was a lot of money at the time. Julius Berger built a network of roads in Lagos Island. Everybody thought the government was crazy. Why are you putting these, who's there? But those roads are still serving the states today. And I think it was about 5 billion. It was a lot of money at the time. So it's not about roads now. It's not about roads. We need to have a resident community that stays so that that fluctuating population doesn't always decrease. The people who live on the island overnight have to take on a different character. When Ms. Ransome Kuti was growing up, and a little bit of the time I was growing up, there were hotels on Lagos Island. The best hotels in Nigeria were on Lagos Island. Bristol Hotel, Grand Hotel. There's one I can't remember now. Regent Hotel. There were quite a number of, and what did that ensure? It ensured that the character of people who slept overnight, and I can see Honorable Commissioner from Ikorodu. I know this thing must have inviting you. As I'm talking Lagos Island, it's paining you. I know. Don't worry. I'll shake your hand after. So we need hotels. And it has to be intentional. So we need to look at hotel business owners and say to them, we, government of Lagos State, we will give you this land free. Build your hotel. We will get it back from taxes. We don't need to sell land to you as long as you will build a hotel. And that way, if you get 4 hotels, just under 6,000 rooms, you will change the character of the night population in Lagos. So that has to be done. And I say, it's okay for us to say youth is yours. We owe you a duty before we go. We must do this thing. The CBD, we've tried before. We need to go back to it. We need to restore confidence. We need to restore, it's the only purpose-built central business district in the state. It was built for business. So we need to restore confidence in the people there so that they can walk around. We built an independent power station, which was which was built by the government and sold to the private sector. It was the first in the state. And I remember the day we switched on the lights. And I was driving home from the launching, because we waited to do it in the night so that we could see the effect. You saw children rushing out of their rooms, out of their houses, with textbooks and exercise books, came out to do their homework under the street light. It makes you want to cry, because that shows you that the power that we had just done was now going to be their source of community power. So that community spirit, and Mrs. Hammond, I looked I looked up the SDGs because I knew you'd be here. And out of all of them, there are only about 4 that don't affect Lagos Island. Number 1, poverty. Number 2 is hunger. 3 is health. Number 4 is education. Number 6 is water. Number 7 is energy. Number 8 is economic growth. Innovation is number 9. There are very few of the SDGs that don't directly affect. If we want to perform the SDGs, start in Lagos. We'll go to Ikorodu after. So I think I will end on the note that technology, like His Excellency said, is a quick win. If you want to make a difference in 12 months, quickly to make sure that the population here is engaged in business activities and keep the youth active and productive and keep our GDP as a state going in the northern direction, deploy technology. It's the quickest way to get there. And if it's done, we will just be doing what our ancestors did every time people like Lugard attacked Lagos. We found and thought of a way to get out of it. And that's the resilience of Lagos. That's the spirit of Lagos Island. And it will go on into the future. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, can we give this very distinguished leading lights of Lagos Island a round of applause? The former Attorney General of Justice in Lagos State and also the chairman of LIC. Can we give him another round of applause, please? He's currently leading me 3-0 on the knocks. No problem. I've accepted them. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Old age is, youth is a gift of nature, but age is a work of art. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed that session. If you enjoyed it, please, can we give him another round of applause, please? After now, we'll go to the presentation of report. But before we do that, allow me to appreciate and welcome into our midst from the Office of Civic Engagement, the Governor's Office, the Permanent Secretary, Olukayode Ogunobi. Please, can you wave your hands to me? Let me know. You're most welcome, sir. I should have done this earlier on. Allow me to welcome Honorable Commissioner, Local Government and Community Affairs, represented here by the Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Kikelomo Sonyaolu. Where are you seated, ma'am? Okay, I guess she stepped out. Allow me to also welcome into our midst the Managing Director of Imperial Homes Mortgage Bank, Mr. Ayo Olowo Okere. You are most welcome, sir. And also the Chief Executive Officer of Modion Communications, Mr. Odion Aleoboa. You are most welcome again. Ladies and gentlemen, it is still Sustainable Youth Engagement and Development. And I believe you're soaking in the information that are coming in from this podium and everyone here. Now we go to the context setting findings from the Lagos State Government and LIC Needs Assessment Report. To lead this delegation, allow me to invite Mrs. Olushola Oyebode and Mr. Sheni Olukotun to please join me here. And afterwards, Mrs. Bekeme Masade Olowola and Ms. Bukola Babayeju will also join them.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. Before I start my presentation, I want to say a very big thank you to my special advisor on SDG and I, Mrs. Sholapwe Ahmad, my permanent secretary, Mrs. Abosede George, and the entire Lagos Highland Connect, especially our big mommy, Ms. Yemisi Ransome Kuti, for giving me this opportunity to present this Lagos Highland Youth Need Assessment Survey. Let me start with the introduction. The Office of Sustainable Development Goals and Investment, in collaboration with Lagos Highland Connect, carried out a survey titled Lagos Highland Youth Need Assessment. The purpose of this assessment is to develop an understanding of what youths in Lagos Highland desire, particularly in engagement and improvement of their well-being for growth and development of community and Lagos State at large. Next slide. The objectives of this survey are: 1, understanding the issues facing young people and young entrepreneurs in Lagos Island. Secondly, identify programs, activities that are capable of making life better for young people in Lagos Island. To gain a deeper understanding of youth population in Lagos Highland community, and then to produce an assessment report that will encourage Lagos community leaders and government to identify the community's need and how to address them, using their own resources to solve problems and improve community life. The methodology. The survey was conducted in May 2021 in all the 20 wards in Lagos Island. The target population for the survey were young people who are living and working in Lagos Island, with a population estimate of over 2,000 young people. 200,000, sorry about that. 200,000 young people. And then 2,100 young people were sampled out of the total population to represent the entire youth within Lagos Island. The survey questions were designed with the input of several experts from the NGOs, the OPS, the CSOs, and the government institutions, such as Lagos Bureau of Statistics and Office of Sustainable Development Goals and Investment. Still on the methodology, the questionnaire spoke to 3 major categories of respondents. 1, youth that were employed or seeking employment. Then youth who own micro businesses. Then small, medium, large businesses which operate in Lagos Island. Data collection were collected through online questionnaire, hard copy questionnaire, and focus group discussion. Then training for field works. A 1-day training was held on the 14th of May, 2021, where 85 enumerators and supervisors from both SDG and I and LIC were trained. The purpose of the training is to develop their capacity on the technical know-how of enumeration. And then a 1-week fieldwork was done, whereby 85 enumerators were assigned to 20 wards in Lagos Island. At the end of the fieldwork, a sample size of 2,100 youth was randomly sampled, and then a cluster sampling technique was adopted. Data cleaning and analysis and reporting. The first stage of analysis was data cleaning to ensure that responses are suitable for data analysis, and then the data was presented using infographics. Then some of the major key findings. Well,
Looking at the infographics, 58% of young people in Lagos Highland are male and 42% are female. This shows we are able to get a good mix of both genders in the survey. Then when we look at the second infographics, the highest age group is between 25 to 29 years old. And this can be interpreted as a active working community. Still on the key findings, majority of young people in Lagos Highland have at least secondary school education, which implies that most young people in Lagos Highland can speak and they can write formally. Major reason of young people living in Lagos Highland is solely for job opportunities, and this may be due to social economic status of the region. 87.5% of young people in Lagos Highland are interested in youth development programs. This indicates that most young people in Lagos Highland have needs for youth development programs and are willing to upskill and learn new skills. In the last 2 years, 74.2% of young people have not accessed any government services or empowerment initiatives. 83.4% of owners of big businesses in Lagos Island are above 36 years, indicating that young people should be encouraged into entrepreneurship. Then, the 3 social issues affecting young people are majorly depression, street truancy, sexual harassment, although there are other social issues. Next slide. There are various skill gaps in almost all the area of human endeavors among young population in Lagos Island. When we look at the infographics again, 86% of youth in Lagos Island are self-employed, while only 14% are paid employment. With a figure of 66.2%, most of the young people in Lagos Highland have no access to a computer connected to the internet. Our recommendations. Based on the need assessment study analysis results and available information at the point of the reporting, it is expedient that the following happens: that awareness of government programs and projects be made to young people in Lagos Island, as over 70% of youth in the region are not aware of any government programs that are beneficial. Skill acquisition and career building programs should be carried out in Lagos Highland for young people to gain more skills and upskills, which may give rise to more entrepreneurship in the region. Government should work on medium or channel of communicating, especially social media, to young people in Lagos Highland to help them to disseminate valid information on accessing government loans. Young people in Lagos Highland should be encouraged to get higher education rather than stopping at the secondary school level. The major social issues affecting young people in Lagos Highland, such as depression, street truancy, and sexual harassment, be addressed by the government and stakeholders. Young people in Lagos Highland have a brighter vision for the region. Government and stakeholders should promote what interests these people more, especially by addressing their challenges like unemployment, erratic power, water supply, thuggery, peer and social influence, among others, facing young people in Lagos Island. More strategic counseling and youth empowerment centers be positioned to help most youth gain help and support. Further research could be carried out on what platforms are being used by youth for their job searches, and also what do youth consider to be adequate monthly salary to provide a livelihood range. This could initiate creation of public digital hub for young people to access internet over a connected computer system. This could promote networking and enhance productivity and profitable association that might boost digital economy. The government and this, conclusion. In conclusion, the need assessment study has identified the requisite of young people in Lagos Island, which has helped to gain deeper understanding of this strategic population, issues facing young people and young entrepreneurs, as well as programs, projects, activities that are critical to making their lives better within their locality. It is therefore imperative to know that most of the youth in the island are versatile, technologically driven, and are willing to be positively engaged particularly in personal and communal development. Although most of them are faced with different challenges, yet there is enormous zeal to be gainfully engaged rather being idle, which could contribute to community nonsense. And lastly, it is important that government and stakeholders explore the strength of these segments of the population towards improving the economy of the state. Hence, their passion and capacity may be channeled towards social vices, in turn affect the lives of other people in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Oyebode, for that summary. My name is Bekeme. They called my name, so I had to show up because we all worked very hard to put forward this presentation. I remember that one of the first things that was said when we approached the Lagos SDGs office, Mrs. Hammond said, you know what, if you want to carry out all these interventions, we have to be scientific about it. So we have to do a needs assessment. And that's why we did the needs assessment report. And it's not surprising that we saw that we managed to get 42% women involved in the survey because, I mean, this is Lagos. When I go around the country and people talk about women issues, I'm like, okay, we don't have that in Lagos. We being Lagosians, me coming actually from the South, I remember when the, what's his name? The compare was speaking and he says, I'm a Lagosian, and he didn't sound too sure of himself. He was a bit hesitant, but I stand on my full chest, even though my Yoruba is atrocious. I call myself a Lagosian, and it's all of us that make Lagos what it is. And I don't feel too bad. I was talking to Mrs. Mabogunja, and she was like, my Yoruba is bad. And I say, I feel better if you, a Yoruba woman in Lagos has poor Yoruba. But basically, what we're trying to say is that there's room for partnership. And that's why I want to reiterate what Ms. Ransome Kuti had said earlier, thanking the youth, actually. This is one of the first initiatives that I've been a part of that I've seen strong commitment by the youth to make things work. They are the pepper to the soup. I mean, without them, we would not be here today. Michael, Taiwo, Liony, I'm sure I'm forgetting names, Tama, who's moved to Abuja, youth from different parts of the country who are working hard to make this vision a success. And I also want to thank those who took time out to come exhibit, to support this initiative. We have Union Bank, Access Bank, Echo Bank, who turned up at short notice, the micro businesses who are up there. They're the reason why we are here. And I was very impressed by the case study that was given by Kaiser Construction. And to think that, for instance, the youth center that was built, that we've adopted, the Onikon Youth Center, was actually reconstructed by Pfizer in 2015, I believe. So basically what we're saying is that there's room for partnership. This survey has reiterated something that we've all known, but now that, we've scientifically proven, again, we've heard from the horse's mouth. And, I strongly believe that the survey pointed to the fact that quite a number of youth have just secondary education, and I strongly believe that it's more than enough. I know that the Lagos state government is doing a lot with vocational studies, but I also think that there's opportunity for businesses who are working in different areas to actually give the youth the opportunity to intern, to learn in real time, to garner practical skills, because nation building starts from within the local societies.
when we talk about the SDGs, you realize that, it's driven by global policy, and then there's the national, and then there's the state, and then, there are the smaller business, the local governments who make it work. And the fact that we're having this discussion means that there is opportunity for that to happen. All the speakers who gave goodwill messages have spoken to the fact that they're willing and able to support. And I see Mama YRK doing her work, making sure she's getting all the business cards, and we'll make sure that you keep your promise, because you have to keep the promise that you made in front of everybody. So if you wish to partner, you can talk to anyone at the registration desk, to me or to Ms. Ransome Kuti. We're very happy to hear from you. The report will be found on the website, lagosislandsummit.com, and within a week, because we're finalizing. And at some point, we will go see the exhibition stands, because the businesses want to hear from you. They want you to participate of what they have to offer. So it's very important that we do that. So thank you once again for listening. And my team members have said that they're happy to take questions if you have questions to ask. So thank you.
Do we have questions for the team? Yes? Up there. Engineer, how can we swing the mic up there, please? Okay, can you be audible as much as possible? All right, go ahead, sir. Go ahead. We can hear you. You have a question, right? Okay. Okay, do we have a question on the ground floor here? Do we have? Can you stand to your feet? Wave your hands, please. We're just taking 2 questions, please. 2 questions. I saw your hands first, sir. Can you step forward, please?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Latif Olojo Kosoko. I was born and brought up in Lagos Island here. And my question to Lagos State government is just about the waste issue. Nowadays, when you get to Idumago, found waste on the road, on the middle of the road, this can cause disease. The Lagos State government should please work drastically concerning the waste. So that's my own question.
So he's giving us a recommendation. Lagos State government, take note. Second question.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anita Aluya from EFOSA TV channel. From the studies, that's visibility studies, study carried out on Lagos Island youths. I didn't hear anything or didn't see anything on drug addiction. And I think this is a very serious aspect of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the thing is, we did ask them questions about what their challenges are. And they did talk about drug addiction. A small percentage of people actually said that drug addiction was a problem.
So I think it was less than 10% who said that drug addiction was a problem. So we'll just give you the numbers.
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to say at this point that in order for us to keep to time, this report was compressed. We have a comprehensive report. So this is just an abridged for this event. So if you want the full report, you can have access to them. Thank you. And on addiction, the full report.
Check.
For example, there is an indicator that talks about social issues affecting young people that government should prioritize. So if you look at it very well, you will see depression, street truancy, sexual harassment, peer pressure, drug use, including steroids, smoking, rape and sexual assault, stress, and many more. If you look at drug use here, we have frequency of 153, and in which 7.6% of Lagos Island youth are faced with problem of drug abuse. Thank you. So in the report, you can read further. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much. We can only take 2 questions in respect. Oh, there's one more up there.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Adeko. Please, I have a question for Lagos Island Connect initiatives. Why is it that there is no person of the age 30 below among the board of trustees? The theme for today is sustainable youth engagement and development. When we are not included, how do you want us to be engaged?
Let me answer your question. Yeah, we have young people on the board of trustees. You're saying me, I'm young. I'm part of the board of trustees for LIC, but we are working towards it. To make people have a better life. When youth are involved in things like this, they have better positions ahead of them. So we are working towards that. Thank you very much. But nevertheless, we have youths all around us working to see that Lagos Island have a better place. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Your involvement is very key. You shouldn't be asked before you get involved. This is a wonderful initiative for Lagos Island. So if you're a youth here, avail yourself the opportunity, get involved, get into the dirt, and let's make it happen. Lagos Island, the first local government, I believe, in Nigeria. So definitely Lagos Island is leading the pack. So definitely you, the younger people, according to the former Attorney General, what he said, that they will be handing over a better Lagos Island to you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, we're going to take a short break for about 2 minutes, and we will be doing that with poetry. And as you know, poetry is a language at its most distilled and most powerful form. Poetry is an orphan of silence. Poetry is an echo, asking shadow to dance. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite to the microphone the future leader in Lagos, Also a Lagos Islander, the Speaker, Lagos State Children's Parliament, Right Honorable Umar Sharifa. Yes, ma'am. You have something to say.
I just wanted to address the question that was asked by the last person, and just in case anybody else wanted to know, the question around how to participate, how to, I mean, what next? Because that's why we're here. The what next is amongst us. The answer is here. But then we want you to join us because it's been driven by volunteers, the Lagos Island Connect, and the website is lagosislandconnect.org. lagosislandconnect.org. So you can go there and register to be a volunteer, or if you have a business, because we also want to build a database of businesses that we can work with. So it's very important during these 2 minutes, as you're enjoying the poetry and everything, if you can visit the website, lagosislandconnect.org. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All protocol duly observed. My name is Right Honorable Umar Sharifat, and I am the current Speaker of the Lagos State Children's Parliament, and I will be presenting a spoken word. I want you all to please listen to the song of my singing pen. I have come not to sing just in honor of our place, but for the great youth of Nigeria. My defined definition definitely is that life isn't fair. Why should there be a huge disparity between the rich and the poor, the aggressor and the aunt? They have and they have not. They say, who are you? This is a question everybody has been asked one time or the other, from one person or another. What's your pedigree, they say? Fame is not for free. That differentiates the people that drink tea from the people that soak Gary. Last I checked, we're all people. You can't sit there, they say. It's reserved. It's what deserved. A name has been carved. It's for celebrity, not for non-entity. Who's got no ability or financial stability? Who can't even afford utility, so balance your liability. Who are you? They say. When it's time for admission, they say, who are you? I say, sir, that question is unnecessary. I haste to the examination. I deserve this institution. They say, no. Who are you? Do you know the counselor? Are you friends with the governor? Is your father the administrator? Tell me, do you own a monitor? Do you have enough money? Who are you? Do I have to be a jagaban to listen to a band? Do I have to wear Versace to eat sushi? Do I have to be God about cops to visit Transcorp? Must I use an iPhone to sit on the front row? Why can't they just see me for me? Why does my words have to be determined by the money in my account, or the cartella in my font, or the words in my mouth, or the degree I have, or the selfies on Facebook, which most are not even real? The followers on Twitter, they don't make me any better. They say exercise your franchise, go cast your vote. So I comply to determine who seal as the vote. And on getting there, I found out that they've already decided. Without me, when I talk, they say who's talking. When I laugh, they say who's laughing. Even when I write, they say who's writing. They don't want to know all I have to say. Or they just want to know now who don't pay. Whether I take tea or I take pap, at the end of the day, not the same what water. Don't get too comfortable. Even sure, but he's not so sure. One commits a crime and his name rings a bell, they say bail him. Another commits a crime and he's not in the Hall of Fame, they say jail him. Hell, cell, criminal, you are cousin of Addis must pay for this, or the criminal is the one without money. When I speak at the tongue, they ask me who the hell do you think you are? I will tell you who the heaven have think I am. I am strong, I am vibrant, I am intelligent, I am a million microchips and definitely for kids. I've got the energy they lack and the courage back to back. I'm a wonder to be top. I'm the conqueror of the game. I'm like the celebrity. I'm like the celebrity you see of television. I'm a believer. Because we are people of bold and truth. And because of me, because of our collective voices, I see a new Nigeria, because we all have a future that can never be fractured, because it has already been structured by the scripture. Thank you.
Good Lord. The speaker took me back to my secondary school days, man. I was fire. Literary and debating society. It was through L&D I got my first girlfriend, Queen's College. She left me after 3 weeks. Ma? Break. Oh, she served me breakfast, Abby. Live, for me breakfast, you know. Man, she took me back to my secondary school days. I went to American Boys High School. Yeah, it's in Mushin. Yeah, ABHS. If you know the real meaning of ABHS, you will know. But we call ourselves American Boys High School. You know, we're very brilliant, good footballers as well. We used to beat the schools in Lagos Island in football matches very well. Yes, now. But definitely, poetry is a light to the world in silence. Once again, can we give this wonderful speaker of the Children's Assembly a round of applause? Thank you so much. I used to be fire like that. When hunger catch me, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, permit me to invite, we're going through the employment and skills gaps. To speak for 3 minutes or 4, I will be timing. We're the next plenary session now, or the first one, and where we'll be addressing youth and employment. We'll be addressing youth unemployment. But before I invite the speaker, the keynote speaker, and the panelists, allow me to find within us here the representative of Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. If you're here, can you wave your hands to me? Let me know where you're seated. I need our officials. Okay, she's over here, sir. Okay, one of our officials will come to you, ma'am. You're most welcome. All right, allow me to invite for the next 3-4 minutes, Dr. Fatmo Monanajo, National Association of Small Scale Industrialists, as she makes her way to the podium. And afterwards, I will be inviting the Mr. Tosin Ilawole of GIZ, Honorable Commissioner for Youth and Social Development, represented by Mrs. Umar, Miss Bisola Olusonya, Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture, LIC Mobilization Action. They will be joining as panelists. You are most welcome, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everybody. Previous protocol duly observed. Well, they're just telling me that I'm to speak for 3 minutes, 4 minutes. But before now, they said 15 minutes. I was even complaining that 15 minutes is small. Now they are telling me 3 or 4 minutes. Anyway, let me quickly see what I can do. Well, my children, I'm here because of you, because they told me I'm coming to talk to the youth, to my children. Firstly, I want you all to remove something in your mind or your belief, because there are a lot of you that believe that the solution to your problem, the solution to your life is to leave Nigeria and go somewhere else. You want to go abroad, UK, London, Dubai. Please remove that from your mind. For your information, during our forefathers' era, the Englishman came here with a boat to take our parents to their land as slaves. But now they are doing it with style, and we are buying the ticket and going out with the green card they promise you. They promise you high-skilled employment in UK. You use your money to buy the ticket and go into another slavery.
As far as I am concerned, it is second slavery in the modern world. They now tell you go online, apply for a green card. Mind you, when you are going, they will not get you a job when you get there. You will go there and struggle. They will ask you, do you have somebody to stay with? And for your information, even in the UK, if you are given a visa as a high-skilled employee to get employed, if you did not get a job that will pay you a fat salary, that they will remove 40% as tax, you will be sent back. So why are you bothering yourself? Where are you going to? I want you all to know that you are our tomorrow. And you have to stay here to make sure this country works for each and every one of us. On behalf of all parents, I'm apologizing to you. We parents will fail along the line. Whether we like it or not, I accept it as part of our failure. But it is never too late to make amends. It is never too late to put things right. And it starts with you. The problem we're having in the country, I believe the youth of today, you are the solution to that problem. And how do you solve the problem? Take your life in your hand. Man is the architect of his own fortune. Whatever you're going to be in future, you are the one to decide it. Whatever you want to be, it is you. I want you to look at something. I don't know whether you've thought about it. Dangote is here. He's making way. Do you think if Dangote is in UK or in America, can he be what he is today? No. So that is to tell you, if you really want to make it in life, you stay where you are. If God wants you to be in America, you will be born in America. If God wants you to be in UK, you will be given birth there. So I always feel unhappy to see some people. I'm now a citizen of America. Which citizen? Which citizens are you? As a black man in UK and you call yourself a citizen, you are deceiving yourself. This is of the highest order. So why not sit down, look inward, see what you can do and make your life better. Sincerely speaking, there are a lot of opportunities here in Nigeria. For your information, all of us here, our surname, our father's name is Nigeria. Take it or leave it. Because when you go out, I will tell them I'm Dr. Fatima Omonayajo, Nigeria. The moment they see my green passport, they know I'm proud to be a Nigerian. I am happy to be a Nigerian. And I will live and die as a Nigerian. I don't believe in going anywhere. You, our youth, you are to stay and make the country work. Do you think the land is Nigeria? No, it is me and you. When they say Nigerian is bad, Nigerian is bad. Is it the land? Is it the building? No, it is we, the people. And for your information, this summit is a very good thing that has ever happened to Lagos Island. Because as we all know, Lagos Island is the center of Nigeria, not even Lagos, Nigeria. And when the gold chain starts from the center, it spreads to the extreme. It spreads all over. It spreads to other states. So I'm telling you, the youth that are here, you are not here alone for yourself, but for your friends. Your circle of friends, your circle of influence. When you get out of here, tell them what you've seen, tell them what you've had, and see and come together and see how you can make Nigeria a better place for you. I'm over 60. How many years do I have to live before I go? But as the son said, it is our responsibility. And I must tell you, those of us that are mothers and even some fathers, we are ready to help you to move Nigeria to the dream, to the Nigerian of our dream. I am not happy the way Nigerian is, but we believe, and I believe, we can make it better. And we can make you, the youth, to work towards it, making it better for you and your children. Sincerely speaking, there are a lot of gaps when we talk about employment. And I believe that you don't have to start looking for paid job. Where is the job? But each and every one of you, you have something in you created by the Almighty God. Look inward. What is that thing that you can do that even if you're sleeping, they wake you up, you will be happy to do it? And that is what we call passion. Look for your passion. You can turn your passion into your profession. Even if you're going to university to read English or to read anything, Check that thing in you that keeps you going, that move you, that can give you earnings. For your information, if you turn your passion into profession, you have no problem. Don't wait. I'm saying none of you should wait looking for a job. There is nothing you cannot do. And the fortunate thing for you is that you were born into the IT stage. I started learning computer with my gray hair. But you are born into it. You have your phones, you have everything you can use. Whatever you are doing, have you ever noticed there are a lot of things on the street that you can walk into, that you can make as your business? You don't need to really start thinking, what can I do? How do I survive? No, there are a lot of businesses around you that you can tap into. You don't have to be the originator of any business. You can join the queue and even move forward. Have you ever seen the yellow the way they tie the ekpa? Have you ever sat down and thought that you can make it look better? Buy a small, with 50,000, you can start a business. Buy a small sealer, buy the nylon, buy the ekpa from the yellow in bottles and pack it 20 naira, 50 naira. For your information, if I see a granite packed in a sealed nylon and the one tied by that woman, I would prefer that sealed one. You can also go to, buy a bag of sugar, buy a sealer, seal it in 10 naira, 20 naira. There are a lot of people that want to use all those things. There are a lot of opportunities out there. So see what you can do. And even you have the internet, the social media, or even that 20 naira sugar or whatever you want, put it online, put it on your Facebook, do an Instagram. You will be surprised how people will buy from. It is easy now to buy anything in Nigeria. I hardly go to the market. When I look at it, I'll just tell the person, please, how much is the dispatch to my place? 1,000, 1,525. Let them bring it home to me. You'll be surprised at people that will be buying from you. So please stand up and go. Get up and take your life in your hand. And please make sure you tell others that are not here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. But before you go, ma'am, please, you may have your seat here, please, as one of our panelists. While she was speaking, the song came to mind. Nigeria, now my country. I love the land and people. Everything is there for Nigeria. Make we join hands. For Ireland to be better, for Lagos to be better, they cannot do it alone. Like Madam has said, you all have to get involved. They are volunteers, so get involved and let's make Lagos Island, let's make Lagos, Nigeria overall to be better. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. We appreciate that. We're actually an hour and a half behind schedule, but we're going to move with speed of light. Allow me to invite our panelists. Join me in welcoming Mr. Shegun Daudu, the Honorable Commissioner for Youth and Social Development, who is intelligently represented here by Mrs. Umar. And to join her, allow me to invite Ms. Bisola Olusoya, Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture, and also LIC Mobilization Action. Thank you so much, ma'am. And to join the ladies, please welcome with me Mr. Tosin Ilawole from GIZ, I believe. So if you have questions for the panels, please, I need you to start putting your questions together. I'm going to give them about 1 minute to say something about addressing youth unemployment. Pardon me, also to join this wonderful team, Ms. Patricia Duru. Okay, from Vuzu, Nigeria. Thank you so much for that. So we're going into addressing youth unemployment. If you have questions, please put those questions together. We can't take everything, but we'll try as much as possible to take a sizable number here today. But before we go on, I'm going to ask you to just, I think I'll go ladies first from my immediate left. Say something about youth unemployment.
As the ministry in charge of youth development in the states, in this particular year, we focus more on mindset reorientation for our young people. Like our mommy said, we all have, the young people has this mindset of having to leave this country before they can make it. And those who are here, they have this get rich quick syndrome in them. So basically what we've done this year is to do a lot of mindset reorientation. We have trained a lot of young people such that when they see opportunities, they recognize it and tap into it. It's one thing to be given empowerment. In the past, we've done a lot of skill acquisition, a lot of empowerment, but we find out that we keep having the same set of people coming from different types of empowerment programs. We find out that not a lot of them utilize such empowerment we've given them. But when it comes from within you, like she has said, when it's your passion, when it's something you recognize yourself and tap into, it's easily sustained. I'm so happy that I'm amongst LIC and amongst your speakers here are young people that we have trained over the past few years and that they are utilizing what we have taught them. We want them to be partners in progress. We want them to work with us, tell us what we have to do, tell us how to make Lagos State the dream state that we want. We want to stop forcing things down their throats. We want to work along with them. And I think we have achieved quite a lot, training a lot of young people and opening their minds, opening their eyes to what they can do in their community.
Thank you, ma'am. Can I swing to you, ma'am?
Thank you very much. In the Ministry of Agriculture, I think what has been obtainable in the past, like the director had mentioned, Ministry of Youth and Social Development. When it comes to empowerment, we kept having the same set of people year in, year out. But this time around, we have implemented a totally transparent system of helping young people. Now, before I even get into the empowerment aspect of it, what we see in Nigeria today did not just happen overnight. It's been generations and generations of lack of responsibility by the older generation towards the younger generation that we have today. And like Ma said, we have all been complicit around where this country has degenerated to today. The quick rich syndrome or mentality also did not happen overnight. When you see young people, or when young people rather, see the older generation or people before them getting wealthy quickly, not by the works of their hands, but possibly by the largesse of government coffers, you don't stimulate them or motivate them to work hard anymore, because what is the point? Also, when you see people get rich quickly from government coffers, being celebrated, being honored, being put in places of high esteem, you're only showing the younger generation that there's no need to work hard anymore. Just find yourself in through one of these opportunities to amass riches, and the sky is the limit. So it's not like that mentality just happened overnight to the youth. I'm young, I'm the youth, and I see it very clearly for what it is. So it's not so much about reorientating the youth as well. It's about reorientating the entire Nigeria right from the top to the bottom. It's about us changing what we consider as estimable. It's about us changing the perception about what is honorable. When you see someone who has been in the system for so long, being honored, or someone that maybe was jailed abroad, being brought back home and honored, you are not teaching the youth anything reasonable. You are only saying it's okay, anything goes in Nigeria. So to put the blame at the feet of the youth to say they have a get-rich-quick mentality or notion, it's totally not acceptable. I think we've all been complicit. The older generation needs to accept the fact that they have a lot to do with where we are today, and there has to be a total orientation shift right from the top, right from our churches to our mosques to our traditional religious houses. That change has to be driven across board, right back into the family, right back into the home. Our value system as a people has shifted dramatically as well, and that institution needs to be brought back to what it used to be, a moral Nigeria, a moral family, a moral nation. And from there, we can begin to institute the changes we want. Now, going back to our Greek, like I said, in times past, you have the same people year in, year out, enjoying from the government coffers. And when I say the same people year in, year out, it ends up dovetailing around the political cycle. It means people outside of the polity are not able to access the basics that are being provided by the government, which is why under Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, and I say it with my full chest, let me put it that way, since somebody used that phrase, we have changed that notion in the Ministry of Agric. We empowered over 3,000 people just in the month of July. And when I say empowerment, I don't even want to use the phrase empowerment because that phrase always sounds like you're doing charity. It's not charity. We activated enterprises, people that we have trained and we have put through an internship. We created an ecosystem for them such that the inputs they were giving, we placed them within facilities where we still monitored them. So it's one thing to give people tools, but when they don't have the right framework or environment to thrive, they will fail. So it's not so much about the reorientation machine, it's also about creating the ecosystem for them to succeed. And once they have that, once they have that proof of concept that they can succeed, then you ease them back into society and you train a fresh set of people. And that is what we have done. 3,000 people received packages, and I can tell you today that we have youth in our facilities at Araga, Adekwe, who started off with nothing. They are becoming full-fledged businessmen and women. And it's not just about that, also creating the market channels for them to be able to sell their products. It's critical. Lagos being the largest marketplace in sub-Saharan Africa, we are all customers, we are all consumers. But what that also dovetails into is every one of us here has the potential to make money off of the other person legally. Like Ma had mentioned, just ordinary packaging or repackaging of granules can earn you better money. We've seen people do it over and over again. So for me, it's not just about creating the opportunity or people seeing the opportunity. We need to create the ecosystem for people to thrive. And in the Ministry of Agriculture, we are doing it. Definitely, we are not there yet. In fact, we are just starting. And obviously, there are also bottlenecks that we are coming across that we need to straighten out. But I can assure you, you don't need to know anyone to benefit. It's a function of, do you qualify? Obviously, in terms of qualification, there are set criteria, but regardless, we can still make adjustments, understanding that people also have peculiarities around their social needs that we need to cater to. So you don't need to know anyone to benefit. And I can assure you across the MDAs, that narrative is also beginning to take the light of day. Thank you.
To the only gentleman in the park.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll look at the issue of employment from the developmental angle. It is true that currently and presently in Nigeria, there's issue with unemployment. We have incidents of unemployment, but there are few jobs that are available. Why are our youths not able to take advantage of these few jobs? You agree with me that there's a mismatch between the supply side and the demand side when we talk of employment. You see, there are certain jobs that are outside that our youth could take advantage of, but the skills, the required skills to take advantage of those jobs are not readily available for our youths. I'm going to look at this from the technical and vocational educational aspect. I'll take, for example, I'll look at the blue-collar jobs. we have a lot of construction going on in Nigeria, buildings and the rest. Surprising that they get labor from Benin Republic, from Cotonou, to do most of the building, the tiling jobs, the POP and the rest. Why is this happening? It is because our youth here, the skills, if you compare in sincerity and honesty and fairness, if you compare the jobs done by laborers from Cotonou and that of our youths in Nigeria, you'll see the difference. So what am I saying in essence? There is need for us to upskill our youths to upskill them so that they can take advantage of the few available job opportunities. In GIZ, and that is what we are trying to do in GIZ. We are focusing on the TVET sector. That is the vocational, technical and vocational educational sector, where we can build capacity of our youths to take advantage of few job opportunities that are available. And how are we doing this? We are looking at from the supply side, you're training and building capacity of youths. Then from the demand side, we are supporting to put structures in place so that the demand side can have better openings and opportunity for jobs. Then in the middle, we are putting a system in place where information is being exchanged between the supply and the demand side. I think presently we're doing something with LSCTF, where we are looking at is it information flow, employment, labor market information system, where we're looking at establishing a system where there's a flow of information from the labor and from the supply side and the demand side. The demand side tells what opportunities are available in the system. Then we get what are the skills required for these opportunities. We take that information back to the supply side to build the capacity of our youths so that they can match up with this opportunity. So I'm just, what I'm trying to say in essence is there is need for us to focus on strengthening capacity and information flow from the supply and demand side. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think I'd like to start in addressing the unemployment issue we have around our youth in Nigeria is to echo the question that was asked by one of our, I think, great speakers earlier in the day. Where is the Nigeria of our dreams? The young lady who did the spoken word today also basically mentioned around who am I or who do you know? And we know that basically a lot of our youths have given up, right? Because you have to know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody to get through the door. Nigeria has the second highest rate of unemployment globally at 3%. At FUZU, what we want to do or what we're basically focused on in Nigeria is seeing how we can support youth empowerment as well as employability programs. I heard the last panelist who spoke about the fact that we're lacking in skills. And a lot of our young people basically ask themselves questions. They don't have any career heroes. They don't have any career models. They cannot afford professional education. They don't know how to even chart their own career trajectory. At FUZU, what we basically do is support you and give you some personalized hand-holding where you're able to upskill yourself. We have educative tools on the platform that can actually get you. Again, before I joined FUZU in August, I think I was part of that bubble who used to say there are no jobs in Nigeria. But I've got news for you. There are a lot of jobs in Nigeria. What we see that becomes a paradox problem is the fact that a lot of employers then say that we do not have sort of top talent or the right talent to fill those roles. How do we do this? It's basically to make sure that somehow or the other, you create a profile, you get some artificially intelligent job-based recommendations. You're able to then manage your application,
you get application feedback, because one key problem is that a lot of people go to interviews and do not get feedback on what they did or they did not get properly, right? Nobody gets in touch with you. You don't know what you will do. And so you might make the same mistake when you go to the front of the next recruiter or the next interviewer. What we're supporting you is making sure that we're giving you great feedback on what you should do better in the future. As against that, there are different skills that you can learn through our platform to get you there and get you equally as competitive, so that the next person who comes to compete with you at that job, you know that you've been well prepared. We also are able to put you in front of a career coach, because guess what? No matter how intelligent you are, no matter how great you are, if you're not able to crack an interview, you are going nowhere in terms of looking for a job. So it's to put you in front of a career coach, basically help you do some skills validation, and at the end of the day, put you as part of a community where you're again engaging with like minds. And at the end of the day, you look back and understand the sort of growth trajectory that you've made because you've done X, Y, Z in getting there to where you need to go. And that's what Fuzu brings to the table. A two-sided solution where we're supporting career builders who are individuals in getting them upskilled, but also making sure that we're supporting employers to be able to hire smartly using our automatic ranking to make sure that high quality candidates come through the pool. And we're doing that through the combination of your CV and skill set, as well as your personal, as well as the psychometric testing, as well as a talent test. At the end of the day, I think we're all passionate about the fact that youth unemployment is something we need to crack, and we have not given up on the future of tomorrow, which is the youth. And as we go along, we will work closely together within the private sector, government institutions, and even the public sector to see how we can come together to solve this problem that seems to be ravaging us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our last panelist that spoke, somebody was asking me that I didn't mention her name very well. That is Ms. Latana El Hassan, I believe. No, forgive me. Ms. Patricia Duru. Forgive me, Ms. Patricia Duru, Nigeria Director for Fuzu. So the gentleman, that's it. Do we have questions for our panelists? Forgive me, we'll be taking 2 questions. Ma'am, I've seen your hand. Okay, okay. Can I ask you a favor? For those of us that are upstairs, we're actually short of microphones. Can you make your way down here? I'll take 2 people up there. I'll take you, sir. And do we have a lady there? Do we have a lady? A lady. I'll take the gentleman. Sir, can you come? A lady. We don't have a lady. Your hands were up before his. So I'll take you. Can you come down, please? Thank you. So for the ground floor, no, please come. Don't stress yourself. Please come this way. The lady in the Akara attire, I'll take her. And I saw a gentleman there, the one in the lemon shirt and red face cap. So can you just stand to your feet, please, with me? Thank you. So, ma'am, I'll take you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lanre Dosumu Fashola. I run a company in Lekki Phase 1, 2 companies actually. And one of my main problems, unfortunately I came in late because I was at a training in Firo. So I must have missed a lot of things, but I would like to ask some questions. Mrs. Patricia Duru, sorry. When you talk about employing youth, preparing them for career and things like that, do you have any plan for people that are not educated, like they don't have formal education? I work with both formal and informal people. I have a restaurant, a catering outfit, and we also do food supplies. And because I'm from Lagos State, I insist, no discrimination, no apologies as well. I insist on employing people that live in Lagos Island. I grew up in Lagos Island. I know lots of issues there. And because of that, I try as much as possible to employ people in Lagos Island. Also because it's close to work, to where I operate my businesses from. My main problem is lack of skills, lack of seriousness. When they come, They always go up and ask for big salaries, even without the skills. I don't mind training people, but my question is this: how do we do this? How do we go about it? Getting these people that are ready to learn. I can say that to the glory of God, I've been able to establish other people in the business I do that started from Lagos Island as well. But we need people that are ready to learn, ready to work. It's not just about the money. You don't make money overnight. But please, how do you help us, business owners, looking for people that are ready to work? Thank you very much.
Okay. Before you answer the question, I don't know who will be answering. We won't be able to take all the questions. We're going to take the questions in the next panel session, please. But permit me, ma'am, I need to take her own question and he will interpret. Can we make that 30 seconds?
Good afternoon, everybody. You're welcome. I'm very happy to see this event because I've benefited from everything you said, from what the woman from Ministry of Agric have said. You talk about the empowerment, how you train people for Agric. The deaf people are not benefiting from it. So is it not possible for you people to involve the deaf people so that they can learn one or two things from the agriculture so that we can have our handwork so we'll be begging on the street, please, so that we'll benefit from it. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. I don't know which of our panelists, Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture, can you take that? And then I'll take, go on, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Amazingly, and I think it's timely as well, the Senior Special Assistant to the Governor for the Ministry of Agriculture is actually running concurrently an empowerment package for people living with disabilities right now as I speak to you. So it's not like as if those living with disabilities have been exempted from empowerment, not at all. We also have the Agro-Processing Productivity and Enhancement Livelihood Support Program, a jointly assisted program with the World Bank. And part of the mandate of that program is to have people living with disabilities included within the framework of that program. So about 35% of the pool of candidates are women and people living with disabilities. So in the Ministry of Agriculture, we are not exempting people living with disabilities. We rather try to absorb them to ensure that they can also fend for themselves using agriculture as a tool for sustainable living. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
In addition to that, in the next quarter of next year, we are going to be having a strategic meeting with people living with disability to identify their needs and how do we come in. In fact, we are meeting with the GM Lasoda tomorrow to fix the meeting with all the cluster heads of all disabled people and see how we can help them further next year.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Can I come to you?
Thank you very much, Ma, for your question. In answering your question around how to get young people interested again and to get the right people as well who are hungry to want to work away from the money. I think that what we plan to do as FUZU is also make sure that we make learning fun for people, getting their skills also fun for them. We also recognize the fact that a lot of people are demotivated. So we have inspirational content on our platform as well. And at the end of the day, once people apply for a particular role, we make sure that we're putting forward top talents to them because they've actually gone through the fire in terms of just making sure that they are well prepared to carry out that role. So one other thing we're doing is we're basically having our hard launch next week, Tuesday, but also creating enough awareness campaigns around how FUZU can support a lot of career builders and individuals in getting the career of their dreams and also helping them plan and grow their career trajectory as well. Yeah.
Thank you so much to our panelists. Ma'am, do you have one more thing to add?
So in addition to what she said, ma'am, when you asked that question, all that came to mind was, I don't think there's one organization or even many organizations that can solve the problem of trying to motivate youth or upskill youth to take up jobs that are available. I think that problem still goes back to the family. What kind of parents do we have today? How much time are parents putting in to raising their children to ensure that they are standing citizens that want to contribute to the economy of a country? I remember when I left home to start a job, what I had at the back of my mind was, I'm going to assume that I don't have parents anymore. That way it will motivate me to work hard. But looking at that also, it was because I saw how hard my dad worked. I saw how hard my mom worked. And I know these kind of sacrifices they made. The people we are looking for today to take up jobs, what kind of family backgrounds are they coming from? Who is the mentor in their lives? Who are they looking up to as an exemplar to serve as motivation for them to take up these jobs? Organizations will come, they will do trainings, but the majority of the youth will still fall into this pool of people that are unemployable. So we must go back to the basics, the family unit. What are we teaching our kids? Each one of us seated here today, when we go back home, how much time do we dedicate to sitting with our children, going through their schoolwork, learning what they have done in school, asking them questions, asking them about their future, asking them what they want to be, and trying to show them the pathway to getting there? I think that we must go back to before we talk about anything else. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Excuse me, please.
And as they say,
I want to add something, please.
Okay, ma'am.
I'm going to appeal to the ministry officials. From the video clips they played earlier from the Connects, where they were interviewing those youths on what they need, I will want the government to have, even if it's like a kiosk, that area they said it's a terrible area, they have area boys, put a or whatever, put an office there or a kiosk there. Be visible, let them see you. And it's not only putting it online. Let there be a kind of physical presence. Let them know you are there for them. So maybe you do campaign, you move around, you let them know, please come round. This is because the problem they have, an idle mind is a workshop. That is why they do drugs, they do all these things, because they have nothing to do. But if government presence is there physically, even if it's secure, let them come with them. And even you can even go to them. Agents, let them go. What do you do? What do you like to do? What will you like to do? And from there, you pick them up and train them. And then when you train them, you empower them. When you empower them, you follow up. Make sure you don't leave them after training. Give them something. If it's hairdressing, give them all the tools they're going to need and let them start their own life. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Please, can we give our panelists a round of applause? I beg of you. You are permitted to leave the stage now. Once again, let's give them a round of applause. I love the last point by the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture. The first point of socialization is the family. Sums it up to the first point of socialization is the family. What kind of children are parents bringing up? We have to move with the speed of light. Like I said earlier on, please, if you have questions for these panelists or the ones before now, questions for any of our speakers, please, we need you to write those questions down and then give them to an usher. They will pass it on to me, and then I'll read it out for them to be answered. I believe in that way, we'll be able to take so many questions in the shortest possible time. Once again, please, can we give each and every one of them a round of applause? Now, we'll move on to our next keynote speaker. He will be speaking for 3 to 4 minutes, forgive me. He's a prominent Nigerian youth, and as an aviator, is the former national president of National Association of Aircraft Pilots and Engineers, a position he held for 8 years. He is the CEO of 7-Star Global. 7-Star Global is a group of companies that is made up of 7-Star Global Hangar, the first independent and private aircraft maintenance, repair, and overhaul in West and Central Africa. 7-Star Global Airlines, the first African premium Airlines, 7-Star Apparels, a big and fast rising Nigerian fashion world, and by 7-Star, a proudly Nigerian e-commerce platform for Nigerian entrepreneurs. He is also the former president of Arawa Consultative Forum Youth Wing and the former spokesperson for Trade Union Congress TUC. Balami is a philanthropist with over 600 orphans and widows under the direct care of Isaac Balami Foundation. A recipient of several awards, both local and international. He will be speaking on entrepreneurship through the lens of an established entrepreneur. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me Engineer Isaac Balami, CEO, 7-Star Global Group.
Thank you very much. So due to time constraint, I would love to stand on all existing protocol. I happen to be the only Northerner speaking today, and I see it as a great privilege, and I thank you all. I think we're actually invited to come and speak from the 7-Star Group because of what we are doing in Lagos State. In about, I would say in the space of about 9 years, we're able to establish about 7 companies here in Lagos. And through the help of God, we're actually able to have the biggest aircraft maintenance, repair and overhaul facility with the biggest capability list in the entire West and Central Africa. That we're able to achieve, I will tell you, without access to loan, without any godfather, without support from anybody, but just young people coming together. It took us 9 years to do that. And I'm saying this because it's important. My eyes have been opened in the last few years. I've seen a lot. And when I was given this opportunity to come and speak to young people, I said I'll come and share some deep things that I believe will inspire, encourage you not to give up in life, to have hope. Because truly, in a country like Nigeria or Africa, without hope, you cannot cope. At the age of 11, first of all, I worked in Maiduguri, Borno State, at the age of 11 for 9 months. So I paid my school fees into JSS1. So you don't think that I came from a very, very well-to-do family. I sponsored myself all through secondary school. I will spend 3-4 weeks of every holiday going to farm or evacuating sockaway. Let me say it raw, sockaway sheet manually. I've done that job. It will take me then, it will take about 7 days to evacuate a sockaway in a compound. That is, you dig a 6-foot hole there and you use bucket to evacuate it manually and bury it. There was no tank then to suck it. That's how we survived. But I will make about 2,000 naira then in 7 days or 2 weeks, which is enough to pay my school fees when school resumes. And today I will tell you that I am where I am, not because of my rich parents and whatever, but because I was determined. So it doesn't matter whether you're from a rich home. It doesn't matter whether the leadership in the country, at the local government, ward level, unit level, state level, federal level don't care about you. You have to care about yourself. You have to believe in yourself. That is very, very important. But you see, when I finished, I left school and my first job was Aero Contractors Airline. And one thing I was able to learn today as an entrepreneur, I can flash back and advise young people, you know, of my peer group, I would say. One thing is that a lot of young people are not ready to serve. So I was in Aero Contractors Airline, and I was so passionate about the airline as if it is my own personal company. As a matter of fact, if you go to the airport today, they call me Balami Aero. Aero became my surname because I will work as if the company belongs to my father. If an aircraft is grounded and flights will be canceled the next day, Balami will not go home until the aircraft is fixed 2-3 a.m. and it will fly the next day. The whole idea is that earned me recognition. The ownership of the business, when I was 25, 26 years old, they made me a manager. So at the age of 25, 26, I had become a manager because of my passion, my commitment, my drive, and my belief in what I do. So if you are working somewhere, whether as a youth corper, as an IT student, as a volunteer, I've told somebody that if you work somewhere with 1,000 staff and they are going to retrench and 900 will leave and only 100 will remain, if you know your onions, you have drive and you have passion, they will do everything to keep you among the 100. And that's what I did. So for me, as a young person, I believe so much that you need to be loyal, you need to be committed, you don't need to complain. Money is not everything, trust me. Money is not everything. A lot of young people today, they're just out of school, some even with WAEC or NECO, and they want to ride a G-Wagon, they want to have a big car. Stop that. Take time to learn, serve, and people will recognize you and you will grow. By the time I was leaving Aero Contractors at, I would say at about 30 something years old, I left as a director. I was so passionate in what I do that the ownership of the business said you have to be attending our board meetings. So please, as young people, forget about where you're coming from. Forget about what you do. You need to believe in yourself. It doesn't matter how tough things are. One thing also is you have to be very, very honest because people will test you. People will trust you. By the time as an entrepreneur, when I started the 7-Star Group, I had only $2,000. And if there's anybody here who understands what the aviation industry is all about, you're talking about $50, $100 million to start. Trust me, today, what Nigerian Airways, the big airlines, the top 10 airlines could not achieve with all the access to funding, we were able to achieve it. As I speak to you right now, we are currently wrapping up this weekend for the first time in the history of Africa, an 8 years D-check inspection on an Augusta 139 helicopter. We dismantled the whole helicopter, coupled it back, and guess what? With 98% Nigerians doing this job. All of us trained in Italy, UK, US, and what have you, including myself. So you can believe in yourself, you can do so much. We just concluded a C-check on a Learjet 45, and we just completed an out-of-phase and a 6-month inspection on a Challenger jet, and we are currently inducting by this weekend an Embraer 145 jet into our hangar, which has never happened in the history of West Africa. Why? Because of focus. So if 30, 40 years ago, if they said the son of David from Meduguri, from Biu, will do this, it's not possible. But if you know who you are, guess what? Including the Agberos, the Yarrow boys, the Almajiri you see on the street, there's nobody in this life that does not have a purpose. Everybody is as important in the sight of God as the governor of Lagos State, as Dangote, as Bill Gates, and as the US president. The only difference is those people were able to know who they are, they identify themselves, and today they are where they are. One thing I must advise young people is, as an entrepreneur, is you must know. You need to know that not everybody can be the face. A lot of young people, they finish school, I want to run an NGO, I want to be a CEO. Yeah, it's good to be the head or to be the face. But what if in your DNA, you are trained, you are wired to be the heart of a system, or you are wired to be the vein, or you are wired to be the lungs? So you need to identify your strengths, know what you are good at. And I assure you that you will actually succeed. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to wrap up because of time. As an entrepreneur, you must make sure that no matter what happens, like when COVID came in, a lot of business went down, some flourished. It's all about leadership. You must be able, immediately COVID started, when the airport was shut down, we converted our aircraft upholstery seat into garment making face masks, PPEs, and today we have 500 industrial sewing machines in Ikeja Airport. At the peak of COVID, we converted aircraft seat making workshop into face masks and making, PPEs for airlines and other parts of the country. But guess what? We were able to diversify. we were flexible. We weren't rigid. So when the government said shut down, we didn't just sit down there, pack our aircraft or pack our tools and start crying. We had to think of what can we do next. So in anything you do as an entrepreneur, please don't be rigid. You must start from somewhere. When there's a problem, think, find a way out. Don't be reactive. In fact, in aviation, being proactive is not even enough. You have to be predictive. So you must be very, very focused. I'll tell you this for free. Today, I'm happy with what Lagos State government is doing, and it would be unfair for me not to appreciate Lagos State or the Southwesterners as a whole. If you come from Borno State like myself, you will appreciate what is happening here. I just came in yesterday from Abeokuta, where our company was we were co-sponsors of a golf tournament. And I'll tell you, I enjoyed the tranquility and the peace. It is only in the Southwest that you will see somebody with, let me say, like a Fashola with a Christian wife. You see a Tinubu with a Christian wife who is even a pastor. I'm saying this because where I come from, religion is a major issue and it's destroying this country. I want you to make sure what God has given you is you are exposed, you are educated, and I love the way you are deliberately empowering your children. That is the way to go. Because if I take 500 naira and give a Yaro boy in the north, he'll go and bomb a place. If I do that to a Southwesterner, it's difficult. Why? Because of the level of exposure and education. So please keep it up, because that is the way to go. That is the way to go. And I hope that the north will catch up and behave the way Lagos is actually behaving. That's very, very important. So 7-star, we just got our approval from Lagos State government and the Ministry of Justice, signed by the Minister of Justice, to start an institute. This institute will offer OND, HND, degree, and even master's courses in aeronautics and in flying. And our aim, we have applied, working with these particular organizers, to see how we can access 200 to 300 hectares of land to put an airstrip at Lekki Ekpe, where we can train pilots and also to train aeronautical engineers. I tell you this, we are doing this because most of us doing this are not from Lagos. We are not Yorubas. But because you have been able to create the enabling environment, people will keep coming to invest. Today, all the airlines that are not owned by Southwesterners based in Lagos State, 80% of the staffs are Lagosians or Southwesterners. So directly or indirectly, it has an advantage. I hope that our land approval request will be granted. And I assure you we'll be creating jobs. And in the next few years, Lagos State, 2-3 years from now, we'll have a prototype. We'll be flying made in Nigerian aircraft locally. Dr. Joshua is here. He's a PhD holder. He's currently taking young Nigerians to America to assemble aircraft, and they're flying it over there. Why can't we do it here? So that is possible. I think with what I've seen today and heard, I believe that the future is here. God bless you.
Okay. All I can say is wow, wow, wow. Like I said in the beginning of this summit, Lagos will always lead other states. Lagos will always lead other states. Ladies and gentlemen, please, another round of applause for Balami Ero. You know, when he talked about, I schooled in the north, and I know in the north, the way you people sit down, you don't sit down like this in church in the north. You don't. Some places in the north. As a pastor, if I'm standing here as a pastor, the pew, you are there. We are looking at the pastor's eyes to know when to run. Once you are singing, oh, glory, glory, glory to the Lord. Oh, glory. Once pastor does like this, oh, glory, the church is empty. We look at his face and run. But definitely, I believe something will happen. There will be sanity in the northwest and the northeast of Nigeria. Peace will definitely come. The insurgency will definitely end. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, can we give Engineer Isaac David Balami, AKA Balami Ero. Lagos, always taking the lead. Lagos, always the standard of excellence for all other states. across Nigeria, even West African states. In another 2 years, we'll be having Lagosians flying aircraft, flying helicopters. So at this point, we'll go into the plenary session. To lead us into the plenary session, allow me to invite a representative of Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. She's beautifully seated all afternoon. Please welcome with me Mrs. Taiwo Olanio, Head Business Support, Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. She will do the introductory notes and then the other panelists will join. And right now we're talking about advancing entrepreneurship, access to finance, training, and mentorship. Part of what our last keynote speaker spoke about. Okay, may I have Dr. Wale Olasoji, Head Accountant, Total Energy. Please, can we give him a round of applause? Please join us here. He's one of our panelists. May I also have Mr. Ayo Olowokere, the Managing Director, Imperial Homes Mortgage Bank. Then Mr. Tubosun Alake, SA Innovation and Technology. Then I saw him earlier on. Where is he seated now? Okay, he's over there. Honorable Lanre Finney, member, Lagos State House of Assembly. Another shining light of Lagos State. So, it is about advancing entrepreneurship, access to finance, training, and mentorship. I'm going to allow all of you to speak for about 1 minute. And then if you have questions for them, please, I need us to write them down and pass them on to the ushers. It's a lot easier for us. We can take more questions within a short time frame. Thank you. Your Excellency, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I stand on all existing protocol. My name is Taiwo Olanio, and I'm from the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. Our core mandate at the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund is to be an enabler of job creation. How do we go about this? We have our work with MSMEs in this regard is focused on 3 strategic pillars. We provide access to market opportunities for business owners. That is, we help them to showcase their goods and services and also help them to reach their target market. We also provide access to affordable finance. I am proudly going to say that LSCTF is one of the organizations that have a singular digit loan scheme program. Our interest rate is singular digit and it's non-collateral. And we're doing this in a bid to help businesses grow as well as scale and to become more sustainable. Our third strategic pillar in terms of our focus for MSMEs is capacity building. Based on research, many business owners actually think finance is their problem. But on a much serious note, even when they have the money, if they don't have the necessary skill and knowledge, they mismanage the funds. So capacity building is very, very important to us at LSCTF. And we offer this in 2 different ways, virtually as well as physically. Virtually, we have webinar sessions where we invite experts across different sectors, across different fields to come and speak with business owners on several topics that affect their businesses. And then on the physical note, we have capacity building trainings across the LGAs, local government areas, where we train micro businesses on access to finance, bookkeeping, record keeping, savings and budgeting, all this series of topics that actually affect them and help them become better. On another note, what I would like to say is opportunities are out there. I would implore young people like myself, youths, take advantage of this opportunity. Forget this entitlement mentality of, oh, government, what can government do for us? What can you also do for the government? Set up enterprises that are formidable. Get the necessary skills to build yourself and grow your business. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to be here. And I must say particularly that I have been quite inspired listening to different speakers and thought leaders bring different opinions to the table. We're talking about accessing finance, training and mentorship for entrepreneurs. Having walked this path and, been a mentor to many, I find that the first problem that I see with entrepreneurs is lack of purpose. A lot of people get into starting businesses out of the fact that they don't have jobs, rather than out of the fact that they have been able to come up with homogeneous ideas that would sell in the market. And so when people don't have an exact purpose, it's difficult to succeed as an entrepreneur. So just like my colleague here said, that you access funds, because there's no purpose, you squander it and you want to look for another source of fund. In the business world, we talk of the 3 F's when it comes to raising finance. That's the starting point before you even get to banks and organized lenders. You see, families, friends, and fools, or fools as they call them, people who are willing to give you their money even when your proof of concept is not there. I don't know how many of you have been in that space, but I receive text messages, a lot about young people who have approached lenders to get money and they have not been able to pay back. And when they don't pay back, these people have devised a means of broadcasting your name to all your contacts, which is not very good. It reduces your credit rating in the eyes of people that probably could help you. So number one, I'll say, why don't you re-examine your entrepreneurial drive again? Is it really genuine? There are people that are in business that have no business being in business. They are better as employees in organizations that are functioning. And I say to a lot of young people, because somebody met me and said, I can't work for anyone. I said, that's why nothing is working for you. Sometimes you need to have learned from industry leaders, from organized sectors and establishment, how to even run a business. So finance may not be your problem, even though you are very convinced that it is your problem. Number 2 is the importance of mentoring. I think that many people who are in business today are failing because they do not have proper mentoring. People have traveled that way before. You want to learn from them. They don't have to specifically be in your industry, but the principles that make businesses succeed are the same globally. Mentoring is an area that I see that is lacking. When government first started, you're supporting entrepreneurs with money. You remember you win of this world and all of that. It looked like people hit jackpot, but within a short time, you found that those interventions didn't work quite well because these people were basically back to the drawing board. They were back to square zero. I'm happy that government is redesigning these programs to include capacity building, because capacity building is actually what you need. If you have money without capacity, the money will go away. If you have capacity without money, very soon money will come to you. So capacity development is very important. If you're here today as a young person and you're looking at establishing yourself, ask yourself who your mentor is. Who is talking to you? Who is counseling you? A mentor will see while sitting down what you cannot see while running. They see loopholes in your idea. They serve as inspiration board when you are down. You bounce ideas off them. They help you go further. Mentoring, I think, is important in your entrepreneurial development and journey. If you have not tried that, you need to. Let me quickly round off by talking about entrepreneurial training and development. I believe that every young person needs to earmark certain amount annually for training, personal training and development. Now, you are not doing well in business yet you have premium subscription to DSTV. You don't need that. What's your expenses and channel some of them to entrepreneurial training? Take online courses, take personal courses. Build your capacity. When you do all of that, you'll be able to find that success will come naturally. Who are you rubbing minds with? That goes a long way. I always want to relate with people that are ahead of me, because as I sit here today, I'm an embodiment of the wisdom of people that have gone ahead. There's always somebody who knows more than you do. Learn from them. And if you are not learning from anyone, very soon you will find out that even the business you think you are doing today will not work. Let me round off by saying this. For some people who are really, really struggling, somebody said some of you should not be head, you should be the neck or the lungs and all of that. My friend says it this way, that it is better to own 10% of an elephant than to own 100% of a rat. You may consider that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to start with the background experience I had. I was working with a company called ARM in 2006, and we're trying to do an estate, Beachwood Estate, that's down Lekki. I was also working on the Lekki concession road then. I wanted to build 1,000 units. We went to China to try and set up a team. And we have to abandon the idea because we're looking at the number of doors we will need, 13 doors per unit. So we need 13,000 doors, the number of locks we will need, the number of windows we need, the number of artisans we will need. So we left the whole idea and instead we did site and service. So just sell the land with infrastructure. And that was some 15 years ago. It was an eye opener for me. When people talk about the artisans from Togo and Benin, added together, the whole population of Togo and Benin Republic is less than the population of Lagos State. So they have lesser number of artisans there. But as the initial speaker mentioned, what shines out for Togo and Benin Republic is that there's a culture of learning. There's a culture of learning. Most of those artisans you see that comes here, they can't speak English. They've not been within the wall of the schools. They attend primary schools. But when developers come to that place to build, they will take them through a school of artisanship before they put you on a job compulsorily. So you do it for 6 months. Because of that, they have a pool of up to 30,000 artisans that are well taught, that have learned passionately and patiently, that knows the job from beginning to the end. So I would say that experience opened my eyes. Since then, we have done more than 600,000 houses in Lagos. More than five times the whole of Benin and Togo Republic. And we have used 50% of these imported artisans. There's a culture of apprenticeship that have died. Entrepreneurs need to first learn. You learn the trade. You can learn by working with someone or for someone. You can learn by bringing in a mentor. It helps. We usually have that trade as well, apprenticeship. When we're growing up, you see people doing tailoring. You see people going to carpentry or mechanics. They will run the 2 or 3 years, and then their family will gather together and say, oh, today you are doing, in quotes, we call it freedom. But now we don't get people to do it. People just want to spend 3 or 4 months doing some things, and then they are fashion designers, and they are driving Okadas in the night. So the first currency you need as business owners or entrepreneurs or young people is you need to learn. Knowledge is what? Power. Then secondly, you can start now. Start from where you are. You don't need all the money in the world to start. You can start with what you have.
What that does is that it helps you create a track record. Almost all the banks in Nigeria now do working capital loan. It might be very small for business owners. Once they see that you run a bank account with them for a year or a year and they have, no matter how small the inflow and the outflow, your account officer can structure something for you. Then there are a lot of grants around. LSCTF did a lot over the last 5 years. I know UWIN did some things, but like what he said, there was a research that was done recently because I was a mentor under the UWIN scheme. 87% of the people that were given the money closed business within the first 2 years. So the problem is not about money. It's about the fact that we are departing from our culture of sitting down and learning this straight. Third one is that take your time to grow your business before taking capital expenditure. You know, some people after a year or 2 years, they want to start driving cars. They want to buy new equipment. Slow and steady, you can win the race. Then the last one is I want to throw the challenge to government. We can build a lot of institutes or capacity development centers around so that we have clusters of young people coming to share ideas and opinion and building on our strengths. Look at what has happened in the fintech space. I'm in the mortgage sector and I watch the fintech space. The young people, and I can talk for young people anyway, I think I am young relatively. Young people under the age of 35, they come together, partnership, strategic growth. Most of them, you see them as co-founder. Abi, you hardly see someone trying to do it alone. So they are coming together. This guy has a background in finance. This guy has a background in technology, back-end design. This guy has a background in commercial business development. And they come together and you see 3 co-founders. And since 2017 till March this year, they've been able to raise over $2 billion. Flutterwave, Paystack, and Kuda are bigger than almost all the commercial banks you have. That is what learning together, growing together, co-founding things together, and using technology to drive growth and entrepreneurship does. The sky will be the limit for all of you. I pray you all succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to be really quick. So I deal with innovation and technology in Lagos State. We have a bunch of activities. We help drive innovation hubs. We also fund innovative ideas and innovative startups. And we also fund research initiatives in our universities, because we realize that research and development can help build new products. Those new products, when you put funding around them, they become companies, and those companies can now hire people like you. So we intervene in those very basic and primary areas as a way of creating an enabling environment. So I am part of an organization or a committee called the Lagos State Science Research and Innovation Council. What we do is we have call-outs where we bring in innovative companies, innovative startup founders, right? And we listen to their ideas, we listen to their products, their minimum viable products, their services, and we fund a number of them. And I'm pleased to say some of our startup companies, some of them have even received bigger funding from international investors today. So we have companies like agri-tech startups, ed-tech startups, construction startups. We funded 2 companies last year that turned plastic bottles into interlocking stones, right? And these are young people like you guys, very young guys. And we also connect them with the right ministries in government. So for instance, the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure has agreed that when they finish their development, they will give them a pilot of 2 roads to test. once those materials pass the test, that's rain, sunshine, atmospheric conditions, tire tracks, all of that, they will demo them on 5 routes, right? So just to tell you that these opportunities exist. We even started some of our operations during the pandemic. Between January 2020 and December 2020, we funded about 25 startups. And with how much? 5 million. So it's not insignificant. So you see, these opportunities exist. And we have a thread that we've noticed among some of our startup founders. They are very hardworking and they never stop learning. They never stop learning. Very collaborative, right? And for some of them, they are not very, they are not in a hurry. They are very patient, very iterative with their processes. They look, okay, this one doesn't seem to work. Let's pivot a little bit like this. And they are very willing to bring in other young people as well, to help them grow their startup. So we act as a kind of not just direct funders, but also network builders within the ecosystem. So this is part of what we do. In fact, we just finished a call out recently for circular economy companies. If you are familiar with circular economy, it is trying to eliminate waste from our ecosystem. So like the turning plastic bottles into interlocking stones, building blocks and all of that, recycling activities and all of that. And in fact, this weekend, I'm interviewing 11 startups that have applied. And I'm sure some of them will get funding because some of their proposals are very good. So just to tell you that these opportunities exist, and we are in the business of trying to build these ecosystems and empower the lots of you. I want to say that we need to keep on learning. We all know the famous inventor, what's his name? Elon Musk, that has the Tesla motors, the electric motors. This guy, he didn't go to school he has a company called SpaceX. He didn't graduate as a rocket scientist. But over the course of time, he kept on learning about these things and happened to build one of the biggest private space companies in the world today. So, that is my message to you. Never stop learning, work extremely hard. And I am telling you, the opportunities, you need to find them. They will find you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll try to be quick too. I represent Lagos Island Conference 2 in the Lagos State House of Assembly. So I'm actually very passionate about what the government is doing and what the private sector is trying to do for us here in Lagos Island. And so I'll be talking from, the view of a government person. And so my message, my message will be centered on participation, because I'm sure we can all see that the government can't do it alone. The private sector, they can't stand alone. And the local community also, they can't just be on their own without, where to buy goods and services. That is why we're all gathered here today, that the need for a collaboration between the three stakeholders I mentioned. And why it's important is that when you talk about access to finance or access to any other dividends you can get from good governance, the government can, try to publicize what they're doing as much as possible. But if an advert goes on TV, if you're not at home to watch it, you miss out. Or if it goes on the radio, now people just listen to radio probably when they're in their car. I mean, If you're not on the road at that time, you miss it. So even social media, if you happen not to be following maybe the government handle or something, you miss out on that too. So why you need to participate? I might be talking like a politician, like as an elected official, but we need the young people. I'm a young person myself. I'm under 40 years of age. Participate more in politics. Politics is how the government is formed. And if the government is formed through politics, most things that will go out through government might also go out through politics, which we are trying to, rearrange and make things, work out better. The mode of distribution should be better and things like that. However, pending that time, if you participate, if you show up, then we'll know what you need and what we should give back to you. Everyone already knows what, the government is supposed to do. The private sector, what we expect of them is also to, help us reduce unemployment in the society. But if the businesses don't grow, probably don't need more hands on deck. So we're looking forward to businesses growing. With Lagos Island Connect, businesses on Lagos Island will probably be able to have access to other things, and businesses can grow. We can employ more people. And also, I'll speak to what a few government officials on the stage here just mentioned. I'm actually aware of what Last Week is doing, like the SC on Innovations mentioned. However, like I said, if you don't participate, you probably won't know all this is going on. With the Employment Trust Fund, it's access to finance and also access to training that has been added to it. If you don't come on board to see what is going on, you probably just say, what is government doing and all that. You won't know that all this is actually available and that you can, you can actually get assistance from these agencies. So what you actually need is participate in what government is doing. I should not say maybe just what politics is politicians are doing or whatever. Participate in what government is doing. Look at what you can do for the government, what the government can do in return for you. And with that, I think government will be able to look at revenue generating policies with a human face, because we all complain about something. We know what business owners complain about maybe multiple taxation and things like that. But I'm sure as businesses grow and then we have less unemployment, things will improve. So we look forward to maybe an open deliberation, questions from the audience and things like that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Jenny. Right now, I will take one live question. Like I said, please, if you have questions, write them down, pass them on to the ushers, and then they will bring them to me. So do we have a live question on the ground floor? Yeah. Sir, can I take you? Please, if you have questions, you can put them down and pass them on to the ushers, please.
My name is Shei Shodeko. I'm a finance person by profession. I'm interested in what the last speaker just said about participation in government. Over the years, people that always complain about what it costs to be able to come into politics. Aside the finance, we've also complained that politics has not been open, especially to the youths. And when you come in there, there are people that have been given an edge. So I would like the government person seated, last speaker, to help us on how we can navigate our way as youths into politics, how we can also participate in government. I think he has a better idea on that. That's my question.
Thank you, sir. Very distinguished honorable.
Yeah, I don't find trouble.
Don't find trouble.
Okay, I think I should just respond to that while the other questions are coming in written. Okay. I think you already said that apart from finance, well, with participation, when you come forward with what you can offer, your skill sets and all that, the government will see it. And when they see what you can offer, I'm sure a lot of people with appointments never even really participated in maybe in grassroots politics, so to say. But when they come forward, maybe through during the time of transition and things like that, and they see, what they can offer, what they are good at, their expertise and things like that. Every government wants to, at least be remembered for something. Say, okay, I did this, I did this, I did that for the people. So when you see what people can offer, you try to bring them on board. And when you bring them on board, they'll be able to, help you with what you want to deliver. So if you don't come forward, no one is going to, engage you for your skill set. So it's like advertising yourself. So you just don't advertise to the private sector alone. You advertise to government also. What the essay mentioned about the startup that turned plastic to paving stones. Now the government wants to engage them. So the government is going to be, it's not just the private sector that can be your customer. The government can also be a customer. So come forward with your ideas. If your ideas, fly, yes, then you'll be able to, you'll be recognized and people will definitely take note and they'll notice you and, you become what you want to be, I think.
Okay. Thank you so much. Ma'am, I have a question for you. This was written by a gentleman. He said, how can we be part of LSTEF working for the trust fund? Can we apply through the website?
Okay, I would answer that question using my own personal experience. I always had the notion that to work with a government agency, you must know somebody. And I think that's the general notion many youths have. But to be quite honest, there are still some government agencies that believe in fair selection based on your capacity. So for my role at LSTF, it was open. It was an open call, and I applied. And well, I wasn't just the only one that applied. There was a selection process, interview process, and the likes. And so I will not just speak for LSTF. It's about you building your capacity, building your strength. Continue to do what you do best, improve yourself, the consistency in what you're doing. You will get noticed, even not just by government agencies, you get noticed by private organizations too. But one thing about life is once you have value, you sell value, it will definitely attract all kinds of funding, all kinds of interest that would want to support and support your career growth. Thank you. But yes, LSTF opportunities are always open call, and you will see it on the website and through social media.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. I hope the questionnaire has clarity over that. I have one question here. I'm trying to direct that question to someone. I think I should direct that this question to Mrs. Sholakwe Hammond. I know you're not on the panel, but some of the questions are from the previous sessions. And this question says, are there any opportunity engagement provisions made for the youth on the island? If yes, what are they and how can they participate? Yes, ma'am. The microphone close to you.
Good afternoon again, everyone, and thank you for that question. I think a lot of the people who've spoken have been addressing that question all day. So the Commissioner for Agriculture spoke to many opportunities, including opportunities for women and young women, as well as people living with disabilities. The LSCTF has spoken to some of the opportunities that they have. They do training around vocational skills, so in manufacturing, creativity, the creative industry, construction, and many other areas. The Special Advisor on Innovation has spoken as well. Even under LSCTF, there's the Lagos Innovates program, but we also provide grants for people who are doing research, as well as people who are creating new innovations, as well as people who are working in the science space. In addition to that, wealth creation, Ministry of Wealth Creation has a lot of opportunities. The Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation Ministry also has 20 skill acquisition centers, and they provide ongoing courses in many, many sectors for which you will receive a certified, a proper certificate that's certified by NAPTEP, the national body that certifies. So it's something that's applicable and usable anywhere in Nigeria. That's what is issued by Lagos State Vocational Training Board. And all the WAPA courses, what's what we call the Ministry of Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, all the WAPA courses are certified. We also have very many new interesting opportunities in the Ministry of Tourism. We know that the tourism and event space and hospitality has been very hard hit, especially with COVID. And so the governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, started LACI, which is a creative industry. And there's a lot of training on skills in the area, you know, basically the creative sector, making movies, all those jobs that are behind the scenes, beyond acting, you know, using the camera, writing scripts, production work, directing. There are a lot of other skills that are required in the tourism space. So I think in my speech today, I spoke about the fact that Lagos basically creates opportunities in all of these ministries, up to 200,000 jobs a year. So if you require a certain skill, or you're looking for a job and you're not tapped into the things that we're doing here, then you're doing yourself a disservice. What's the fastest way to get on that? Go to the Lagos State website. You don't even need to remember what it is. Just put LASG in your browser and you will be on the Lagos State website. Put LSETF in your browser, you will be at LSETF. Put LASRIC, LASRIC in your browser, you'll be at LASRIC. Even just type Lagos State jobs, you will find it will come up. So please apply. For graduates here, the Lagos State government also started a scheme during COVID, but it's something we plan to continue year on year to train those of us who have graduated but haven't been able to get a job, because we know it's particularly hard to get a job in a recession. So 4,000 graduates a year are going to be supported. The state government will do a boot camp to increase your employability. So you will be trained to be able to fit into the job, and then you'll be placed with employers who will then, and the government will pay your stipend for the first 6 months and encourage these employers to integrate you properly and absorb you after that. That's 4,000 jobs created by the Lagos State government every single year just for graduates. So please, there are many opportunities in the state government. If you need anything, reach out to all of us. I'll give you a secret, and maybe I shouldn't say it, but go to Lagos State website if you're looking for phone numbers. You will find us there. Reach out to us. Make sure you take those opportunities that we have created for you. They are for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Shalakwe. Some of the questions that I have here, you've already answered. You've already answered. Like she said, just go to your browser, type in LSG, and then from there you can take it up from there. Currently, we do we have, oh, ma'am, you have a question? Okay. I think that should be the last one for this session.
Thank you very much. My question is actually for the young people. Where do you want the information? I mean, what format do you want this information to be couched to get to you? That is why we said this is a listening session. Lagos State is doing stuff. A lot of our partners, private sector is doing stuff. The local government is doing stuff. How do you get that information? Can some of you tell us, how do you want that information? Do you want to be able to access it in the local government office? Do you want to access it in your youth centers? Do you want it twittered to you? You know, tell us, how do you want to access this information that you need? Just maybe one or two of you, but after the event, it's a continuous conversation. The summit is not the end. It's not like you reach the mountain and then you fly to heaven. You have to come back down again and climb up again. That's what summits are about. You get to the summit, you have your discussion, you go back to your homes, your offices, your communities, have a dialogue about what you've talked about, and then start the climb again to bring everybody together to have another summit. We're going to have one next year. It's going to be a yearly event. This is the beginning. So tell us, between now and the next summit, how do you want us to communicate with you?
Thank you so much, ma'am. All right, I think we've come to the end of this session. A very big thank you to Taiwo Olaniyan, Dr. Wale Olasoji, Head Account Total Energy, Mr. Ayo Lowokere, Managing Director, Imperial Homes Mortgage Bank, Mr. Tubosun Alaki, SA Innovation and Technology, Honorable Lanre Afeni. Please, can we give them a round of applause, please? Gentlemen and lady, thank you so much. You may go back to your seat. Thank you so much.
Last word from me.
Okay, Honorable Lanre is saying that his office is open to everybody here. So if you'd like to reach him, if you leave Lagos Island, you reach him for more information. Now, your distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we go to our next keynote speaker. Our next keynote speaker is a citizen of the world, a serial winner, Kaiser of corporate excellence, a cerebral, meticulous perfectionist, a distinguished gentleman. Please welcome with me the Chief Executive Officer of Fuso Limited, Mr. Juicy Hinkanen.
Excellent. Good afternoon, everyone. How's everyone doing? Excellent. It's great to see still quite a few of you here, and I have to admit to kick off this keynote that I am not an expert in what comes to Lagos Island and Lagos State itself, but what I am an expert in is actually figuring out ways to support people like yourself in coming up with solutions for your career decisions, and providing you with different type of support and services that will take you to where you want to go with your life. My own background is such that I've been working in the African context for the past 17 years now. I started my journey many years ago in a place called Mozambique, on the southern side of the continent. And I had the pleasure to start working with the United Nations there with the aim of using ICT tools for catalyzing national development. Pretty soon after, I met the Mozambican Minister of Science and Technology Innovation, who then wanted me to become his private advisor. So then I joined the government for a few years, looking from inside out to see that how governments can actually deliver optimally services to its citizens, and how governments can also catalyze innovation, supporting the emerging startup ecosystem. And one of the key things what I saw during those years was that there's a concept called triple helix. Triple helix means how government, academia, and private sector collaborate with each other. And the key thing what I saw during those years that unfortunately that triple helix was not really working too well, because the collaboration needs to be seamless, it needs to be massively transparent, and everyone needs to see each other as equals. And the challenge, of course, what we are facing is that because the private sector traditionally hasn't been as strong as it could be, the government very often dwarfs everyone else in the dialogue. But gradually over the past few years and the past 15 years, we have gotten to a much better place. So if we take a look at, so this date marks my first day in Nigeria since 2014. And if I look back 7 years, over those 7 years, Nigeria has emerged to be the leading innovator on the continent of Africa. And let's be proud of that. That's a major achievement. If we think about how Nigerian startups are attracting capital from the continent, from outside the continent, from US and Europe, Nigeria is showing the way. That wasn't the situation still 5 years ago. But over the past 5 years now, Nigeria has clearly eclipsed South Africa, has clearly eclipsed also East African startup hubs like Kenya. But during these years that I've spent on the continent, I also had the pleasure of working very closely with the youth. And when I was working in Mozambique, one of the key things what I learned, I would summarize in three key issues. Very few of the youth had the support structures around them to help them basically find their path in the world. Secondly, very often the employers themselves were not ready to employ young talent graduating from universities. And thirdly, which is also very unfortunate, the education institutions themselves were not aligned with the demand side of the market, meaning the skills that are required by the employers to be able to do what they do. And so these three things have emerged over the past years to me as the kind of the key things. There are many, many more, but I'd say that these are the key pain points. But despite all these challenges that the youth was facing in Mozambique, and later on I've been working in West Africa, in Eastern Africa, in Northern Africa, in Southern Africa, it has still become very clear that the future of this continent is very much in your hands. It's not going to be in the hands of 40-year-olds like myself, but it's very much going to be in the hands of all of you here. And if we think about why is that critical and why should all the older ones be listening here very, very, very closely, is that if we think about reforming things, reforming and rethinking of how we do things, unfortunately, this type of paradigm shifts can only happen when we have the right people in the room, with the right type of mindset, with the right way of looking at the world. And very often when we talk about paradigm shifts, the age limit for that is typically somewhere around 35. Because after that, you will actually start preserving and protecting what you have achieved in your life yourself. Before that, you have a bit of that revolutionary spirit and you're willing to think about things outside of the box. So we absolutely need to have youth participating in the process. The second key thing in my mind is, of course, the entrepreneurship and innovation that we have been hearing a lot about. If you think about globally what has happened in places like China, it has never been a top-down process where government stipulates what kind of innovations, what kind of businesses we should be doing, but it starts from the grassroots with the empowerment and with the support of the government. And this way, by cross-pollinating and creating the space for ideation, collaboration, things start emerging. And suddenly, as we have seen in Nigeria, we have dozens of teams working with finance, dozens of teams working with agri-innovations, dozens of teams working with education technology innovations, and gradually those right solutions emerge. So even though it is frustrating, I can guarantee you that we are exactly on the right track at the moment. And over the coming few years, we will see more and more innovators coming to the market and providing people with solutions. So, ladies and gentlemen, if we really want to be reimagining the world around us and incorporating the spirit of the youth and the power and intelligence of the youth in the process, there are a few things what I recommend us to do. The first thing is to involve youth as critical actors in decision making. It is not just that we consult youth, but it is really important that we embed youth in the corridors of decision making as well. There are great models around the world how that can be achieved, and that's one thing that I really encourage us to do. And we've heard already today that that is happening, but I still encourage us to do more of that. The second thing is also really critical is promotion of merit-based career progression. So the time for nepotistic, referral-based hiring practices should be long gone. We should be embracing that there is abundant talent out there, and the organizations who want to win, they always need to hire the best fitting person for the job. And so we really need to be opening up the markets for that type of thinking. The third one is then opening doors for the youth. And this is particularly my call now to the private sector and entrepreneurs, making really sure that we start providing opportunities for the recent graduates. The employers very often are looking at the new talent as someone that, hey, you need to give us exactly these skills and this type of experience, and only then I will be hiring you.
But that's not how the world should be. And if I look at back for the journey that we have had with Fuzu, we have had now about 200 employees over the past now 7 years. And most of them have come straight from university. Did they know everything when they started? No, they didn't. But over the 6 months, over the coming 12 months, they became the specialists that then started contributing and then training the next generation of professionals. The fourth one, what I'd like to leave here is still continue to create those spaces for innovation that we heard about in the previous panel. Yes, we have tech hubs, we have places for startups to grow and flourish, but we need more of them, and we need them at different levels of the society. And so that we have these spaces where people can come together, start ideating and dreaming about the next big innovations. I want to make this a little bit more tangible, and I want to give you an example from my home country, Finland. I don't know how many of you know where Finland is. It's there as north as you can go, at the top of the world there, metaphorically. And an example I want to give you is about an event called Slush. Slush is an event that was founded in 2008 by a group of students in Finland, working and studying at the University of Technology in Espoo. In the capital area of Finland, with the support of local private sector, with the support of the university they were studying at. That group of young guys and girls, they created a movement that started organizing a massive startup event. Initially it was small, but gradually over the past 13 years, it has grown to become the largest startup event in Europe, attracting incredible amount of capital every single year to Helsinki. And why this is remarkable, that entire conference was organized by youth, and it is still organized by youth, by volunteers, by designers, by musicians, everyone contributing to the movement and creating a world-class experience. You could think about it only as an event, but it is actually much more than an event, and it has actually made Finland the epicenter of innovation in Nordic countries at the moment. And the same can happen here as well. To make the story even sweeter, the first CEO of Slush, he was a CEO when he was 19 years old until he was 23 years old. At 23 years old, he founded a company called Volt. And Volt, not Bolt, but Volt. And Volt is a food distribution company focusing in the European markets. And now 6 years later, last week, that company was sold to the US for $7 billion. $7 billion means 3,300 billion naira, which generated to the government 280 billion naira of tax revenue this year alone. And this was done by a team of 20-somethings. 20-somethings. Think about that. So by creating this type of movement where the youth can come together, where youth can innovate together and solve those big social problems what we have around us, together with the support of the government, we will be building a much brighter future for all of ourselves. And that really takes me to the end of my keynote. So we will be launching a service called Fuzu next week here in Nigeria. And Fuzu is really aimed at supporting Nigerian talent in finding their place in the job markets by providing you with personalized career support, learning resources, and employment opportunities. Thank you. And my commitment to you, especially all the youth here, and of course all the employers as well, is to do everything we can in supporting you in reaching your dreams over the coming years to come. And I really want to encourage everyone to put in the hard work, dream big, and you will get where you want to go with your lives. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's what Mr. Juice, CEO Fuzu Limited. He took us through stimulating inclusive youth economic empowerment towards shared prosperity. Once again, can we give him a round of applause, I beg of you. Mr. Lekon. All right. think we'll be taking the next, the third keynote address. We'll be taking the next keynote address, and this will be in line with implementing the 2-kilometer rule, drivers and imperatives. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me the president of LCCI, the very beautiful, the very elegant, Mrs. Toki Mabogunje.
Good afternoon, everyone. And it's indeed a pleasure to be here. One of the major aspects of this summit is to launch and promote to you what at the LIC we call the 2-kilometer rule, and how that is important to you and how it will impact your lives. So, still adopting the existing protocols, I am truly honored and privileged to have been asked to deliver this keynote address, which is titled Implementing the 2-kilometer Rule, Drivers and Imperatives, at this maiden edition of the Lagos Island Economic Summit, which seeks to promote economic development of Lagos Island. This summit is expected to become a platform for economic discourse that addresses the issues that affect the growth, development, and profitability of businesses in the local government and preferring solutions to the identified challenges. Let me commend the efforts of the Lagos Island Connect in promoting the concept of the 2-kilometer rule. The Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry is pleased to work with the Lagos Island Connect and the Lagos State Office of Sustainable Development Goals and Investment in promoting this concept and developing a model for its implementation. This summit seeks to promote the adoption of the 2-kilometer rule, which is an initiative that is aimed at growing the local economy through the adoption and the execution of a procurement policy and framework where corporations, businesses, and residents are encouraged to purchase their goods and services, as well as to recruit needed talent and personnel from within a 2-kilometer radius of the location of that corporation, business, or resident operating and or living within Lagos Island. Challenges and opportunities facing the city of Lagos. The city of Lagos faces a number of economic, social, and environmental challenges. These include A, the high levels of unemployment and particularly youth unemployment. B, diversification of the economy and the promotion of the non-oil sector. C, migration and the need to create jobs to support both local and incoming residents. D, the escalating waste management issues and environmental concerns, including increasing levels of carbon emissions and a need to make the transition towards a low carbon economy. E, issues of developing the skills of the workforce so that they can respond to the demands of a global economy. At the same time, these are also opportune times for the city of Lagos. In Lagos, corporations, business, and firms continue to want to make their investment in urban areas. There is an array of urban development programs across the city of Lagos focused on developing both physical infrastructure and alleviating social issues. C, infrastructure and connectivity across our mega city is improving with associated outcomes for the movement of trade and labor. Since the experience of the COVID-19 pandemic, lockdowns and disruptions to the economy, we have learned lessons on how to remain resilient in the face of likely disruptions in the future. One of such lessons is to focus on the economy at the local government level, the third tier of government. Here, demand and supply can be translated within the local government of a state. Economic development policy making, investment, and indeed procurement needs should be implemented through a framework whereby investments in a local government is retained in the city economy through supporting local supply chains and the local employment. So as a result, local people are able to influence the activities being undertaken, and these activities are undertaken by and they are beneficial to a broad mix of stakeholders across public, commercial, and social sectors. This initiative of the 2-kilometer rule will create opportunities for SMEs to meet the needs of their immediate environment. When you have empowered SMEs in the local economies, jobs will be created for the teeming youth in the community. Possible outcomes of adopting this 2-kilometer rule. The 2-kilometer rule is neither an act of the House of Assembly nor an executive order by the government. It is hoped that it will become a practice and a corporate policy framework for procurement to be adopted by all economic actors and residents. The practice will need massive awareness campaigns, monitoring, and a system of recognition for those who embrace the practice voluntarily. The 2-kilometer rule can contribute towards a range of outcomes in local government in the city of Lagos through changing the behavior of municipalities and other anchor institutions. So these outcomes can be, one, economic, and that is that local procurement can support local businesses, both directly and indirectly, through subcontracting opportunities. Local procurement can support new businesses to develop, which address key challenges and they fill gaps in provision. The local economy will generate jobs for the residents of the local governments as more entrepreneurs start businesses to meet emerging demands that were hitherto supplied from very far distances. This promotes shared prosperity, loyalty, ownership, security, and it enhances the quality of life of both the employer and the employees. The local economy will host more transactions, leading to more economic capacity and prosperity. Linkages between large corporations and SMEs will be created to simplify the supply chains and to make goods and services readily available in the local economy. This model will redefine the supply chain. Social outcomes can be that local procurement can support businesses to create new jobs and support existing jobs for residents of the local government. Local procurement can support the creation of apprenticeship and the upskilling of local residents and their pay. It can support the development of new forms of enterprise and cooperatives. Through the above activities, the 2-kilometer rule can support the achievement of wider outcomes in health, crime, for example. Local procurement can stimulate social innovation through institutions that are co-signing services with the communities, and they're utilizing the social economy and social enterprise organizations for delivery. Air and environmental pollution, as transport logistics are shortened, will be reduced and they will be easier to cope with. Research has showed that during the lockdowns of 2020, there was less emission of fossil fuels and greenhouse gas emissions due to reduced travel. This local procurement will promote the achievement of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals as resources will become better managed. Environmental outcomes. Local procurement can assist in reducing the distance which goods and services have to travel. It can assist in stimulating technological innovation through encouraging the markets to develop new technologies which address both goods and service requirements and enable environmental advances. Local procurement can also improve the look of the local government in particular, and the city of Lagos in general, as well as improve the local government, particularly where innovative processes are utilized in the design process and where creative individuals are procured to design, build, and manage new facilities and infrastructure. What are some of the challenges that one might face? The possibility of supply chain barriers. The concept of the 2-kilometer rule is dependent on having large, medium, small, and micro businesses and a community and a voluntary sector that are willing to be involved in the procurement process and that have the skills and capacity and expertise to meet the needs of the market. Specific barriers can be: one, the inability of small businesses to bid for and deliver contracts. Social economy organizations and SMEs often do not have the capacity or the expertise to compete with larger companies in the provision of services or in the procurement process. They are not able to offer the same economies of scale and other providers, and often do not have the capacity to fulfill the procurement requirements or to complete the tender process. Another challenge might be the size of contracts. SMEs may not be able to compete and tender for contracts with larger companies and multinationals as a result of the size of their contracts. And therefore, this restricts the wider benefit which could accrue to SMEs through to companies through the potential use of these SME providers. SMEs are always generally unaware of the opportunities that exist. They lack the awareness and they lack the ability to access the promotions that are usually posted for contract opportunities. And they normally cite this as a reason for not competing for such contracts. There can also be a perception among larger organizations that if they deliver social value through procurement, this will add cost to the service delivery beyond what is required. So if anchor institutions and large corporations and multinationals build in a requirement for a wider benefit into the specification stage of the procurement process, it will potentially deter some of the SMEs from bidding for those contracts. What is Lagos Island Connect's imperative for action? Economic growth is one of the most important indicators of a healthy local economy. One of the outcomes of economic growth is that it has a positive impact on the community's income. It increases employment levels, which translates into a higher standard of living. In a local government, some factors can actually drive the successful implementation of the 2-kilometer rule that we are proposing. And what are these drivers? One, natural resources. The discovery of natural resources in the local government will drive economic growth in that local economy. Each local government should endeavor to identify its natural resources and publicize these resources and make the exploration of such resources easy for investors. The city of Lagos, for example, has at its heart the blue economy. The blue economy, for example, has opportunities for fishing and aquaculture, marine tourism, oil and gas, waste management, circular economy, port development and logistics, biotechnology, maritime fabrication and construction, dockyards, and others such as hospitality and light manufacturing, etc. Two, increased investment in physical capital such as factories and machineries and roads will lower the cost of economic activity and make the economy attractive to investors. So for example, if you have a robust local road network, this can reduce inefficiencies and the cost of moving raw materials or finished goods across the local economy, thereby boosting economic activities. Population or large markets. A growing population means that there's an increase in the availability of workers or employees, which means a larger workforce. This also guarantees demand for goods and services once they are produced. However, a growing population without the corresponding economic growth will lead to very high unemployment. All of this has actually come out from all of the discussions we have had here today. There's human capital development. So increased investment in human capital can improve the quality of the labor force in the local economy. So really, for our 2-kilometer rule to work, we need to have a skilled workforce that will have a significant effect on growth. So for example, we are suggesting that there should be investments in STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Also, what Lagos State is currently doing with the subsidizing of coding programs for the youth can actually increase the availability of workers and technical skills for factories. It will reduce the unending search for white-collar jobs. So I urge, therefore, the local governments to establish and support good schools and training institutions that support human capital development. 5, technology. Technology is another imperative for the successful implementation of the 2-kilometer rule, and this will power industrial and financial activities within the local economy of the local government. Technology deployment increases productivity, it creates efficient systems, it supports the production of cheaper goods and services, and it drives innovation. Technology is more likely to lead to sustained long-term growth. Any business model without a technology component is not a sustainable venture in the post-pandemic era. Regulatory framework and law. For the 2-kilometer rule, we're going to eventually need an institutional framework that regulates the economic activity and is necessary to drive the 2-kilometer local economy model. This can also mean having a system of recognition for those who have voluntarily adopted the rule. Finally, security and political stability. Economic growth and development can only happen in a politically stable environment, devoid of unrest, protests, and crimes. In conclusion, the purpose of any procurement process, such as the 2-kilometer rule, must always be to commission services and goods which are required by service users in a cost-efficient way. However, there are a range of wider economic, social, and environmental benefits which can be achieved through the process in terms of jobs, skills, business development, and a reduction in distance traveled by goods. One of the most straightforward ways of progressing procurement is to link the process to the wider corporate priorities of the local government. Most local governments will have a priority around addressing unemployment, for example. It is important to reflect community needs and ensure that the service design and the commissioning reflects the needs of the community by engaging and consulting communities upon the design of such services. This is emerging in the concept of co-production, where institutions, corporations, and residents design services collaboratively, and where communities can have responsibility for small element budgets. This ensures that procurement is reflective of the needs and the wants of the communities. So essentially, ladies and gentlemen, I am quite optimistic that the 2-kilometer rule will spark a wave of innovation in the local economy of Lagos Island, leading to growth in our state and our national domestic product. I am so excited by the potentials of catalyzing this development. Please join us at the LIC in promoting this rule. Support a local business. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, can we give the president of LCCI, Mrs. Toke Mabogunje, another round of applause? The 2-kilometer initiative is aimed at promoting the purchase of goods and services within 2-kilometer radius, within the island, and more. To our next keynote speaker, before we go to our next panelist, allow me to invite allow me to invite the Chief Executive Officer. Okay, the LIC Youth Managers. Please, can we give them a round of applause? Thank you so much for being the spine of what we're having today. As I was saying, allow me to invite the Chief Executive Officer of Modion Communications, Mr. Odion Alebua, as he takes his keynote address. Modion Communication is a full spectrum brand and strategic communication consultancy that offer dynamic, creative, strategic, client-tailored, and result-driven advisories. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's give Mr. Odion, our CEO, a round of applause.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. I won't progress if you don't answer me. So I've been sitting with you guys since, and I want you to follow me now. All right, we'll try. I have a presentation. Okay, cool. You know why I'm happy to be here? Hello? You know why I'm happy to be here? Fantastic. Because my connection with Lagos Island is spiritual. Hello? I'll repeat that again. Because I don't live on Lagos Island. But my connection with Lagos Island is spiritual. You know why? I was born here. And my 2 sons were born here. So my journey here today is going to be kind of spiritual. You know why? Because I'm just an ordinary guy, just like everybody here. And if you look at my topic, let's start from the beginning. If you look at my topic, it says pivoting from zero, which is starting from what? Note the zero because it didn't appear there by mistake. Pivoting from what? Exactly. Like I said, I'm just a regular guy from ordinary home. My father was a chef, a farmer. My mom was a traditional. She sells on the street, right? I went to public schools like you, some of you here, right? And I hear people talking about, oh, you cannot work in places except you know people. That is not my story. I worked everywhere I dreamt of working, and people begged me to work in those places. You know why? If you build yourself, people will beg you to work in this country. Hello? Hello? And I'm serious, I am an example. And when I stopped working in 2015, okay, so here's what I've done, right? So I used to work with Owando. I used to work with Fort Oil, and I left to start my business in 2015. What is beautiful about that is that when I stopped working and I started business, I was broke like a church rat. Nothing was in my account. So when I said it's a pivoting from zero story, I meant it. But in 5 years,
We have already consulted for companies in oil and gas, aviation, mobility, governance. We'll be talking about LSETF. I consulted for LSETF for 5 years. We've worked and done and written speeches for 2 governors in this state. We've done events for more than 6 governors in Lagos, in Nigeria. And let me tell you the sweet now. When I started this work, or should I say business now, I wanted to win 1 award. It's called the Sabre Award. That award is the Grammy for those who are doing PR. You know how many we've won? 6. I start this presentation with Papa here. He's my vendor, but he taught me something. And I call it my newspaper vendor school of what? Say it loud now. The school of what? Thank you very much. You know what Papa taught me? That, you know, if you're doing business education, they'll tell you that if you are close to market, you will what? You make money. True or false? True or false? That if you live very close to the market, you can easily sell to that market and make money. True, right? Baba here taught me that is not true. And I'll tell you why. When I started this business, we're taking any small business. So my business is to put people in the newspaper. And I didn't have money to buy newspaper. So I'll go and do Free Readers Association. And True Life. So I'll go to this vendor who is just 500 yards away from my house. I'll just trek. And the guy will be looking at me from the corner of his eyes, like, who is this free reader? And to make sure that I wasn't welcome, what he would do is that when a car parks and said, I want to buy Guardian, and I'm reading Guardian, he will say the one that I'm holding. So I knew that I wasn't welcome. So I moved 500 meters to where Baba is. Now, the one that is close to my house has lost market. True or false? Exactly. You know what Baba did? Baba looked at me. He doesn't know me. I didn't know him. He said, sit down. What do you want? I said, I put some organization in newspaper. I just want to know if they came out. If they did, I will buy 2 copies. He said, that's good. So I sat down. I will see if there's any good news. I'll buy and I'll go back home. One day he called me and said, give me your number. Why don't you let me come to your house? Hello? If I will wait, if it comes out, you will buy it. If it doesn't, I will go home. I said, wow, that's nice. So I sat in my house. He will use that bike, bring the newspaper, he will wait. And then, if newspaper comes out, I'll buy 2 copies. And 1 for the client. Since 2016, I've been buying 1 million naira worth of newspaper every year from Baba. Remember, there was somebody what? Closer. But who is my customer? Baba that was what? Far away. And now I'm teaching you, for me, this represents how you can build your business. Now I understand why Baba has been successful in what he does. Next. If you want to start anything, start very well. Okay? Start very well. And what I mean, look, can you see those are runners? Which one represents you? This one here or the other one here? The truth is, none of them is a wrong answer. There are those that can run very fast, and there are those who will run a marathon. But the most important thing is make sure your finish line is at the back of your mind. When I started, yes, I was going to vendor, doing free readers, but I knew what I wanted. Next one.
This one is very interesting. The demo day is every day. Demo day is just for me to show you what I can do, right? You see, how many of us are on WhatsApp group? How many of us are on WhatsApp group? I'm serious here. How many of us are on WhatsApp group? That is your demo place. If you're on WhatsApp group, the business I got on WhatsApp group, one of them is the biggest company in South Africa on WhatsApp group. You know what I did? There's a group called NRI. We don't even know the meaning why we are NRI. You know what I did? Because I'm a creative person, I'm into communication, I created a brand for them. That logo was what I designed for them. And I put it as our, so everybody in the group knew that I was into branding and I was into PR. So when they are looking for anyone or any conversation around that, who did they call? Who did they call? Exactly, including the biggest business from South Africa. Next. Enter bullishly. Stay bullish. See, don't be deceived. Very important. When Glo entered Nigeria, the business of telephony, mobile telephony, you know what they did? For those who remember, they offered the phone at how much? 0. MTN and Airtel, they woke up. They knew that there was a competition. At that time, if you wanted to buy a SIM, you pay 10,000. Glo entered and said it's 0. It's a freedom. Take it. When you want to enter a market, disrupt it. You know what I did? Hello? You know what I did? I know that the business I was in, the business I am in, or I'm coming into, is very competitive. It takes 2 weeks for you to respond to a brief, that is to share idea. 2 weeks. You know what we did when we entered the market? How many weeks do you think I shot in into? She's right. She's very right. We shot in 2 weeks to 48 hours. So when we sat down with people and they said, so how long will it cost you to return your brief? They said 2 weeks. You, 1 week. We, 48 hours. You know what we did? My business started from inside my house. So we all slept in my house, delivered a quality job in how many hours? 2 days. Next. See, this world problem, no day what? But no let that proverb fear you. Hello? No let that word. So if you are so afraid of Nigeria, you run to Canada, you run to US. Guess what? For there too, problem what? No day. Because if problem finished from there, they won't ask you to come. You are feeling a challenge they have. See, the capacity that you have, use it here. Let me tell you something. While we were coming here, at one point this year, we've won so many awards. I'm beginning to feel terrible announcing them because can't be like, say, oh boy, now only you. Calm down now. We just realized while we're coming that we're at number 3 in the world, not Africa. We're the only Africa agency to be ranked one of the most creative agencies in the world this year. To be sincere, I'm still thinking of it like, is that real? Like, okay, so I just put it on one of the WhatsApp group. But the truth is, I've dropped so many awards in the WhatsApp group, it's beginning to look like I'm lying. But it's true, right? Next one. I love this guy. But here is his quote. He said, rejection is not a failure, but a recalibration. You know what a recalibration is? So to recalibrate means that if something you use for measure is not, you do it very well, you use it to measure again, right? The guy who founded or who discovered electricity, you know how many times he failed in his attempt to do that? Yes, how many? More than 100 times. See, some failures are recalibrating you. Don't be afraid. The guys that we celebrate failed. You know what they did? They didn't sleep and cry. They looked at why they failed So if you fail here, look at why, and then move. What happens is if you come back here, you will never what? Fail again. So if you were to move from here to there, failing all the time, if you come back here again, you will be successful, right? So let's calibrate. Next. Have self-curated DNA for performance. This is big English. What I mean here is inside of you, make sure that whatever you are doing, it's not just good enough, but it's too much. Even you will be suspecting whether Holy Spirit is helping you, right? Make sure that whatever you do is too much. So, like, there's a speaker that said, you will be so good, even when they are retrenching people, you just go home and be drinking pepper soup. Because no, they won't retrench you. They begged you to come now. That is how anything you do, whether you're doing business or you are working for someone, have that mind of the people that did this kind of research. Next. Have a secret recipe. Everybody has a secret on how they do things. When I was in school, everybody would be reading like crazy. It used to scare me because I didn't know how to read like that. But then I just discovered that I could read with music on. So if you see me read, you actually think that I'm crazy because my music will be very loud. But that was my secret. And in 2 hours, I'm done. If you follow me to play, you don't know my secret recipe because I'm going to smash the exam. You too have a secret recipe on how to achieve not success, how to achieve your own world-class standard. Because it's world-class standard that gives you profit. Any other profit will fail very soon. Have a healthy ego. Another big English. Now, what I mean by having a healthy ego is be ready to work with people. There are 2 things that will happen. Either you learn from them or they learn from you. There are people that will tell you, nope, I'm the only person that will deal with this thing. Don't do that. Be very happy to work with people. You will learn. And if you are good, that is an extra person that will talk about you. Next. Create trust, win trust, connect more, engage more. For everything you do, thank you so much, madam. You are doing sign on my behalf. Thank you. For everything you do, make sure people can trust you. I've done a job before, and when we're done, 1 million naira was left in my account. The truth is, everybody forgot about that money. If I chop it, nobody will know. We look at ourselves and say, the money is not our own, right? So we wrote a letter and returned the money. What we know, we didn't do it so that they will clap for us. We did it because that is what we must do. The truth is, if you do that, you'll be favored. That is spiritual theory. But also, you will also create what? Trust. Next one. You want to read this one yourself, because this one is, do what? I like this crowd now. Do it again. Did you see the person I put there? Very relatable. So you will say, this one is not from Canada, it's here. The mom sells what? The boy said, I don't graduate, and went there, took the picture, put it on social media. Do same for yourself. You know, there are some people that cannot identify with what their parents do. You are deceiving yourself. The truth is, there is nothing that you are doing that cannot be world class. If somebody told me that my name and our company's name will be known across the world, I'll be laughing. But we looked at it about an hour before coming here. And one of the most respected platforms for looking at what people do in PR said we are third most creative in the world. The other was from Singapore, Portugal. We were the only one from Africa. And then you have UK, you have US agency, you have Russia. We're still thinking, what did we do inside this small space? But the truth is, if you're doing good, it will reverberate across the corner of the earth. Next one. And this is the last one, because there's this guy standing over my shoulder. They make me fear. Innovate your last word. If you follow the story of iPhone, They did iPhone 1, Abi. Then the next year they will do what? And then every year, they won't say that iPhone 1 was too much. No. Even if they don't know what to do, they'll just add one more camera. Innovate your last innovation. Don't be happy that they were celebrating you last year. It's now what? That idea is now Tokumbo. That is how people in Apple look at their ideas. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. This is the slide you will like. Come and say it. So depending on what you are reading on if you read the one on top, thank you very much. But for him, he wants to say thank you. Because that ends my presentation, but I hope that I've been able to convince you and not to convince you, right? You know that line. Actually, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Please, can we make that applause a reverberating one for the CEO of Modion Communications, Mr. Odion Aleobua. Thank you so much, sir. All right. Mr. Odion took us through youth capacity building for MSME enablement. Now we move on to the panelists. The panelists will be talking about exploring capacity building for broader developmental gains. The first on the list is Oramole Momtaz, Youth Development Crusader, followed by Akoni Shele Fumilayo, Lagos Youth Ambassador, Gozi Toby, Young Entrepreneur and Life Coach, Shodunke Kudus, a social entrepreneur and photographer, Bankole Shukurat, broadcast journalist. Where's Bankole? Bankole is not here? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Also, allow me to invite the Permanent Secretary, Civic Engagement, Mr. Gunubi. Thank you so much, sir. Then we have Ramon Rashid, Youth Ambassador and Health Entrepreneur. Ramon will be sitting very close to my Oga, Mr. Ramon. Please, you can go to the far end. Okay, we're going to swing the microphone around. What we'll be doing now, they'll be speaking for a minute or two in respect to exploring capacity building for broader developmental gains. Ladies and gentlemen, as I go to my far left, very beautiful one. The lady takes the floor.
Thanks for this opportunity. So my name is Fumilayo Akoni Shele, and I'm the Lagos State Youth Ambassador. So talking about exploring capacity building for developmental gain, I'm going to be talking from my own angle, which is what I benefited from. So when you talk of capacity building, you're talking about building capacity, you're talking about training people, giving them the necessary skills, giving them what they need to thrive in the society. And there is no how you won't, if you don't build people, then there might not be development. You might not get that development you want. So it's a two-way thing. Now, Lagos State government, they did a program which is called the Bile Youth Academy. It's an avenue to train youth, to build their capacity in order to bring about development. And one of those things that I think I'm a beneficiary of that program, and it really helped me because when we went for the competition, without the competition, I won't assume the position of the Lagos State Youth Ambassador today. So now they are organizing that program to build our capacity. But what happens when we have that platform and we don't know how to annex it, and we don't know how to take advantage of that? Because when there are programs and you don't know the value of that program, then they won't be able to build that capacity. So in another way, I'm going to say that we youth of Lagos State, when we talk of building our capacity, we should look out for opportunities that can build us. Because if you want to thrive, if you want to do well in any sector, and you are not grounded in that sector, then there is no how you want to develop the society. So I'm going to be urging all youth here present that they should annex opportunities in order to build the Lagos State that we are all, the Lagos State we want to see. We should all play a role in ensuring that we build it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much. My name is Mumtaz Baramole, and briefly I'll be speaking on what my own view on the topic. Well, before I dive into what I have written, I think it is pertinent that I explain to us what capacity building is. Capacity building is defined as developing and strengthening the skills, instincts, abilities, processes, and manpower that communities need to survive and adapt or thrive in an ever-changing world. Now, I want to focus basically on developing and strengthening skills. As youth today, who would agree with me that the era of acknowledging the only skills that we want, that these persons who see themselves as our leaders want to teach us are vocational trainings where you go and learn catering, tailoring for 2-3 months. They give you a certificate, they give you a sewing machine, and then you just wear a robe, collect certificates, and then we are leaving. And then we believe that you have built our capacity. When we do things like that, what we are doing is we are deceiving ourselves into becoming what the society does not want us to become. Now, the kind of skills that we expect youth to develop are soft skills like digital marketing, copywriting, digital analysis, programming, online courses that you learn online for free. We youths, we should have left the era of depending on the government solely for our capacity building. This is, we need to understand that at the moment, we youths need to do better. And if you would agree with me, we can also, since we are here with the SDGs, I want to believe that we can exploit SDGs 8 and SDGs 11 to further build our capacity. SDG 8 is decent work and economic growth. I wish the Commissioner of Agriculture was still here, because basically what SDG 8 tells us about is green economy. Green economy in the sense of agriculture. Green economy, tech. When earlier someone spoke about fintech, financial technology, that is one of the largest profiting industries that we have currently in the world. But how many youths today are exploiting those opportunities to build their various capacities? Okay, let me stop there for now. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Gussie Toby Lord Williams. I'm a lawyer and a social impact strategist. So I like that very first speakers have touched on the most important skills that young people should be focused on to increase their capacity for developmental gains. But I'd like us to also focus on the subconscious part of our learning and improving our capacities. Because as important as it is for you to learn copywriting, it's also important for you to develop your life skills subconsciously. Now, you can be learning copywriting, you can be learning all those things to increase your capacity, but does your capacity really increase? When we talk about, you define capacity, and I really like that he was detailed about the definition of capacity. But to increase your capacity, most especially as a young person, there are basic life skills that you subconsciously learn from your day-to-day activities. You can be learning something from Facebook and Google, but you're not learning through your day-to-day activities. What am I talking about? Some of us are used to going online, especially the Insta bloggers that like to be on the comment sections. You like to read things from very weird and very notorious blogs, and you're always in the comment sections and you learn how to buzz from that. If you go and learn tech skills, because your subconscious is already used to commenting like the Insta blog commenters, that is what you will exude. So for you to increase your capacity, broaden your mind to the kind of things you expose your minds to. What are the things you expose your minds to? Who are the people you listen to? Who are the people you follow? Because for you to increase your capacity, your mind needs to be filled with the right kind of content. I don't believe in the statement, empty barrels make the loudest noise, because at the end of the day, your barrel is filled, but it's not filled with the important things. It is filled with the wrong things. So for you to enlarge or improve on your capacity, your mind, first of all, needs to be improved. Lastly, I'm just going to talk about mentorship. I like that they've talked about mentorship a lot in few of the panels and some of the keynote speakers, but peer-to-peer mentoring is something that a lot of young people don't want to get into, especially because of the see finish mentality that we have. You have somebody that is your friend or your peer and has gone ahead of you. It's either you see the person with disdain, or you're like, she not my mate, what she can do, I can do it. Instead of you to learn from the person. So for you to increase your capacity, there are people in your space you should be learning from, but you refuse to learn because, like I say again, see finish. So two things: make sure your mind is filled with the right thing for your capacity to be improved, and then make sure you look around you, your friends, the people in your circle, learn from them, allow them mentor you and mentor them as well. Thank you.
Distinguished, I would like to switch things up a bit, because majorly I born and brought up in Lagos Island. I stay in Lagos Island all through my life, spending my years here, going through the thick and thin. So one thing I would like to adapt, or one thing I would like to agree to, is what Paramole has said about the definition of what capacity building is. But let's look beyond the fact that we're building capacity based on our technical skills, because it goes way beyond that. So let's look at the fact that we have things of mentorship, when she has talked about in sense of having peer-to-peer conversation. But it goes beyond that. Let me firstly come with the fact that we have government coming up with programs like this. But having programs like this starts today and most of the time ends today. But in the sense that where I was a secondary school graduate, where I learned photography, what pushed me beyond the fact of me just taking pictures within Lagos Island and taking pictures with high profiles or dignitaries within the Nigeria settings is the fact that I was able to submit myself for mentorship. Beyond the fact that I have mentorship of peers, and some people here can actually testify to that, which I believe the SA herself can testify to that. I've taken her pictures several times, but the fact that I had to submit myself for mentorship for years of learning, which is really, really crucial. And I feel that the problem that comes to the fact that students or youth are not submitting themselves to series of or years of learning is the fact that the background and environment they come out from. So the background and environment is crucial. How do we tap into these things? I think the Commissioner for Agriculture mentioned the fact that how does our parents relate with us as a youth? Because if you are supposed to fuel our minds, it comes within the environment that we grew up with. So how do we influence those environments? Because without those environments being influenced, it will be difficult, because I realize that Lagos State government are putting out a lot of programs for youth, but you see the same circle of people that attend today's program will attend this other program. What about the other students or other youths that are within the Lagos and they are not able to access this? It's not that they're actually not able to access it. Truly, they can come to the programs actually. But the issue is that their mindset is not towards those programs. And I want to be very factual about some things. I realized that, okay, we want youth to be very engaged with community service, volunteerism, and other things. But let's always look at the fact that youth are coming from a different background, in the sense that I, as a person, if I am not financially okay to sponsor myself to this program today, I won't be able to enjoy the dividend that this program has to offer. But we have other youth who are interested to join us in this program today, but because of their background and their inability to finance themselves to this place, would not be able to finance themselves in that aspect. So apart from that, let's look at the fact that how do you build this capacity building itself? I feel capacity building itself is a continual learning process, whereas you cannot ever reach the peak of it. It is something that you have to inculcate to your lifestyle, whereas you have to continue reading about it. And it takes the process of you planning it, organizing where you're supposed to be, in time management. You can read 7 habits of highly effective people, where it talks about how time management and other things like that. And the most important thing is that taking leadership. The taking leadership, I'm not talking about taking leadership over other persons, but I mean taking leadership over yourself. And when you take leadership over yourself, that means you've been disciplined. Because without that discipline, you'll not be able to follow through to things, persistent with it, and achieve the sources that goes beyond it. You understand? So when you plan, you organize it, then take leadership of yourself, not about your other persons. Before you even take leadership of other person, you have to be able to lead without being a leader, or lead without having a title. I didn't know if you've read that book before, Lead Without Title, Robin Sharma. Please take a look at the book. And the final thing is that you control. Control in the sense that in the business term, sorry, I'm using business term. Control in the sense that when you have a plan of what to do and you're executing those plans, you always come back to control, like checkmate, as what I've planned, is it in line with what I'm actually doing? So because we can get carried away with things whenever we are engaged in other things. So when you control, I have planned to do this week. Have I executed what I've planned to do? Okay, I've defaulted in this aspect, so how can I cover up for these things? All of these things, it has to be a continual process. It can't be something, I'm a digital a photographer and I learn how to snap picture and that's it. No, I can bet with anyone as a photographer that it takes 30% of your skills to get you relevant in photography, like skills of photography, taking pictures. But it takes more of you, your ability to communicate with people, your ability to read the emotions in the room, your ability to be intellectually sound, to get more jobs than you taking the camera itself. So I feel like those things are more important and it should be looked into. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to start by appreciating the various speakers of today, especially the panelists, and I must commend SDG for this program. I'm here representing the Office of Civic Engagement, and I want to speak really on the issue of 2 kilometer road and the capacity building. I think our best approach to this is to actually tell our youth, to conquer their environment. If you look around you here, if you follow the 2 kilometer road, you see what we have here is maybe parking of vehicles. Bala was talking about how he started his own aeronautical engineering outfit. And I see no reason why 7 youths cannot come together and create a multi-layer parking lot along this route. It will create job opportunity for a lot of our youths. And they need to look around them. whatever it is that you believe you are good at, like somebody mentioned here, that your passion should be your profession. So you must conquer your environment. You must know what you are doing. A lot of our youth are looking for a job. They are looking for the white collar job, going up and down. Whereas they can do something within them. Just all they need to do is to search their soul and see what they can actually do. Oftentimes, we look at them, we say, okay, we want something sustainable. We want them to build something iconic, an iconic business. But we need to start from planning to project implementation. And the only way they can do that is by studying the environment. Let them conquer the environment. Let them see what they can do. Let's take an example from Akpogmo here now, up to, that's UBA building, up to Nitel. You see all these parking lots. What stops us from creating a multi-layer parking lot? Use the whole of that place. I wish the commissioner for Agric is here. Create a sort of food court along that axis. It will create a lot of jobs and people will benefit a lot. And that's what our youth can do. We need to regenerate the entire Lagos Island. In a way, we are infusing more capital. And that is what we call capital capacity building. By the time our youth come to that area and begin to do their own business and various enterprise, you will discover that so many things will happen along that line and it will regenerate the entire Lagos Island. Same thing with when my brother Shashoro was talking about Lagos Island is the first, this is what is happening in Lagos Island. I look at it, Nitel started, we have a Nitel building there. I think the SA Innovation is here. That place can be acquired as an ICT hub for our youth. And it will go a great deal to inject more capital on ICT. So we need to see what we can do to really make our youth to be more responsible, to be civically responsible. Thank you very much.
Of course, everyone probably are broad and probably have extended their elasticity time of listening. So I probably won't be boring with talks and all. So, but one thing I'll be doing is to pinpointing on what other speakers have talked about. And the first thing I'll be talking about is the fact that when we talk about capacity building, as youth, we necessarily do not need to rush to tech. I mean, when people talk about capacity building now, the next thing I want to see is you must be a the front-end developer, you must be a data analyst. No, a guy of my age range actually sold this cloth for me. Of course, yours was made by a tailor too. So when we're talking about capacity building, what we need to do is extending the skills to promoting what they have in them. And again, there's one thing very rampant among the youth called a preconceived value, in the sense that the youth out there who do not really have enough skills. And instead of them upskilling that skill or filling that gap skill, they go out there parading themselves to be the best. Go on LinkedIn, you see a simple graphic designer parading as PR expert. You can only design graphics. You're not a PR expert. So what happened is the fact that as youth, we are more interested in the spotlight than what we can do. So as youth, we should be interested in building our own society with the skills that we have, and we need to understand the reality that the government is the way it is for now. I don't know how it is. You know how it is. The government it is the way it is now. You shouldn't be expecting much from them, but you should be expecting to give back to your society. I'll be closing with the quote of Jana Stanfield that said, "I don't have all the goods the world needs, but the world needs all the good I can do. Build the youth, build the nation."
Massive thanks to all of you, our panelists from the PS of Civic Engagement. Mr. Akoni, thank you so much to Bankole Shukurat, broadcast journalist, my area of hustle, social entrepreneur and photographer, Shoduke Kudus. Say a very big thank you to you too. Gossi Toby, young entrepreneur and life coach. We say thank you to you too. Akoni Shele Fumilayo, Lagos Youth Ambassador. A very big thank you to you as well. Paramole Montaz, Youth Development Crusader. We say a very big thank you to you as well. And Ramon Said, Youth Ambassador and Health Entrepreneur. Ladies and gentlemen, please, if your hands are not too busy, can we give this wonderful individuals a round of applause? We say a very big thank you to you for taking us through exploring capacity building for broader developmental gains. Thank you so much. We appreciate you get there. You may have your seat again. Thank you once again. All right, the curtain is gradually coming, to a close. But before we do that, we still have the exhibition corner still open, and we're going to implore each and every one of us to please, we can make our way upstairs to check out products, services. Okay, we should do the vote of thanks. We are meant to have the communique. The communique. Do we have Mr. Layeni Aliu of LIC? Mr. Layeni, are you here? Mr. Layeni is not here. Allow me to invite Madam Ransome Kuti is not on her seat. I will need her to do the closing remarks. Can someone reach out to her? Can we sit for a moment, please? Can we sit for a moment, please? Do I have the Permanent Secretary, SDGs and Investment here? Mrs. Abosede George, she's here. Please, can you come up for the vote of thanks? Thank you so much, ma'am. Forgive me, madam. You will match. It's a youth affair. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Permit me to just adopt the already established protocol. I'm sure we have come to the end of the program. Our youth, Lagos Island youth, where are you? Are you still here? Where are you? You are here. Okay. So it's been all about sustainability. Sustainability is about the future. And we're concerned about our youth, our future. I'm also proudly Lagos Island. So it's time for us to believe in ourselves and in our abilities. It's time for us to move ahead. Don't believe in what people usually say, that Lagosians are dropouts. Do you believe? Lagosians are not dropouts. You have seen the former deputy governor of Lagos State here. You have seen the former attorney general. We have several people who are your role models. I'm also an islander, and I want us to embrace the change. The change is now. I want you to look back at the Niger Delta militants. Most of them went back to university. They are first-class graduates today. I'm proud of you all Lagosians, Lagos Islanders, and I know you will make the best use of this opportunity that is opened to you. So on this note, I would like to appreciate our partners, LIC. I'd like to appreciate LCCI, other partners, our guest speakers, officers from my office, the SDG office, the special advisor, and permit me to recognize someone that just came in. That was the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Establishment, Training, and Pensions, Mrs. Ajibola Ponle, my registrar, before. Now my Honorable Commissioner. So on this note, I want to thank you all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow islanders, youth, for coming. Thank you, and I know God will bless us all.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much to the Honorable Commissioner that came in later. Thank you so much for coming. Mr. Lekon, where you at? Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the first Lagos Island Economic Summit. Sustainable Youth Engagement and Development. This is the first of many, many to come. May we give a round of applause to everyone who has made this day successful. We say a very big thank you to all of you. We'll see you in 2022. It shall be bigger than this. It will definitely be bigger than this, and we're going to have huge testimony from this day. My name is George. Thank you so much. I wish you a lovely trip back home or back to your offices. The exhibition area is open. Please, we'd like you to just make yourself, make your way up. Thank you so much. Your Excellency, ma'am.